Damn, oh my god. This memory of my grandfather just popped into my mind that I completely forgot over these last few years. He used to have this fucking saying that he would repeat all the time. And he would say, the problem with this country right now is men are lacking the three G's: guns, guts, and gumption. And you have to have all three. You can't just have guns and not have any guts or any gumption, or or either way you want to put it. You have to have all three. And a lot of people don't even know what gumption and guts. They don't even know what that shit is. Holy shit! Why did I just remember? How did I forget that? I need to put that on a T-shirt. Guns, guts, gumption. Are you teleporting again?
I don't know.
Are you? You're in a wormhole?
Maybe. It's hard to use your GPS while you're driving.
Huh? Oh. Oh shit!
Oh, great.
Who's that? Who goes there?
Nobody.
Speak. Oh, it's Chubbs. Chubbs.
What's up, bro?
How much, man?
Happening?
A lot.
Allah. Ain't few people here, eh? Pretty quiet.
Yeah. All the street lights in this section are purple. So weird.
Really?
Purple streetlights, huh? Must be like a left-leaning neighborhood. Lots of purple hairs in the neighborhood.
Purple hair camouflage.
Cat, if you don't get the fuck away from me, go fucking catch something. Go hunt. Do your damn job.
All right. Pulled over for a second so I can plan where I'm going next.
Plan where you're going next. You don't. The hell are you talking about? You don't know where you're going?
Well, I was gonna take a nap at that rest stop, but I passed it, so now I gotta decide where I'm going.
I completely forgot that you went past it.
Glenmore Service Center. What's that? Let's see. Glenmore. Oh, let's see that one.
No Walmart around?
That's it's a weird spot.
That's where everybody pulls in with their RVs and takes a nap.
In theory.
What the fuck is a theory?
Oh, Maryland House Travel Plaza is 31 miles backwards. There's one called Baltimore.
You need to get your shit together.
Okay, so the Baltimore Travel Plaza is actually a bus stop, not a rest stop, truck stop. Interesting. Interesting.
You must not have been listening to me when I was trying when I was fucking around talking about that. and circle around the moon. The light passing through the clouds and
This one's kind of cool, but it's a little seedy. I
then
don't like
and
it one.
it's seedy.
I think that's the one though. Let me get that direction, see what it says. Mm. So it's back towards Maryland though.
Oh god. Yeah. Who the fuck just came in here?
Ooh, that takes headset off too hot.
Skywing. Skywing. You don't have any role with Skywing? What are you doing in here this late? Or early? Super monkey ball. Mm-mm. Well, fuck you, Skywing. I'm just gonna leave. Oh shit! Oh god damn it! Mm. Oh, I gotta get old sucks. Ugh. Uh, Don't even try it. You coming in this house? Oh, good.
Go. Do you guys like stay up till like 2, 3, 4 in the morning? Often, like.
I don't ever sleep. No, I've been I was gonna go a while ago, but AI, you motherfucker. I was AI was driving and he said he had like 20 minutes to get to his destination. So I said, fuck it, I'll stay up with you till you get there. And yeah. I don't even know if he just made it. This motherfucker just left. Left. I'm out of here. I'm taking a break for a couple days. I'm gonna,
You sleep for 2 days.
oh my family coming back tomorrow, so I'm putting in some quality time with them since.
All right, yeah, that's fair enough, man.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Respect.
Some time, man. They've been away visiting relatives, and I had to stay home. So I gotta guard the castle. Oh, so yeah, I might take a break for a while. What the fuck? So my TV's on, and I wasn't even watching it. I don't even know what this. And then it says dazzling full moon, supermoon rises over Santiago, Chile. And this shit does not look dazzling. It looks like what is it moving like that? What the fuck? Oh, they probably that's my camera. It's just like a white dot in the middle of the screen. That's not the fucking moon. What the heck? Hold on, man. I gotta take a picture of this. Oh, fuck you. Okay. You know what?
Oh, he's gone again.
I'm not taking a picture of that. Okay. Check this out. When I try to take a picture of the moon with my P1000, something really gets lost. The luster and the light and everything just gets taken away, and it looks dull and horrible. Now, this fucking thing on my TV screen right now is dull and has no sort of uh, uh you don't see the the dark spots and all that shit of the moon. But then I just turned my phone to show that and tell me why it lit up extremely bright, like I was outside looking at the moon. That's fucking retarded. Yeah, what the fuck are you doing?
Jumping in and out. Be having connection issues.
Well, he did teleport when he was driving for a minute. He was waiting to go over this bridge, and then he realized he had gone over gone over it already, and he thought, "What the fuck just happened?" He must be. Maybe it's the Earth curve. No, I'm gonna take a picture of this because what time is it for you right now, Tito?
34 p.m.
Oh shit!
I use military time. My phone. Oh well, it's not a phone. It's a tablet. Just translated it.
Shit.
You see, they felt bad for Australia or the South being at the bottom of the ball. They had to give us something, so they put us ahead in time.
That's funny.
You guys might be on top, but we're winning.
You're ahead, huh? What the fuck? How is that the moon? I mean, maybe because it's the camera and the TV. This doesn't- Ah, shit.
You said they said it was a supermoon, did you? Or
Yeah, it says dazzling full moon slash super moon rises over Santiago, Chile. Now, I have an extremely large TV. I forget exactly. Is it 70 something or yeah, I think it's got to be 70 something. So this beautiful super moon is in the center of my TV, but it's about the size of I don't know, a silver dollar. Um, and there's no I don't know. There's you can't see, the features of the moon. I almost said landscape or whatever the fuck it is.
a
Is it?
bad camera?
I,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't. Yeah, maybe it's not focused.
Think that they would zoom in a bit or something.
Well, I zoomed it in on my phone camera. Because if I took a picture from where I'm sitting and the size of it, well, maybe I'll do it too, just to give a comparison. It just looks really weird, and it's like, oh, dazzling. This shit does not look fucking dazzling. It is lame. Now this looks kind of bad. Why can't I get it to focus? Stupid fucking. All right, we'll get it together here. Okay. How's that look? Fuck, dude. I don't. Okay, so you know how the camera is providing more light into the screen of the TV. So the screen on my TV is completely black, and it's making it look blue, but whatever, it's good enough. Okay, Discord. We'll share this silly looking thing and tell me if this looks dazzling to you. Where am I? Live stream voice text. Oh, well. So there's the one image. Wow. Look at that fucking thing. Oh, yeah, so he's doing some map search. Okay, now this
Wait,
is,
wait. It's not real time, is it?
I don't fucking
Oh,
know.
like, it has to be from like 2 days ago.
Why the fuck is it on my TV right now?
That's a full fucking moon,
And
man.
this
It's
is it,
already, like, I saw it last night. It's already significantly fucking waning.
yeah. And then this is what it looks like zoomed in. There's no like they didn't. Why did they focus the fucking camera? Are they just fucking with people? And this isn't even the moon. They're just like, fuck you idiots didn't go film the moon, and they they're like staged staged a shot of the moon for the for the audience.
Yeah, that's weird, man. I don't know.
All right, let me
Like,
look.
yeah, like I said, like, it's supposed to be live?
Okay, no. All right, I see what happened. When I left, I must have had YouTube on, and it automatically that video ended, and this started playing. It's on
All
YouTube.
right.
Yeah. It's from 3 fucking days ago.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It's like what
But
the?
still, like, yeah, still.
Why would you broadcast this and try to tell people it's dazzling? That shit looks awful. And they didn't even. I mean, focus your fucking camera.
Yeah, there's no features at all. Yeah.
So I was like, "This is the fucking moon. This is the moon." So wait a second. What day is it? It is Saturday. So you telling me you're a whole day into the future on me?
Yeah, like 14 hours, 15 hours, something like that. It's the 5th of August,
So can you give me some
7:43
insight
p.m.
on what's gonna happen tomorrow? Can you like give me some Powerball numbers? I mean, help me out, dude.
No, unfortunately, when I watch like TV or things online, it's like it's about uh, you know US. It's always showing me a day in the past. I don't know. It's weird. It's like the TV signals don't catch up or something. They lag.
You got
So.
like a hog track, horse track over there, and can I place a bet tomorrow? on this? fuck is going on, man? Why is that not plausible? I don't know what was going on in the chat earlier. As I'm sitting here. He claims that he did miss some great, some good conversations. I went on a fucking rant shortly ago. We were talking about men and women and uh, you know our differences and our roles and our strengths, and he really he laid it out really well. And even before that, Flatsy and AI and who else was in there with us? Oh, that Glober guy. What the hell is his name? The one that's in like med school or some shit. Anyway,
Punk.
yeah, I think
Guy.
yeah, we were having some good. Oh, Kembo was in here for a little bit too. Well, I guess it was off topic mostly, but we were having fun, man. And we were discussing, the server and because I missed when I was coming in here when I first started trying to come in here regularly. It was like what, 2-3 years ago, and at that time I was coming in like once a week, and a lot of times it'd be on a Friday, and it'd be ladies' night, and I enjoyed listening to ladies' night. And when there wasn't a lot of things going on and nobody was really talking, it gave me a good opportunity to ask the ladies questions about what it's like being a woman and that flat Earth perspective, and it was really interesting to hear what they had to say. And then the shit, now that I took a break and now I'm back, and it's like, what happened to ladies' night? But yeah, man, it's like I'm working it out and I'm trying to bring it back. Oh,
Sure is a crazy world.
is how so? Yeah, you still do a fucking math here? I'm going to bed, dude. I'm gonna assume you got to where you were going, so I don't have to feel guilty if I go to sleep now and you fell asleep in a car driving. Boom, 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 boom.
He said he stopped to do some map search.
Yeah, it was like 20 minutes ago. What did it take that long to do? Ah, well, whatever, you're here. You can keep them awake.
So
He
I got a
would.
dip in a minute.
Oh, of course.
right now.
What'd you say?
I should really be going right now. I gotta go and do something
Yeah, right.
off a bit.
The fuck am I still watching this stupid moon shit? Goodness. All roads lead down under.
Yep, I've got to dip. Yeah, nice talking to you, and have a good one. Enjoy your weekend, and yeah, enjoy the family time.
Yes, sir.
Talk to you
Thank
later.
you. Take care, bro.
Sleep. You too.
All right. I think I'm gonna take my leave. AI, wherever you are. What the fuck is this? Oh, shit, I didn't even watch that fucking video. The professor dropped. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Alrighty. Hey guys, that's all I can do. Ugh. Well, that's it for me, everyone. Mm, Yeah. Good night, you big, beautiful, flat world.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC Riffia to get involved with the conversation about Earth.
Enemy spotted.
PhD Blotech True Scientist win.
That's
You can't deny what your eyes see. Like, it is what it is, man.
What's there not to believe in? I don't understand what you're saying.
okay. The point is, light doesn't bend.
Refraction?
There's another medium that's affecting it.
We've been telling you it's
That's
just
it.
changing paths all along. As it passes
As
through
I've
the
done,
boundary separating two
yeah.
mediums. So
That's
we're not
it.
telling you it's not bending. We're telling you it's just deflecting, changing paths.
Exactly. So if you use a glass or are you looking at a fish on a 45-degree angle, yes, it's in a different location. But it's
Called
not changing
refraction.
anything.
That's called
It's your
refraction.
angle and your visual.
That's called
But I'm saying
refraction.
that's why
called
I'm saying to
refraction.
you,
That's called
I've discovered it's
refraction.
false. Law of refraction
It's
is a
not
joke.
false because you can see it.
Okay,
It
let's drop it.
happens.
I'm not going to change my mind. I discovered this when I was a kid, and I've always argued against it. I was
Are
in
you
school going,
denying?
no,
Are you denying that it's there? That it happens?
I'm denying that nothing changes. There's another medium affecting it. It's not refracting.
That's what we're saying.
Light's not bending.
Nobody's claiming the thing actually moves, changes places. Like
That's retarded.
it's an apparent
not retarded.
location.
It is
It's actually
retarded
an
because
argument.
you think refraction actually moves the thing. It moves.
That's what people exactly.
That's not what
There
anyone's
you've
saying.
hit it. Because
It's not even what the
you
Globers
see,
are saying.
no, when you look at something, right, it's how it is, right? There has to be something else that's doing it. So light doesn't bend. If you wear refractive glasses, it's the glasses that change your visual. That's it.
They help the
The
light.
light's not changing. It's the object.
Yes, it is. The light is changing its path to your eyeball.
But exactly, it's the visual.
The
Order for your visual.
Oh
sorry,
shit, genius.
So
In
I'm
order
saying
for
that discredits the law of refraction. It needs to be
Refraction
deleted.
is the light changing direction, so it looks like
You know what
something
it's
refraction
is
not.
in a
actually
different
means?
position.
It means like bent over its back, like
Changing the light. Think about. Okay, you know what? Drop it. If you're gonna be so arrogant about it, and not understand it,
Mate,
I'm not gonna argue.
That's what refraction is. It's changing the light.
We're not being
It's
arrogant
changing
about
the
it, buddy.
visual.
Excuse me, sir, but you are the one that brought up the issue too, so you're gonna tell them to drop it. I mean, come on.
Can you see anything without light? Can you see anything without light?
Yeah, the light's not changing. The
Can you
light's
see
constant.
anything without
That's a
light?
fact.
Can you see any? Can you
light's
see anything
constant.
without light? Can you see anything without light?
The lights are constant. Exactly.
Can you see anything without it?
So, in nature, as in on a mountaintop, there's no refraction anywhere. I don't care what anyone says. You cannot put up a big
That's a
bent
different
glass
situation. That's a different situation.
exactly. That's the only
Have
information you
two
can rely
media.
on.
Well, that doesn't have
The
two
only way
media.
you
But
can do
when
it is with a pair of glasses
are you
or
listening?
looking
Are
at
you
a
going to
fish in
listen to
water.
me? Can I
It doesn't
at
exist.
least
Yep. Sorry.
can I finish?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm saying that refraction requires two media.
Good. We're getting somewhere.
Okay, so when you're on a mountaintop, you only have one medium,
Light.
the air.
What the
So
fuck, man?
So if you have a storm that comes in, it doesn't change your visual. The storm blocks what you're looking, or the rain blocks your visual. That's it. It doesn't bend, right?
Okay, I said that the air is one medium. Refraction requires two media.
Hmm. So look, this is a great opportunity for us to rewrite this crap.
It's
and
not
get rid of it.
needing to be rewritten. It's Snell's law. It's already established.
But it's wrong.
It's not wrong. You can demonstrate it.
Okay, so refraction of light is a phenomenon where the light bends and travels from one transparent substance to another.
Two media.
Let's
That
understand the
means that
concept
there's
of death
two
with an
media.
illustration.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you have
Do you know?
air and you have water. Those are two different medias.
But it's not,
Know
yeah,
what a
that's what I'm saying.
rainbow is? Do you know what a rainbow
You
is?
can't use refraction in nature without this. Yeah? So it
What
makes
happens to
no
light when you
sense.
shine it through a prism?
You're looking into a prism.
When you shine a light through it.
It's refraction.
Yeah, you're looking into a prism. That's what you're doing.
That's refraction.
Light split off and go all different directions.
So you want to just go ahead and redefine the English language or any
Yeah.
language? Well,
'Cause
you
I'm
go
saying it's
ahead and do
wrong.
that, buddy.
100%.
I mean, you're being like Globers, but you're saying you're a flat earther, but you've got the mind of a
Being
Glober.
worse.
No, I understand. I understand what
No,
you're
you
trying to
don't.
say here. But you're applying this false science as a truth when it's not.
Hello.
You're
we
basically
just
saying
demonstrated it.
when you shine light through a prism, it goes straight.
Yeah, well, basically the light hasn't changed. It's the object has altered the light. Yeah.
Altered means
Dude.
changed, for fuck's sake.
Exactly.
You're tripping, bro. Fuck.
So look, okay, this guy just posted a photograph, right? And he's calling that refraction because things look differently through that camera or whatever. Nothing's changed in nature. That's the thing. The light hasn't changed. If that's something
That's
else
what I
affecting.
say. Flat Lloyd, I say that that's air turbulence myself. I do not call
Yeah,
that
well, it's
atmospheric
heat.
refraction.
Yeah, heat in the air, hot days.
It requires two media for
Mm.
refraction, Snell's law, to, be a way to
Yeah,
describe the phenomena.
I understand, but refraction is
You
being
don't.
applied too broadly by everybody, isn't it?
I would say
What?
yes. But honestly, I would say, I mean, the way that Flat Lloyd just what he posted and what he put underneath it, I agree with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to accept it on the basis that it's
You
unscientific.
can't listen. You cannot
Yeah.
throw the baby out with the
Yeah,
bathwater.
I can.
You can't. The
Has to
poor
be alive.
baby.
Anything else down there?
Yeah, anyway, look. You're not going to change my mind. So it's as simple as that.
I'll change someone's mind if they don't understand what you're talking about anyway.
What mind?
I don't understand. I can't even begin to understand why we can demonstrate it. We can give you the definition. It doesn't apply to the way that Glovers use it. Glovers use it in a way that it is false.
Yes,
We
exactly.
pointed out to them very well. You would come in here and you would unmute your mic and you would make a complete mockery of flat Earth.
No, I get it. No, I understand what you're saying. But if anyone's using this law of refraction as a proof, and it's wrong, and I can punch holes in it very easily, it's got to
For
go.
what? Proof of what?
That you can see around a mountain because of refraction. That's the stupidest shit I ever heard of ever.
Yeah, we
That's
know
what
it
someone was
is.
trying to say. So yeah, if we get rid of refraction, they can't use it.
You don't just get rid of it; they're misapplying
Yes.
it. It exists, just not the way that they're claiming.
Exactly.
Well,
Yeah, what Virgo Greg put in the live stream voice text. Perfect, perfect demonstration
Exactly.
of what we're talking about.
That's what I described earlier.
Is that fake?
well, if you want to get technical, yes, it's fake because it's a picture. It's an image, not an image. It's a
So is that
drawing.
a fake representation of what happens in the real world?
You could argue that.
Spear fishermen, like for centuries, they've been doing it. They've learned how to account for the fact that that fish isn't really where they're seeing it. It's somewhere else. They're just seeing a refracted version of it, right? It's appearing to be in a place that it's not. So they account for that. So they don't shoot at the image. They don't throw the spear at the thing they're seeing. They throw it a little bit off. So that they get the fish.
Yeah, go spear fishing. Just once in your
But
life,
as I said,
please go spear fishing.
But
It's kind
as
of
I try to
relaxing.
explain to you, the fish is in the right location. It's the angle you're viewing the fish, so it's not
It's the
refraction.
path of light through two media. It flows down in the medium of water, so you see things at an angle that are not there, that are actually in a different location than what you're seeing.
Okay, it's fine. So is the light bending?
Through two media.
Light's not bending.
You're talking about air and water.
Excuse me.
No,
This is
listen.
extremely painful. And
No,
I
I
just
get
wanted
it.
to ask if
I
anybody.
honestly want to move away from the topic.
I just want to
Honestly,
ask if
do.
anybody's talked to Chubbs. I don't recognize.
Yeah,
the
Chubbs
name.
is
Is our Australian flat earther.
Okay,
He's
well,
kind of
shut up
new,
then. Sorry.
but he's a flat earther. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was just. It's getting painful. There's what about Inco? Inco. Inco. I don't know what that is. Is that anybody talk to this
Nkosi?
person?
He looks flat aware, judging by his posts.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't looking at that.
Yeah, the profile picture indicates a flat earth believer or knower.
I can't even. Yeah, I'm looking at my phone screen and it's so small I can't even really make out what it is unless I zoom in on it. But okay, I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
No, I understand. It is kind of painful to have to keep reiterating something that we all experience in real everyday life.
Yeah, I mean it's just I don't know.
Everyday life, that's a hope.
Hearing the same thing over and over and over.
I mean, what does he think is making it look making it appear to be in a different place?
Keep strawmanning too, and saying it's not actually in a different place. It's like everybody knows that.
I don't think you understand.
Oh boy.
Here,
Wrong.
look,
Can we please?
maybe
No,
this will make
please
more
not go
maybe.
backwards. Please.
Here, look.
Please
This
don't
is this.
act like
Maybe
we
this
don't
will.
understand.
Let's
Please
move on.
don't.
Maybe this. Okay, look. This is what I was trying to explain earlier.
Move
This
on.
picture populates.
I don't think anybody doesn't understand you. I think everybody
Yeah,
understands.
just wrong.
Yeah, you're just wrong.
So, okay, when you're looking at the fish from above, it's below you directly. So when you're at an angle, the fish is still at the same location, yeah?
Yeah, everybody knows that.
Exactly.
How many times are we gonna listen to this?
Think about no. Drop the idea of refraction. Get that concept out of your head.
No.
It's not refraction.
It's
It's
something
your
that happens
angle.
as light
It's your
passes
angle.
through the boundary separating two mediums.
You don't get
Why
it,
would I
do
drop
you?
that? Yes, I do. You don't, do
It's
you?
not refraction. It's your angle on the water.
Why is your angle? Why is your angle doing that? What is it about
If you
your
stood
angle?
above the fish, it's below you.
You know shit.
Out of-
Why does the
Yeah.
angle make a difference? Why does the
So
angle
the
make a difference?
light's not bending. It's your angle.
It's
That's
the
what
angle of the light's path at the boundary separating the two mediums.
You don't get it.
No, you don't, and you just
I'm gonna drop it. Honestly, if you can't understand that, dude, come on.
You said that like 3
Shit,
times.
you don't get it.
Yeah, but you just keep not getting it, and then when you hear it actually explained properly, you still don't get it, and so then you think that the person explaining it to you doesn't get it, but it's just you. Yeah, you don't get it. You don't seem to understand what refraction is. It's a really
No,
simple
but you've
concept.
got some.
It's a really simple
No,
thing.
you've got some cognitive bias regarding this.
Not really. It's just something that happens in nature.
You've been drinking,
Why?
man.
No, you don't get it, do you? Think
You don't
about
get
it. Come on, it's got to snap eventually.
Listen, man. Okay. Have you brought up the definition of refraction yet? Can you read it out to everyone?
Okay, I got two different versions here.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, go for it.
Your version and the correct version?
Yeah, read one out. Go with Snell's law.
So
Do that one.
this is just one version. The turning or bending of a wave, such as light or sound, that passes through
Light's
a
not a
medium
wave.
into a different optical density.
That's the definition of the law of refraction.
Okay, here's another one. Here's a good one. The apparent change in position of celestial objects by bending of light rays as they enter the Earth's atmosphere. Okay, that's just utter garbage.
Atmosphere.
Just look
Begging
up
the question.
Snell's,
Sphere-shaped air.
look up
It's
Snell's
nonsense.
law definition of refraction.
Yeah, we're talking about the law of refraction, which would be Snell's law. We're not talking about this hypothetical bendy light in a magical fairy tale globe world that we're not in. Just talking about light altering its path as it passes through a boundary separating mediums.
The light's
That
not
happens.
bending. The light's not bending.
Who the fuck said
Changing
bending?
fucking
but you?
direction. Changing direction.
It's your
keep strawmanning.
angle.
It's
No,
not
it's your
angle.
angle.
God.
The angle of the path of light intersecting the boundary between the
The light
mediums.
does as a constant. It doesn't change. You're looking.
Why do you
Okay.
think your angle matters?
What are you talking about?
Okay.
You're seeing it in a different position. How the fuck do you think you're seeing it in a different position? Hey, listen. If you're
It's
seeing
your
it in a
position. It's
different
got nothing to do with the
position,
light.
does that mean the fucking thing is in a different position, or the light is making it look like it's in a different position?
Oh my god.
Listen,
The
man.
light doesn't change, dude.
You sound like a retard. Sound like an
No,
absolute
the light doesn't
retard.
change. It's your angle.
No, the path of light does change. It's not
You've
your
got
angle.
to understand
The angle
that.
of
It's
incidence
very
of the
simple.
path of light at the boundary between the mediums, dude. We've posted it like
Not
17
the path
times.
of light.
And all this time that you've been doubling down on being stupid, you could have found out what refraction is like 20 times
No,
already.
I actually know, and this is how I know
You actually
it's wrong.
don't. You actually don't. And you've had many opportunities during this conversation where you want to keep being stupid instead to learn.
Why do you think your position makes a difference?
Because it's not bending. Light's not bending. It's just your
Who said
angle.
Why? That's
bending?
not what I asked.
Okay,
That's not what I
okay,
asked. I
stop,
asked,
stop, stop.
why do
I
you
want
think
you
your
to go down to
position
the
makes a
river and
difference?
test it.
Why do you
Because
think your
the
position
Snell's law
makes a
is
difference?
garbage. They've got it wrong.
How so?
Why do you think your position makes a difference to what you're seeing?
Because it's the assumption that light is bending when it's your angle.
Who
That's
said
it.
bending?
It's not
It's not
complex.
your angle.
Listen, PhD Blartech, I can go outside and I can walk up and down my street and my house
Yes.
doesn't appear to fucking change positions. It's still in the same fucking place because I'm looking through air, right? I'm not looking through two different mediums. If I'm looking at something and I'm looking through air and the thing is inside another medium like water, it's going to appear to be in a different location if my angle changes because of the fucking light that's coming from the thing to my eye. What don't you understand about that?
Exactly. So the light isn't changing. It's your angle.
Oh my
They've got it
God.
wrong. Snell's law is a total fucking joke. That's it. Right? The prism is changing the angle of the light.
Yeah,
That's it.
that's what we've been saying to you over and over again.
Oh my God! Did you just say
But
that?
it's
He's got
Did you
it.
just
that's
say
He's got
what
it.
I think you said? I think you actually
but I'm
got it.
saying it's the angle. What has it got to do with the light? If you straighten that light or you stand above the fish, it's now straight below you.
Changes angle.
Come on.
How do you think the light changes angle?
The light's constant.
Light goes through a different medium, slows it down, and changes the angle of the light
How?
because it's
That's
going
what it
in on
does.
an angle. If you go directly above, you don't get it. It doesn't work. It just goes straight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you're above the fish is below you.
Yes.
If you turn to the side, all of a sudden
Yeah.
the fish is on an angle. Yeah.
Bang. You got it. Bang.
That's it. It's the same fucking
Yeah.
refraction.
That's refraction, you retard. That's what it's called.
No, it's
That's
called
exactly
it's
what
called
exactly
angular
what
observation.
exactly
No,
what
it's not.
you just explained is refraction. That's what it's defined as. You can't
But it's
change
not
it. That's the definition
okay.
of it. That's the word.
Okay.
You know when you see a
You know
potato,
what? Don't
it's
even
a
take
potato.
my word for it.
You don't call it a fucking carrot.
Nobody
Don't
is.
take my
Don't
word
worry.
for it. Go and find it for yourself.
We already
I
I'm
know.
cited it
telling you,
for
it's
you
You
like
just
wrong.
50
It's
explained
times.
it.
100% incorrect.
You just explained it. It's perfect. You're just calling it something else.
Like wants to keep making it about the angle of the observer when it's the angle of the path of
Exactly.
light at the boundary between two mediums.
Change your position, the angle of the light is going to change.
The light hasn't changed. Your
And
angle has changed.
yes, the light
Oh
is
my
the
God.
light that is hitting the object and then coming back to your eye has changed angle.
So it's not the light, it's you, isn't it?
No.
How do you
Doesn't matter.
see?
You
How do you
can
see?
change
No,
angle.
drop it. No, you're not going to change my mind. I know what the truth is. Snell's Law is a joke, and it needs to be deleted.
This
It's a
guy's a
joke.
LARPer. I shouldn't have fallen for this.
It needs,
This is a
it's got to
LARP.
Yeah, I
be.
know that.
It's got to be Blartek's law of angular observation. That makes more
That's
sense.
trolling, man.
I'm not
You're
trolling. I'm
trolling.
deadly
True.
serious. 100%.
Has to be. He's got to be trolling.
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
I'm not.
I'm
Why
the
would I
idiot here.
lie
For
about my own
bullshit.
discovery? This is my discovery, not anyone else's.
Not your discovery, man.
Yes, it is.
Dude,
How can it be your discovery?
you were entertaining for a while. I'll give you that.
Light
Yeah.
is constant.
Hey, there's one thing. How do you see? Let's go through. How do you see? Is it because light comes into your eye? Is that how you see? Because light comes into your eye. Hello? Does light come into your eye? That's how you see images. Is that correct?
Dude, come on.
Answer it, man. Does light come into your eye? That's how you see.
Dude, come
But,
on, dude. This is ridiculous.
Answer yes or no, man.
Of course, light comes into the eye that we know of.
Okay.
Yes.
So if the light goes through a different medium, then it's changing direction and going into your eye.
Yeah, because the light is still the same and the object's still the same, right?
The light
Yeah, the
isn't
light's
still the
changed
same.
direction.
Was the same, it wouldn't hit your eye. Couldn't see it.
As I said, I'm referring to the fish in the water, not the sunglasses.
Yes, the light
in
is
the
bouncing
water,
off.
the fish in the water isn't refraction.
It's bullshit.
The fish in the water is bullshit.
They should not apply Snell's law to angle observation of the water. It's ridiculous. And
They're
it's
not.
incorrect. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to
Not
keep reiterating
angular.
this because it's getting embarrassing.
Not angular observation. The light is refracting and making it look like it's in a different position because it's going through. Because it's
not
going
refracting.
through.
Your angle has changed on the
Because it's
fish. If you
going
look
through.
above the
Because
fish,
it's going through
it's still.
two mediums.
Drop it. I'm over it. Honestly.
I don't know how you can't get this, man. It's such a simple fact. So you're saying that because globers say that refraction is a thing, which we know it is because there's a law of refraction, they use it in a different way, all right? Just because they use it in a different way doesn't mean that refraction doesn't exist. What you explained before was refraction. You're just calling it angle of fucking whatever you're calling it. It's actually called refraction. That's the term that it's used for. If you want to go and make up your own language, go and make up your own language. But if you start confusing things and calling it different things, then there's no argument because no one knows what the fuck they're talking about.
So
his logic,
that's it.
His logic is right.
You're describing peer review consensus, yeah? Because everyone has a consensus.
Idiots.
Okay,
because
what's
everyone
a potato,
has a consensus on Snell's law for some bizarre reason.
Do you agree what a
Why?
potato is? Do you agree what a potato is?
I'm not. If you're going to start mocking me, I'm not going to listen.
Do you agree what a potato is?
Oh, fucking mocking.
Well, okay, throw it in the water and look above it, then look sideways.
Yeah, it'll refract. But do you agree what a potato is?
Go and test it, dude.
His logic is if you take the Timbo. Sorry, yeah. Timbo. His logic is if you take the fish out of the water and put it on the sand, and then you're looking at it, right? It seems it's right there, right? And then you change your angle and you move away and you've changed your angle. It's not there. It's somewhere else.
You're going to be in a different position because he's changing his angle.
Yeah. Yes.
But it's not Snell's law, dude. That's the point. It's stupid. It's dumb shit. Whoever thought of that is ridiculous.
Oh, man.
It's true. The fish is still there. The light hasn't changed. The water hasn't changed. You've changed your position.
Nope.
That's
the light
it.
has changed its position.
No, it hasn't. Light's constant. It's
yes,
your
it has.
angle.
That's not what light's constant means.
Yeah, that's not.
We're talking about the speed of light. It can obviously deflect.
Okay. Dude, let's look at it from a different angle, all right? Okay,
Hold on, Blautek, shut up. Hold on, Blautek. This has like almost been nauseating listening, and I couldn't stop it because I was riding my bicycle and I couldn't stop it, and it's just unbelievable the extent you go to tell us that you agree with us, yet still complaining that we don't agree or something maddening.
Yeah. But I'm saying it's not Snell's law.
It's weird,
what
man.
I'm talking about.
Really
you
weird.
just did it again. Oh my god. You're like stuck in some kind of glitch, bro. I'm serious. You're horizontally challenged. You're horizontally. Dude, you're horizontally challenged. Wait a minute. If you let me finish, I could get a point out. So you're horizontally fucking challenged is what you are, my brother. I'm sorry to tell you, but we can help you through this. Like, we're experts in the field. I guarantee you. You have some kind of dilemma. You have a dilemma going on in your mind that is unresolvable without our help. I guarantee you.
Okay, fine.
You'll figure it out on your own.
Okay, listen to this.
So,
Okay.
yeah, so
Snell's
just
law,
relax.
the refraction of light
Hold
and an
on,
interface between two medium
hold on. No, hold on. Relax. You're not going to continue speaking like this. We're going to move on to see if anybody new is here. You're going to mute yourself and have mic discipline for right now.
Oh no, I'm going to go. I'm going to get up and make some coffee.
And we're going to hear from someone else like Chubbs, perhaps.
Yeah, someone else talk about it.
Just listen. Don't even comment for now. Just be scarce for just a little while.
Chubb's a regular.
It'll pay off dividends. So, yeah, I think so. You know, he is. Whoever
I'll talk to you
else
later.
may want to speak.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Join discord.gg/flatearth to join in the conversation about our Earth. Remember to get VC verified.
Enemy spotted.
MK.
Well, we have MK here, who says that all you need is a dollar store laser to measure the curve. Prove it's a globe. This is what we've been waiting for. If only MK would share that information with us.
Hey, I can talk.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
So what do we have to do to measure this globe?
When you go underwater, take a laser. Sorry for my bad English. Straight it out and beam out of the ocean. And then measure with a boat. The laser goes everything higher, every time higher.
Really?
No.
Really?
Yes.
Okay,
I have proof it. I have proof it on my lake.
Okay, how much higher over what distance?
It was 2 centimeters of shit. I don't know your measure thing. I don't know inches, centimeters. And
I know
centimeter.
centimeter.
How much,
I know centimeter. I know
so
centimeter.
How much beam? How much
it
beam
was
divergence?
in 2 kilometers. It was 2 centimeters.
Oh, 2 kilometers, 2 centimeters. How much beam divergence?
A laser goes straight.
No, it diverges. How much? It's going to diverge to an extent.
I don't understand what's the diverge?
Beam divergence.
I have to Google it.
Basically, the beam diameter is going to increase over distance.
Yes. It's increasing, but it goes up. But why? On a flat Earth, that shouldn't go up.
Well, you just told us.
The water is straight.
You just told us the beam's going to diverge.
No, he goes up. Yes, he diverges, but he trotzdem he goes up.
And the Earth is dropping.
Yes.
By 2 centimeters. And you don't know how much your beam is diverging by.
I don't
How
know
much is it supposed to? How much is it supposed to?
I don't know the word for a sextant. Is this the same word in English? Sextant.
Yes, a sextant. A sextant.
Yes. How this works when the Earth is flat?
So you're gonna aim that at the horizon, right?
How
Yeah,
how
no, no,
this
no, no,
works?
no, no, no. You aim
Yes,
at
yes, yes,
at
yes,
the
yes.
rotation point of the Earth at the polar star, but it don't work on a flat Earth.
Okay, you are saying that it's happening on 2 kilometers. But what is happening if you on 18 kilometers you don't have a 20 meters drop? What is happening if you on 18 kilometers you don't have
Yes.
20 meters of drop? You have the still flat water. What then? Not on 2 kilometers, on 18 kilometers. If you don't have 20 meters of drop, what then?
I can't measure this.
We
I
measure
have
it.
proved
I'm
this
telling you
on
now. I'm telling you, we measure it. I'm telling you now. If on 18 kilometers there is no drop of 50 meters.
Have you tested it?
Yeah.
Why?
Can
Why
somebody
is
pause the black? Can somebody pause the black's phone?
I still want a citation. I want the source of.
I have
Do you see? Do you see these two oil rigs?
I see
Invoice
nothing.
text chat. Do you see invoice text chat picture?
Wait.
Yeah, so where's that drop that you
I
said?
don't see the
you are
channel.
laughing. You are laughing.
I
That's
think
great.
I'm banned from this channel. I don't see it.
Okay, you cannot see it. Fuck.
So if you guys measured a drop of 2 centimeters corresponding to the globe drop over distance rate, then that would equate to a geometric horizon in that picture I just posted in the live stream voice text at 1.2 miles. Oh shoot, he's in cog dis.
Posting call
Okay.
this. Can he see there?
I don't know where you posted anything. I don't see it.
It's been posted in cog dis chat. So if what you've measured is globe curvature, right? Then that would equal a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles in that picture. Do you think that picture has a 1.2 mile horizon in it?
If you have problems with the miles, I will translate you in kilometers.
Oh, that's not a problem.
Okay, but I told you that it's 18 kilometers. Or 16, I will tell you a lie. Between 16 and 18.
Yes, yes.
1 mile, I think it's 16 kilometers. Don't take
I
me for...
think 0.6 or so.
Yeah. There must be 20 meters of drop there.
Oh. It looks like the Earth is flat.
Okay.
Yep.
And that's only one observation.
When I see this picture, I really think the
that's
Earth
only
is flat.
one observation. You have more observations with 20 miles, 50 miles, 255 miles.
Welcome to Flat Earth, my friend.
Oh, I was half in this, but there is a German YouTube channel called Flow Plus, and they debunk everything, every single thing.
Well, what did they debunk?
Everything.
Well, start with
everything
something. Something specific.
Everything.
Okay, so that would include.
Look at that channel.
Hold on.
I think in English
hold on,
you understand.
dude. Listen, that would include what we just showed you, then, right?
Yes, yes. Oh,
How did they debunk that?
look at the videos. There's so much I can't repeat it.
Okay,
all.
so you don't know how they debunked it.
And I'm drunk. Sorry.
Okay, so how do you know they debunk it if you don't know like what the video actually says?
he makes the same I don't know the word of what is same experiment, but he.
You don't know what you are talking about now, but
No, I don't. I'm German. I don't know the words. My English is
I'm
very
Croatian.
bad. My
I'm
English
Croatian.
is very bad.
I'm Croatian.
Yes.
So if
my
we can't,
English is my third.
really
English
good.
is my
Your
English is my English is my third language.
Yeah, but if you can't tell us what they did to debunk it, then why do you believe they debunked it?
Show the videos. There's so much.
Can you pause the video?
Just tell us what they did. You're the one who knows the videos. You're the one who's watched them, right? So you just tell us what they did to debunk it.
But he debunks everything.
Oh,
there are 50 videos.
You haven't told us how they debunk anything, though.
And what they are saying in videos. Did you watch the videos?
Yes. But
And
I can't remember all of this.
Can you tell one example of what's debunked?
Wait. I searched the video for this example and then I come back.
Maybe now what he meant to
but
say.
you don't understand it, well.
Maybe what he meant to say now, it's he thinks that they debunk it, but they,
No.
in reality,
You don't think.
they didn't debunk it.
He proves it.
So.
He proves it.
How? What
no,
was
you
the proof?
thought that they debunked
it.
Yeah, what's the proof?
Science.
Okay, that's not proof. That's just a word. What did they actually do?
I searched the video.
You got to tell us what they actually did. Give us the method.
I don't know.
And we'll need citations for whatever they're claiming they did.
There's so much to debunk.
Yeah,
can I ask you something?
You can't start. There's so much to debunk that you can't. Hold on. There's so much to debunk that you can't start with any of it. Go ahead, Sasha.
Can I ask you something like a Croatian? Also, I don't speak very good English, and I want to ask you like a human being now.
Yes.
Okay, what I show you that, or what Heretic show you that pictures? What is telling you like a human being?
Yeah, the Earth is flat.
Okay, and why are you saying now that that thing is debunked?
Why I can't remember what he was actually saying. But when you see it,
man, this speech is Santa Barbara. It doesn't matter. You can do that for yourself. For example, you can go somewhere, wherever you want to go on the beach. You don't have maybe beach in Germany near, or I don't know. But if you check that for yourself, for example, if you make that experiment, you will get the same results. You will not find drop over distance anywhere. That's not the point. For example, that the Heretic show you that picture. That is Santa Barbara. If you can in your life check for yourself, you will be surprised. That's the thing what we are saying the people here.
Yes,
not that we are some cult who are believing in flat earth. But it's not much in reality here.
I respect everyone's opinion, or I don't know the word for this, but
it's not about my opinion. It's about geometry of the surface of the water. It's called sea level, like in Germany. How you call sea level? How you measure the mountain in the middle of the Germany? How do you know the height of the mountain?
Only with GPS.
How do you know the height? The height of the mountain was, you know the height before GPS was invented.
It's not possible, I think.
Are you saying that it's not possible? You have the height of the mountain because it's above the sea level.
Yeah, but we have
which sea level you are using in Germany for the elevation?
We have only lakes. We can't measure the sea level.
Yeah,
no, he's trying to say we call it.
Every lake drops down, and
if your mountain has 2,000 meters, what that mean 2,000 meters? Above the sea level.
Yes.
And sea level is where?
Above the sea.
But sea level. What is sea level?
Yeah,
Is it
from
level curved? Is it level curved?
yes.
Yeah.
Show us that.
I don't know. I never learned in my life that level ever was curved.
Can you show us an example of this curved level? Specifically the one that you're claiming, sea level.
I don't know what's level is really meaning.
Oh, really?
Level? It's the height or
Let's find in German how. I will find it now. Okay.
it's
Wait
the
just a
height
second. Only because of
or
struggling of English, I will help you. Wait just a second. Level in German. I'm beginner. Sorry, I'm just a second. I'm so interested. Because one year ago it was French guy, but somehow the word was almost the same. German translation of level. Flat ground surface floor. Eben, gestrichen.
Eben. Isn't it Eben?
Versuchen Sie, das Boot waagerecht zu halten. Segelflugzeug behält die gleiche Flughöhe bei. Schlafzimmer liegt ebenig oder zu ebener Erde. Does it saying anything about curve?
no.
Okay, thank you.
But
That was your language.
But cars are also flat.
Can you find on your language that level it's curved, any citation, and then I will translate. But in German, find
yes,
any citation that level is curved, please.
The problem is you can't understand these videos.
Probably. I studied German in high school, but I forget it. That would be my fourth language, but sorry. I know to say some things like in German also. How
I think it's really nice when the Earth is flat, but I don't think so.
I
Why
told
not?
you.
We already showed it to you. You didn't see any curved sea level in that picture we showed you. What's the problem?
Yes. But can you show
Can I tell you
a
another?
video?
Can I tell you another story? It's better one because that was 18 kilometers. There are people making, I think, from UK to France, or I will tell you a lie. They're making photos from one mountain to another mountains there in Europe, and the distance it's 400 kilometers. You know. And they are getting the photos. You can find it, and that's the Guinness record of 270 miles. I think that's like a 400 something kilometers. There should to be like I will tell you a lie, from 3 kilometers of drop, or even more. But I will tell you 3 kilometers of drop. But you can see almost the entire mountains. I can. Somebody can post him also that
really
Guinness
big.
record picture that he can see. Then they have in U.S. Michigan Lake near Chicago town, and from another side, that's some 53 miles. That is in kilometers, something like 80 kilometers. You know,
Okay.
they should to be. Wait, also.
I understand what you mean.
Yeah, there is no such a thing like a drop over distance in reality. It's yeah, we can say it's fucking flat, but it's fucking flat.
I hope so, but I don't think so.
Yeah, and we call that sea level. You know how Americans call the things what
But
is
in
flying over your
America,
head?
everything is flat.
Do you know how English people call the things flying over your head what you travel?
UFO
Air,
or UAP?
air. Listen carefully. Airplane. Interesting, huh? Is it funny?
Nice.
Airplane.
It's nice, but it's only a word.
Yeah. Like a listen this word, atmosphere. Do you know what that means?
It's a sphere.
Yeah. Do you know what mean atmo?
No.
Atmo mean gas. Gas cannot have the shape. Gas cannot be a sphere. Atmosphere, it's ridiculous to be a word. Uh-oh. Did you know that gas cannot have a? Did you know that gas cannot conform the shape?
When I think the Earth is a globe, and on the one side you have the polar star. You make a video, a time-lapse video, is rotating on the one side. You go on the other side of the Earth, it rotates in the other side.
What's
rotating? How is this possible?
What's rotates?
Yeah,
what is rotating?
Yeah.
What is rotating?
Good question. How is that possible? You just said that your globe spins. You just said that your globe spins in two different directions. How is that?
Imagine it's
No, we're gonna stop right there where you said imagine. Just show us the globe.
South Pole. And you
talked right through me while he was on mute.
Up. There's the polar star. This is every time in the middle. Also, of the other side, there's another star. It's also in the middle.
Can I ask a question about star? Can I ask a question about star?
The polar star, the other star, I don't know.
Does that anything has to do with the shape of the surface? Does that star or any star has to do anything with the shape of the Earth?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, it rotates. Okay,
that means
to the right.
Rotates,
on the other side, it rotates to the left. How is this possible on the flat Earth?
I'm asking you that you are saying that something in the sky can tell you what is the shape of the ground.
Yes. Oh, definitely.
Okay, you are telling me that if you are watching your ceiling in your room, and you are watching your lamp, or how you call lamp, that what is light.
Yeah, but it's rotating. I don't rotate.
What is rotating, man?
The Earth.
There. How do you know that?
You see it when you look at the stars.
What do you
Make
see
a time lapse.
What do you see when you go out? What do you see when you go out?
Take a camera.
No, tell me, what do you see
lapse.
when you go out? Tell me, what do you see when you go out and look? Let's say it's night time and you see the sky and the moon, full moon, and you see the stars. What do you see?
Moon and stars.
Are they moving or Earth is moving?
He just said it.
But when you're off the other side, it turns another.
No. I'm asking you when you go outside.
When it turns on the other side,
I'm asking you. I'm asking you not when you go other place. When you go outside, when you go outside, what is moving?
I can tell.
Hey, listen.
Of the stars moving or I moving, I don't know. But if you go off the other side of the virtual globe,
I can tell you.
Hold on, really
quick. Off the other side.
I gotta get in there really quick. You said it turns to the left or it turns to the right. Those are relative directions. All you did was turn around, dude.
Okay, I will tell you. When I go outside, I am not moving. The sky, stars, and moon, they are moving. That I can observe. That if you and me, if we go outside together, outside, on the street, and if you look the sky, we will see that stars and moon are moving. We will not feel any movement of the earth. Do you understand that?
Yeah, you can't feel any movement, but you can't only feel
what?
You can't movement. You can't feel it.
Why?
When you in a train and it's moving,
when I'm in
you
train.
can't
Okay.
you can't
Are
feel
you
that it's moving. You
we are
can
not in
only
train.
feel
Okay, I will tell you.
the drag.
I will tell you very.
The drag
It's
race.
easy. It's easy.
There
Don't
you
go to
have
train.
this.
Don't go to train, man. We are outside. Listen this now. You are saying that we are rotating. We are outside, but we are not feeling.
Yes.
Now my question is this: how would look like if we are stationary?
When we are stationary, the stars are moving.
How we would look like if Earth is stationary and we are standing outside?
I think we are all dead.
You didn't answer me. How will it look like? You said if we are going outside now, the Earth is moving,
from the
and we cannot
universe.
feel
When
that.
you look from the Earth, from the moon, so theoretically.
Theoretically.
Oh. Yes, well, the moon is not
what?
real, or
No, you said this. Can I repeat? If we go outside, you said we are moving, but we cannot feel that. And
Yes.
stars and moon. Okay. Now my question is, if we go outside, let's imagine that Earth is stationary. What then? Will happen?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know if I understand this right.
How you know that something is stationary?
You can't.
You cannot know if something is stationary.
No.
No.
But you can only I know the word. You can only feel the acceleration, but not the moving.
Man, do you understand?
You can only feel
Jesus.
acceleration. Well, in your Globetard religion, you're accelerating constantly.
No.
Are you drunk?
You're moving constantly.
Are you drunk? You dumbass cracker. The Earth in your paradigm has angular velocity. That means it's accelerating. So why don't you feel it?
We have Schwerkraft. I don't know what's
Schwerkraft. Go to the Wannsee.
Schwerkraft, yeah. You mean gravity.
Yes.
Gravity
Yeah,
doesn't
you don't have
exist.
gravity. You're a dumbass.
You cannot feel Schwerkraft or gravity.
What does gravity have to do with your horseshit acceleration?
Wait.
Which gravity are you talking about?
The gravity when I
Which gravity
let
are you
my
talking
beer
about?
fall, it drops down to the bottom.
Wait, dude, fall, drop. I'll just let a helium balloon go.
Yeah, he has every reason to ask you why you are drunk.
A
Because
helium
this is the most
balloon
common
is
feeling
it's
when
lighter
you're stuffed.
density like air.
Like a velocity like air. You drunk?
I said it 3 times or 4
Oh,
times.
I'm sorry. I just got in here. Are you drunk? Yes. Are you drunk?
How often I should repeat me?
Okay, then I'm gonna fucking mute your dumb ass. We don't listen to drunks. Go get sober and then come back. Damn.
What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers.
So, apparently on the 23rd of August, India are going to have another pop at landing on the moon. This mission's called the Chandrayaan 3 mission. We get to see some of the build quality, and I'm going to be honest, that's not bad for a space art project. That's not bad at all. That's almost a convincing prop, so well done, lads. But what I thought we'd do just to get a flavour, a taste of what is to come, I thought we'd revisit the last time India attempted to land on the moon. Bear with me. So we join the action here in the Indian control room as their lunar lander comes in to land.
Welcome to the coverage of soft landing of Chandrayaan-2 on lunar surface. These are the visuals from
I'm just going to pause you there, my good man. I've just noticed something. Considering India are now they're thought of and cited as a space superpower. Considering that, I find it very strange that this young lady here in your control room at the back seems to be communicating with someone via CB radio. Who's she chatting to? Chris Christopherson? Look.
Operations Complex at ISRO Telemetry, Tracking and Command Network, ISTRAC, based out of the garden city of Bengaluru, Karnataka.
Another 48 seconds to go before this deboost or firing of the engines. The 4 thruster engine, throttle engines are carried out.
Oh dear. So far, numbers, CB radios, strangely enough, and terrible cartoons. You would have thought by now you'd have a live camera there to give you a visual to what's going on, regardless if there's a so-called delay. At least then you've got some kind of visual representation to show you what's actually going on, and a historical record should things go wrong to enable you to put them right. But no, we don't get that. We get cartoons, data, and CB radios. This is literally adults working themselves up into a frenzy over terrible cartoons. I don't think Matey Boy's buying it, mind.
Yes, the descent phase of operation for the Vikram lander has just been initiated with the firing of the 4 liquid engines, which I was mentioning, the 4 throttle engines. The activity has just started. So we expect in the next 3 minutes, the velocity should come down to something like 146. So on your screen, you can see the plot where we have on the x-axis, the downrange, and on the y.
Look at how easy this silly charade is to pull off. You get a load of people in, you pay them a wage. They read and interpret data, and then suddenly think reality is exactly the opposite to what can be tested and verified by all. They justify that by clapping to cartoons on a TV screen and chatting to goodness knows who on CB radios. Dear, oh dear.
Axis is the altitude. So I think altitude has Alok has come down quite substantially now.
And look what these people have actually got on their screens as far as evidence to suggest this silliness is actually taking place. Obviously it's not. But look, how obvious do they have to make it?
We are almost maybe in the range of 10 to 20 kilometers. And velocity also is, yeah, I think maybe. So a very close match with respect to the pre-flight predictions. So we have finished the rough braking phase now because the target for that was 7.4 kilometers and the velocity was nearly 140. So the
Good Matey Boy here. He's like, that cartoon is amazing. Amazing. Mate, come on. What have you got yourself into here through your naivety? Dear, oh dear.
The Vikram lander has successfully completed the rough braking phase, and now we have...
Even these kids ain't buying it. Look at the faces.
Entered the next phase of operation, which is the absolute navigation or attitude control phase, and this particular event is going to last for nearly 38 seconds, and the 4 throttleable engines are continuously on. and we see the velocity is something like 86 meter per second and roughly 4.43 kilometers away from the landing site. So all going well.
Don't get me wrong, mate. It all sounds like a good story. Don't get me wrong. The graphics and everything's got a touch of the sort of Escape from New York vibe about it. But hey, I don't nothing wrong with a good old John Carpenter film. But this just ain't cutting it, fella.
Awaiting the announcement for completing. Yes, the rough braking phase has been successfully completed, and we have entered the next phase of braking operation, which is the fine braking start, which is going to basically commence from 5 kilometer altitude, and this particular operation is going to last for nearly 96 seconds, wherein the Vikram lander will be
ridiculous,
reaching an altitude of just 400 meters above the landing site for initiating the vertical descent operations. So we are almost 11 minutes 52 seconds after the descent operation has started, just awaiting the announcement for the end of fine braking phase. Maybe another few seconds, we should hear the announcement that the fine braking phase of operation has been completed, and we expect at the end of this the vehicle to reach an altitude of almost 400 meters. And the velocity right now, if you look at the plot, we have the Vikram lander has a horizontal velocity of nearly 48 meters and vertical velocity of 60 meters per second.
This mission control center, Vikram lander descent was as planned and normal performance was observed up to an altitude of 2.1 kilometer. Subsequently, communication from lander ground station was lost. The data is...
Oh, bless him. Bless him. His cartoon didn't land. And as a result, everyone's devastated. Can you see how easy it is to pull off this silly pantomime, this silly moon landing charade? I suppose the big question is, because this is the last mission, just to get a taste of what is to come, will we get to see the Indian space prop art project do the rounds on the space pantomime circuit? Or will they again have a supposed crash landing, and in doing so spare us the silliness that no doubt will follow if it's a supposed successful landing? Oh, please let it be successful, supposedly. Please let them go for the silly storyline that it is successful and we get to see their rover and their art project in all its silly glory. Please. Can't wait.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
what do
into
they typically
space.
mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has
that's
ever
not what
been
they
in space.
mean. They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay, if that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts. Okay, that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of 100 miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space, and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right? If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth orbit.
All right. Listen, I can't find fault with anything you said. It kind of makes sense.
Frankly, I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
So you have NASA saying they don't have the technology to do that anymore. The technology that they used between 1963 and 1972, they don't have it anymore. But then you hear your ex-president say they're still using the same technology that they used between 1963 and 1972, which is their current excuse for not being able to go past low Earth orbit. Now keep that in mind.
Previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
The technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go, and this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Nowadays, outer space is a given in everyone's minds.
It's virtually in every movie, video game, comic book, novel, and even music and TV shows, causing mostly everyone to believe in outer space without question, even though they have never been there or seen it for themselves. Did you know that we are told that a mere 536 people have been to space, with only 24 of them traveling beyond low Earth orbit? That's barely a drop in the bucket as far as the entirety of Earth's population is concerned. And one of the funniest things is that all 24 people that have supposedly been past low Earth orbit come from the Apollo missions that took place between 1963 and 1972.
Now think about that. The only people that have been to space, and I say that in quote when I say space, are these 24 guys, and the last time they went was 1972. And they just all happen to be Freemasons. And let's have a look at their reaction when being asked about going past low Earth orbit.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
Please?
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir, I don't have nothing to do with this, but you cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there. So
you can't solicit like this on this property.
Keep shooting.
All right, well then I go through my measures.
Yeah. You got to keep shooting, man. Okay, well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Just come with me, Buzz. You really like it, did you?
Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Okay.
If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Sibrel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital.
How are you?
Good. I'm the gentleman who found the classified tape from your mission of you faking the window shot. Oh, asking you to swear in the Bible that you orbited the moon.
Would you please go away?
Well, if you really orbited the moon, why won't you swear in the Bible that you did so? I just don't understand why if you orbited the moon, you wouldn't have a problem about swearing to the Bible on it. Can you tell me why? Are you afraid for the truth to come out? Tell us, what is this video? I'm not quite following it on right now.
Yes. From the challenges by the group that has said we never went to the moon, and they're trying to pick holes in some of the lunar photographs. And it's an interesting subject because they're totally misguided. We did exactly what we said we did. And they can try to pick holes in the photography all they want to, but if you're going to press me on this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore, because I won't pursue this. All of this attempt to say the Apollo programs were fake is just sheer nonsense, and you can talk till hell freezes over, and you're wrong. Okay?
Well, would you affirm?
I won't continue on this line.
Would you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
You bet your sweet ass.
Okay. Put your left hand on the Bible. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand and say, I, Edgar Mitchell.
I, Edgar Mitchell.
Affirm.
Affirm.
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
I don't believe in that, but penalty of eternal damnation.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
Well, you know, you're the first astronaut to do that. We asked 6 other astronauts to swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it.
Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie. Good to meet you.
I don't say it's a pleasure.
Understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay. As an independent producer,
Okay,
we're heading out.
doing that is against moral ethics.
lying about going to the moon is a satanic lie of gigantic proportions.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get.
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of the Black House.
Don't get a gun to shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us. See you later. In court, I hope.
Want to call the CIA? Have them whacked.
Now, you would think that these guys would be falling to their knees to swear on the Bible that they walked on the moon. You think it would be something they'd be proud of, but that's not their reaction. They're acting like criminals with something to hide, like someone who just got caught lying or cheating. But anyways, as I was saying, out of 7.8 billion people in the world, only these handful of people say they've been to space. And that's what your whole belief system lies upon. These 24 guys, what they say they've seen. Freemasons. And no one since then has been beyond low Earth orbit because they lost the technology to go back there. They never lost the technology. They never had it. And as long as they say they lost it, can't none of these new astronauts try to go there, and that's their excuse, so they never find out there's a firmament. You can't go anywhere beyond what they call low Earth orbit. And that is why every rocket or shuttle launch that you've ever seen in your life on TV always curves off because there's a firmament. There is no place to go.
But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
I have to announce to you that I will never retire. I will only retire when I'm dead in this ring. Wow. How about that announcement? Over my dead body. I've got too much juice left. Woo! I'm still an itch boy. I love this business. I'm going nowhere. Thank you. Woo!
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Globe Logic compilation. Enjoy the show and grab some popcorn.
What? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
No. It's time!
The geometric horizon is behind everything and in front of everything at all times, unless something is directly in front of you on a flat surface.
What?
It's a globe, guys. The geometric horizon doesn't stop. It doesn't end.
Wait, so your claim being that the Earth is, we're not moving and everything around us is moving is based off of an observation?
So, how else would you base it off of? Do you have anything that's non-observational that would give you any indication as to the Earth's movement?
The numbers.
Well, you can't.
Wait, the numbers?
The numbers don't lie, bro.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You can also take samples of the elements of the sun. You can also take samples of the elements of the sun.
Not the cap.
If you can't observe yourself, if you don't have a mirror, and you can't see your limbs, you just can see straight. You can't see your nose, you can't see your body, but you're living in reality, and you see all those people, and you communicate with people and everything, but they're not allowed to tell you how you look like. You're gonna make the assumption that you're actually the same person, just not what your hair looks like, what your eye color looks like, and all of that detail stuff. But if essentially you're the same as everybody else. So why should we be any different than the other planets in our solar system? That's my point.
That analogy being used, that analogy illustrates that that's a weak inductive inference, and it doesn't adequately substantiate the concluding premise.
But wait, there's more.
That's what the analogy illustrates.
Yeah, it's not a solid one, but it's just one part of it, of course.
What valid scientific experiment exists in astronomy?
By getting a telescope and looking somewhere else in space.
So if I spent 47,000 hours watching porno, it's a science.
No, because this
You just said watching
the
shit is
scientific
science. You
field.
just said watching shit is science.
Bro, you're
Well, I said watching shit in this context is science.
No, so context.
Because, well, no,
is science.
because they're
So if
watching this
if
shit
I
to
watch
understand how it works,
47,000
why
hours,
it works,
if I
when
watch
it works.
47,000, hold on, if I watched 47,000 hours of porno and I was taking notes about patterns I saw, then it's science?
How it works?
Well, no, because the porno is not important.
But right now, you don't know if the Earth is a globe.
I do. I've seen pictures of it.
Okay. I mean, you've seen pictures of it, but do you think that's a great way to present evidence? So if I showed you a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building, you're going to be like, King Kong.
Another thing that I actually have done, I've been to the equator, and I've balanced an egg on a nail.
Bruh.
Wait. So that's pretty much proof for me.
Wait. I don't see the correlation. I'm sorry.
Bro.
That's science. That's just scientific
I didn't
proof.
expect that.
So back to the question: who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth? Any time in history?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, what did he do? What was
he went and he did the calculation that he learned in school.
What did he do so that we can know that there's drop over distance? Tell us the method.
I don't fucking know. What do I need to know?
I know you don't know. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, but I don't fucking know how cancer works, and I still believe in that.
Because of the fact that you're stating that the Earth has this curvature, but you have no knowledge on how anybody who's directly measured this curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance, right? I would
how have you measured the curvature of the Earth or lack thereof?
That's not the question. That's not the question here. The question is your knowledge, as your baseline knowledge, as how it's been done. You have no idea. You have just a belief that someone's done that. You don't know it.
All right. So you hold yourself to the same standard.
All right. Yeah, that's fine. But listen, I'm not the one that's saying that the Earth is a globe, because I know that it's not.
What's your claim?
I don't have a claim.
So you're a coward.
I'm not a coward. I don't have a claim for the shape of the Earth. You do. All right. So second question. They're saying that the Earth is rotating, right, on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. These are very simple. You should know these. Who has directly measured this rotation, as in per the axial rotation, anytime in history?
Listen, man, I'm gonna bow out. You have a nice night. I love you.
Yeah, believe me, this is what I love.
I feel like I'm being respected right now, so I'm gonna bow out. Love everyone else. See you
later.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
So to measure the angle of the sun, you need to get sufficiently far apart on Earth and measure the angle of the incoming rays. And they have to be oriented. That's how it has to be done. Because they have to be oriented. No, you didn't.
Yeah, me and my buddy. He did it from Oklahoma City. I did it from DFW. That's at least 15 degrees latitude difference.
Okay. What does that mean?
It's not 15 degrees.
It means there's 15 degrees of latitude.
How do you know it isn't 15 degrees sun? How do you know it is? Well, Jim, let me ask you a question. How do you know it isn't 15 degrees divergence of the sun rays?
Well, they're both the same. That's how we got.
You're just saying that. I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen. I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen.
What research do you need to do to know that you're not moving? Because I have seen multiple scientific pictures of the globe.
Of course! Don't you know anything about science?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You don't prove the hypothesis in science, buddy.
If I look at someone's chin who's like 10 meters away from me, that chin is not really there. It's refracted.
It will be refracted.
What about someone else's chin? What about someone else's chin?
Well, if I'm sitting... Well, that would technically be apparent, but it would match much better to the geographic at close distance because the distortion would be almost none. Physical Earth curve is like your chin. You can't look down and see your chin unless you've got a freakishly jutting chin. You can only ever see it in a mirror or in a picture, right?
Plumb line straight or curved?
Again, you're talking to me.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
So you're going to mute me every time?
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Fuck you.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Is the claim here that the pylons of the
Heretic, if you're going to keep
away
talking
from each
over
other?
me, I'm not going to...
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Did your mother have children that lived?
Are plumb lines straight lines? You literally can't answer. Uh-oh.
A plumb line goes straight down.
It goes straight down. Okay. Goodbye, globe.
Oh, Ed, explain your proof. Come on, dumbass. Explain your proof.
Right there.
Why are you so
angry? As soon as you start talking...
What, you going to refute the entire field of geodesy now? They don't say that plumb lines are straight lines. Guess you shouldn't have invoked that to prove a globe. Plumb lines are curved lines. Now you're saying they're straight and they tilt away from each other. Well, not on the globe model, they don't. So I guess we're done here.
Are we? You think you've won? It's amazing, Heretic. You know what? That's why my...
You don't even know what the plumb lines you're trying to prove the tilt of are in the paradigm that you're trying to use them to prove. So, yeah, we're done.
Yeah, I know.
Bomb has been defused.
The formula is for the physical
horizon that exists. The one that you see is an optical one because of optical effects.
You're reverting back. The reason that I interrupted the conversation this time is because you said that boats in the sun go over the horizon and it's optical, and then we were like, well, how do you know?
They go over the physical horizon and you see the optical horizon.
Yeah, okay, but then your conclusion was that it was a globe. How? Because you assume it?
Because it fits the model.
It's a reification fallacy then, on top of begging the question.
Fred, let me interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
It doesn't fit the model. Pay attention. It doesn't fit the model because you just said it goes over the physical horizon, but you only see it go over the optical horizon. That is a model that's not fitting, brother, because you see it doing something that it's not doing.
I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit because there's not enough variables in the model. The model only describes.
Thank you.
The model only describes the physical model, and the picture
stop.
is
Now you have to stop, because when you were talking to me, you said that begging the question is okay because it fits the model. You just told him it doesn't.
It's rewind time.
It fits the model. I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit.
So you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
This is why we should
accept it to be the case. It's very slight.
Oh, it's very slight now. Well, how slight is it?
Well,
is it distinguishable to the naked eye?
Probably not, actually.
Oh, right. So when you go up a mountain, you don't see curve like you said. So you just lied.
Jedi said when you go up a mountain you can see curve. I said you can measure drop. No, I did not. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. I said going up a mountain you can measure drop over distance.
No, you just said you can see left to right curve going up a mountain, you liar.
No,
you said you can see left to right.
Rory did.
That was earlier.
You just said right there when Jedi asked about left to right curve, and I asked about it to clarify. You said yes. Then you said it's very slight. There's one guy called Rory who climbed a mountain and he took a picture and he saw that it was curved, but no one else can see it. And you can't see it with your naked eye, despite just saying you went up a mountain and saw it. So you're a liar, Ruhith. And it's all recorded, and it's pathetic, and it's sad. Do you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The Big Bang was created from nothing, and they replicated creating something from nothing.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
They created a property from graphene by creating electric fields.
My God, dude, listen to what you just said. They created a property from graphene, which means it's not nothing.
What is it made out of?
The moon is made of mostly rock. The sun is made of helium and hydrogen mostly.
And you know this how?
Observations, science.
You observed the rock?
What? I've observed the rock through a telescope. Other people have done a lot more detailed analysis on it.
And you're 100% sure that's what it is?
I trust the experts.
Shut up, bitch!
So what do boats disappear over?
Geometric horizon.
But you said we don't see that.
Remember how you started with your whole globe proof? Remember how you started with your whole globe proof being things appearing to vanish bottom up in the distance, and now you're saying the thing that they're supposed to appear to vanish over is refracted so that it doesn't appear.
Bomb has been planted.
I don't see the problem with that.
What?
This is what laser targeting systems are. You know, the things that are used by, for example, the navies of the world. So they use laser targeting systems at distances of 100 miles, requiring the surface of the Earth to be level, because if it was curved, it would get in the way.
Hey, wake up. Well, you have to see that the Earth is this is not proof, but it has gravitational pull that the laser gets pulled down. So the laser still hits the target, even though it's so far away.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now.
Can you show me that curvature?
It's too. Yes, if you like zoom out very far, you will see the curvature.
Zoom out from where?
From outside of Earth, like outside of its atmosphere.
Can you send the guy that's up there a message to zoom out so I can see it?
You have pictures and videos. I sent you a video.
So if he's showing us curvature up there, that the place where we're standing is curved, then we should be able to translate that back down onto the ground. Yeah?
Not
and
really
measure
because
it down
of how
here?
gravity works. No, because of how gravity works. If you like go down like gravity.
So
you
we
also,
can't
like,
measure it. We can't measure it because of gravity.
Yeah.
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Does the Earth look flat or round? Does the Earth look flat or round?
It's definitely round, dude.
Hey, does it look flat or round?
What does it look like? Hello?
Can't even do it. You're fucking sick, dude. You're sick in the fucking head. Like, you can't even admit that the Earth looks flat.
I refuse to incriminate myself. How about that?
I refuse. You see, look at this video.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I refuse to incriminate myself.
A few moments later.
I know. Have you been outside before?
Yes.
Okay. What does the Earth look like, flat or curved?
I am not answering that question.
Yeah, you need to.
No, I don't.
You need to. Why not?
Why? It's not proof the Earth is flat or curved. I'm asking you what it looks like. Like, what it looks like.
I don't have to answer that question.
You serious?
All right, so when you go outside, did you see the world looking like it's flat? Yes or no?
And how many times have I told you I'm not answering that question?
The only thing you've said that's honest is that you were drinking.
Yes, that was something that I said.
Why won't you answer my question? Why won't you answer that question? Stick here,
because I don't want to.
Why? Why?
Because it's self-incriminating.
What?
How is that incriminating?
I got your ass, man. You know, Indio has you. You're dead to rights, bro. Like you can't get away from that. That's the question that you need to answer. What does the Earth look like when you go outside?
It doesn't prove one way or another.
Well, then why won't you answer?
We know that. Like, we admit that. It doesn't prove it one way or another.
What's going to happen next is I'm going to say a point that's totally, like, fucking left field of that. Like, this is why I don't believe that. And then you guys are going to be like, oh, fucking straw man.
You don't believe that it looks flat?
Like, what? Man, whatever the fucking terms you guys use, and then go with that. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm a straw man now. And I'll do straw things.
The hell is this guy on? Man, dude, shut up already.
But wait! There's more!
When you go to the beach, you see a curve left to right on the horizon.
Maybe. I haven't thought about it like that. So maybe next time I go, I'll think about it and go, yeah, maybe I do see it like that. Maybe I'll squint a bit harder and look a bit.
Okay, but when you've just seen it, you haven't seen the curve. You would have to squint hard to see the curve, meaning you default just see it as a flat line.
No, I don't see it as either.
But you don't see it as flat or curved.
With timber? Have either of you guys built anything with timber?
Oh, no. Wait, we're talking about the horizon, not building with timber.
So when I look at a piece of timber, I can look at that piece of timber and go, that looks kind of flat and that looks really square. And then when I get my square out and measure it, it doesn't fit. So what I do is I assume neither.
But you just
I assume that the timber might be flat, but I should check it.
You said you don't see the horizon as flat or curved.
Yes.
So what do you see it as?
Oh no, the left to right, I don't see as flat or curved.
Yeah, what do you see it as, left to right?
I see it as neither.
Yeah, so how do you see it?
Neither. I see it as something that I can't measure accurately enough to determine whether it's flat or curved.
But does it look flat or curved?
It's the same way, I'll look at a piece of timber and I'll go, I can't tell if that's warped or not.
But so if you can't tell that it's warped, then it just looks flat.
No, that just means it isn't warped very much. It isn't curved very much.
So it looks flat to you, not warped?
No, it looks like neither. It looks like something that I wouldn't be able to tell.
So it doesn't look flat.
How do you not understand this?
Curved. What does it look like? Not flat, not curved.
Neither.
Yeah.
Neither.
So what does
not
that
everything's
look like?
A false dichotomy.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I know you find it upsetting for some reason to acknowledge observable reality. But you can't say the horizon is neither curved nor flat and give no explanation on what the hell you're talking about. It has to be one of them. Is it curved or is it flat, left to right, to your eyeballs when you go to the beach?
That is what is called a false dichotomy, where you have presented two
What's the third option?
When there's a possible. The third option is that you cannot determine with your eyesight.
You can't determine what?
Whether it's flat or curved using your eyesight.
You don't believe your senses, is that what you're saying?
Of course I don't believe my senses. I believe them up to a point, but again, if I look at a piece of timber, I can't tell if that timber is 2 inches or 2.148 inches. So I need measuring devices.
That's great. Sir.
If you were to have a drone and you fly it up a couple hundred feet, you could actually see the curvature.
I can't believe you just said that.
My detector test determined that was a lie.
So tell me, why is the sun 23,000 times less bright on the horizon than it is at solar noon?
Because it's like, what are you talking about? Less of it is exposed to where you are.
Yeah, so why can I look at the sun directly with my eyes on the horizon, but if I look at the sun when it's at noon, I'm blinded?
Huh? Like, well,
why can't you just answer your question? Why can I look directly at the sun and not be blinded when it's on the horizon, but if I look at it when it's directly overhead, I will be blinded?
Because there's less of it to look at.
There's less of the sun to look at?
Yes, because it is blocked by the horizon.
Man, you gotta clip this. Clip cord, bro. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. There's less of the sun to look at. It's not because the air is thicker.
Finn Bob, go ahead and demonstrate how the thing that we're standing on is a geometric shape by way of measuring it. And you're like, let's get a big old tape measure. And come on, let's stop being ludicrous here. You know, realistically, how would you do it, Finn Bob? If you were really going to do it, figure it out.
Calculating it.
Calculating.
Then you need to verify through measurement.
Is a calculation the same as a measurement?
Yeah.
What are you, fucking stupid?
Let's make sure you understand. So we're talking about the surface of a sphere. You understand we're talking about the surface of a sphere,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So you're trying to say we can have straight lines on the surface of a
Yeah.
sphere.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
So if you're on the surface of a basketball, let's imagine, and you walk in one direction heading north, you're going to end up going back to where you started. Did you walk in a straight line?
No.
No.
So you did. So you turned left or right? You went off your north heading?
Elevation change.
Oof.
It's
not a straight line.
You can walk in a straight line over a mountain range. Your elevation changes, but it's still a straight line.
What in the hell are you talking about, man? Do you know what a straight line is?
Yes, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Is there any curvature on a straight line?
No, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, you just finished saying that there's no curvature on a straight line at all. So a mountain wouldn't be a straight line because you're walking up and down the mountain.
Yeah,
is that a straight line?
Yes.
Stop the cap.
You're telling me staring at the sun is going to tell you the geometric shape of the Earth?
Yes. It tells you a lot.
Yes. How
it
is
tells
that
you an awful lot.
Lies! 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 Lies!
So other than dropping something or us just being on Earth, what can we do that could prove that the Earth is a globe? Like what proof is there?
You can, I guess, you look at other celestial bodies. And you realize that if they're spherical, and then but it's always going to be gravity at the end of the day.
You don't know that you're on a planet? Oh my god!
On a scale of 0 to 100, how sure are you that you live on a ball?
I'm like, I'll say like 99% sure.
Damn, 90%.
I'm like 90% sure.
What's giving you the most confidence?
Like, I'm 10% sure. I'm 10% sure that it would probably don't, right? Like,
so what's giving you what's the main thing that's making you think 90%?
Appealing to authority.
Gay!
6378. 637.
Okay, so what was who measured that?
I actually don't know how that's measured. That's a great question.
Right. Okay. Well, do you want to go and figure out who measured it and then come back?
No, I really don't need to know. If multiple people are using it, it's verified.
Well, what if it's never been measured? Well, no, you'd have to measure it to verify it.
But then, how do we measure things too large? We use angles to measure things too large.
Well, you tell me because it's your claim. So who measured it?
Well, I would never think I need to measure it, but we can do it with angles.
Well, someone would need to measure it.
Well, I'm saying we could do it with angles in here. Do you want me to screen share and do it with angles?
With angles of what?
With the angles around in the world around us, bro.
Angles of what?
Things, the Earth, things in
the angle of Earth. What is that?
Relativity. Angles in relativity.
What?
Angles
the angle in relativity.
No, the angles in relativity. I'm not saying the law of relativity.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm saying relativity as a concept. I'm saying
the angles from
what concept? The one that you learn in like first grade, bro. Not the one you learn in
an angle from. What are you drawing an angle to?
You can draw an angle from anything.
Yeah, but what are you drawing an angle to?
So an angle, right? You can make it out of fucking nothing, bro. You can make it out of fucking nothing. You can just make an angle, bro. So, okay. Let me say it like this. Okay, you can put a square inside a circle and you made a fucking angle, right? Is that easy to understand?
How would this tell you the radius of the Earth?
Oh shit! You would have to know trig and calc. See, this is fleeting. I know stuff that you don't know.
Trig would use a flat baseline, wouldn't it, for an angle?
No. Yeah, well, that's what they technically do for the Earth.
Yeah. So
they give it a flat
baseline of the angle.
Yes, they give it a flat baseline.
Right, so it's a flat baseline.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
So how does that work on a globe?
You just chop that bitch in half, bro.
So the baseline would be flat.
Yes, if you split the globe in the middle.
Right, so not curved then.
But then the same trigonomic rules still apply, though. You just have to double it back. It's simple algebra, bro. Angles in relativity.
Do you have a demonstration of the 1.2 mile horizon that you say is refracted? Because you just gave two ways to be able to demonstrate that and then said, well, no, nobody ever did that.
Yeah, again, I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22 by incorporating refraction. I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
You made a claim that Snell's law is built upon experimentation. We all agree it's built upon experimentation with two different mediums. Can you give me experimentation of a singular medium?
All right, Snell's law comes from Fermat's principle. It is derived from Fermat's principle.
That's correct. Can you give
me... so you accept Fermat's principle then, correct? Do you accept Fermat's principle or not?
You need two mediums. You need two mediums to invoke Snell's law. Do you agree?
Or a gradient.
Okay, then
Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle.
Why can't you show me an experiment of that?
Oh, I can show you the mathematics of it.
Variations in the refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by inhomogeneities of wide ranges of sizes. These include variations in the mean refractive index and refractive index fluctuations due to turbulence and cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. Do you know what a deterministic model is?
I do know what a deterministic model is.
Cannot be accounted for by deterministic models.
That cannot be accounted for by
That's right. Refraction cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. That's why I'm asking you. Where's the model that makes prediction? There's no deterministic model for atmospheric refraction, terrestrial refraction, or whatever you want to call it. There is no model in existence that makes accurate predictions. There never has been, and there never will be.
I am saying that if you knew all of the atmospheric conditions from
doesn't matter, dude. They've tested it. They've tested it. Do you understand that you have a model, and then you go out and you collect data, then you plug the values into the model, and you see if the model matches observation, right?
Yeah.
When they do this exercise, let's call it, they don't get reality. What's so hard to understand about that? That the models don't work. That's why I'm hammering on this, is because you think that there's some scientific fucking overlord out there that can predict refraction. No. There's no prediction of refraction. Doesn't exist. So you just saying you can predict where the geometric horizon is, that's just cap, dude. That's nonsense.
What I am suggesting is not something that would work in the real world. I am suggesting that if we had a deterministic...
Michael, sorry. Now we can't do this in the real world. Why the hell do you believe?
No, you never could.
Yeah, so where's the direct measurement of the thing that you believe in? Why are we now listening to your imagination? Why?
Physics is deterministic.
Oh, God's sake.
Holy smokes, dude.
You do understand
about quantum physics, which is indeterministic? Anyway.
You do understand.
We're ignoring quantum physics. We're out of the realm of quantum physics at the moment.
Yeah, you do understand that everything you've done for the last half hour is beg the question. The heliocentric model predicts. Awesome. So the Earth is a ball then. We want proof of the ball, proof of the assumption in the first place, not just backwards engineering of all observations to it because of refraction.
I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
Shut up, bitch!
Right. So it's subbing in propositions for these variables. Suppose that P is gravity. Suppose that Q is the Earth is round. Right. So if gravity exists, then the Earth is round. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round. Yeah, so you're just wrong.
Sphere. Oh, what am I wrong about?
Objection. That gravity means twisty torsion bar. It doesn't. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round.
Galileo used a ramp to study rolling balls, showing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll, known distance.
I didn't hear the first part. Did you say Galileo?
Yeah.
What did he do again?
You asked me who was the first person to measure drop over distance, and I said it was Galileo.
Okay, go ahead and give us the information on how
he used a ramp to study rolling balls, slowing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll a known distance. He measured elapsed time with a water clock using an extremely accurate balance to measure the amount of water.
Now show where this has been measured on the globe. Drop over distance on the globe, not on the ramp.
I'm just telling you, Galileo.
Rolling balls off a ramp with water, therefore Earth curvature drop over distance.
What? I think he said. The black swan is a wonderful example of a straw man.
How is that? It's nature presenting itself as, the way that it does.
Wait, are you saying the globe claim is a straw man against itself?
No, I'm saying the black swan is a straw man against the globe claim.
Oh, wow.
No, it is the globe claim, and then it shows how it's incorrect.
No.
Okay, detail which part of the black swan argument is the straw man.
The part where it says the bendy cranes don't matter.
Oh, where does it say that in the argument?
Oh, are we doing the whole if P then Q thing?
Yeah, the modus tollens. Yeah, where does it talk about refraction?
Right. That's an incomplete thing. Modus tollens only works like if we agree on the P, then the Q. But if the P is in contention, then the Q doesn't follow.
So you don't agree with the P?
No, not at all.
Oh, so why are we arguing about Earth being a globe?
What?
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
What are you, fucking stupid?
A hill of water.
You yourself had conceded and said, yeah, there's definitely something to contain gas, right? Is there a way to contain gas without it? Without a container. Without a container.
No.
Right.
So what's containing your globe?
Right. So you yourself. No,
that's not the claim. No, that's not the claim. That's not what they claim.
What is it?
You're just going to make up. You're just going to make up your own cosmology. You can't do that.
No.
So that one. What is the ozone layer made out of?
Bro just said no gravity.
What is the ozone layer made of?
I've been told it's made of gas.
So what contains that?
The gas itself.
Holy fuck!
Has anyone observed gravity forming things into a ball? Is it predicted by the physics model?
There is.
Do you have a demonstration? Oh, what experiment is that?
Well, as I told you, the Cavendish experiment, but I
formed something into a ball.
Sorry?
That formed something. That formed a bunch of particles into a ball.
Well, not exactly, but
okay. So, and what's the Cavendish have to do with it?
We know that gravity. If with this experiment,
you don't know it. You're claiming it, and I'm asking how we have the knowledge for the claim, right?
Just if we know that the gravity exists and it's applied evenly when we look at the Earth, we will then see that it is spherical and stuff. And
yeah, great. That's a claim, dude. See, you're confused. You think just saying gravity predicts things form into a ball. You think that that's somehow evidence for the claim? No. If that was the prediction, what would you have to go do? You'd have to go test it. Right? You'd have to go test it with an experiment.
Yes.
Okay, so what's that experiment?
So just wanted to get in quickly. That's actually two fallacies wrapped into one. Because you begged the question, and then you've also made a baseless assertion based on the begging the question fallacy, because you haven't got any real world data to support what you've said either.
Okay, so just as I told you, there is an experiment, but I don't know that one very, very well, and that's not really the subject I'm fully in.
Well, listen, I know about the Cavendish, whatever, but that in no way shows that gravity forms a whole bunch of particles into a ball. Nothing about that. You cannot deduce from that experiment that conclusion.
No, you're misunderstanding. Gravity is the dependent variable.
Gravity is the dependent variable, so it's the observed phenomenon.
Correct. That's literally what I'm saying.
So gravity is the observed phenomenon, not the cause.
Literally, yes.
Okay. So is gravity the cause? Is gravity the cause of the natural observed phenomenon?
Yeah.
Is gravity mass attracting mass?
Yeah.
Okay, so the cause is the natural observed phenomenon.
Right.
The cause is the effect, is what you just said.
Excuse me.
You said Eratosthenes, right?
Yeah, Eratosthenes, yeah.
So we've got shadows, 2 different points on the surface, 2 different length shadows. That tells you that the surface is curving. How?
Searching. Oh, shit. Here we go again. Searching.
Wait, hold on.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is this
so
like
you're asking if how we know it's like curved? Is
He's googling it.
No,
Man.
well, I mean,
So I already have this information pulled up. So how we know that it's curved is that we can observe from two different.
But that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
Well, I'm not finished. Let me finish.
No, you're not answering the question.
Let me finish.
No, it's not about finishing. We're trying to stop you from being like you're not even on the right. You're not answering the right question. Remember, I gave you an example. If you told me how tall you are, you're like, well, what method do you want? Any method, as long as that's measured, it's verifying how tall you are via measurement. So
maybe
Going back to the experiment here,
there are two different like shadows taken at different latitudes. And the way that this works, the way that we know that it's round is because the only way we would be able to do this is if we see different angles.
Really?
Of shadow that the
Really?
shadows project.
So you're saying that on
And
a
that
flat surface... Wait, so just to clarify, you're saying that on a flat surface, we cannot have different angles to a single light source.
And yeah, but those angles on a flat surface would be wildly different. And
Well, why would they be wildly different? What would they be instead? Actually, what are they? What are they, and what would they be instead?
Wait, because on a flat Earth, you're dealing with a flat plane, relatively speaking, and with that,
okay, so the angles. So the angles would be different than what they are. What are they?
What do you mean?
What are the angles?
What's your angle?
I don't think that's necessarily.
So you don't know what the angles are, but you do know that if the surface is flat, they would be something other than what they are.
I don't think that the angles, the exact angles are relevant here, but I know that they're.
Well, they are relevant because your claim is they wouldn't be what they are, but you don't know what they are. So how can you say that? If you haven't been high enough to see a curve, how do you know it curves?
It curves.
No, I believe in basic science. We've been going through this in just basic physics classes, how the Earth is round due to the principles of gravity and whatever. And I just believe in that because I have no reason to not believe in that, you know?
Belief. It sounds like a faith.
Science! Bro, you're shaking.
Science!
Bro, you're shaking.
Science!
You're shaking.
This is the science!
You're shaking, bro. You need some medication.
Yeah, I found a great evidence for the art of being round.
Okay, post it in live stream.
Okay. No one smart, like who has a high IQ and stuff, believes in flat Earth. See, that's
not evidence.
But that's good evidence. Like everyone smart believes in like round Earth.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
So what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Because it's stupid belief.
Come on, Orion. It's stupid. Fucking, that's it. That's, oh my God.
Let's just spin the wheel on the fallacy wheel. You know, let's spin the fallacy wheel and just go through the whole thing.
Flat Earth is dangerous. Shut up, bitch.
No, bro, like the water that you see in the picture is not real.
You understand that observational science is a science. It actually is. You take data through observations and can make conclusions without having to experimentally test those conclusions.
You understand?
If we were, like, as you say, you would have to change the independent variable according to what we're actually trying to measure, in this case, gravity. And so, obviously, on Earth, gravity is relatively consistent. There's very, very small deviations that you wouldn't be able to detect with the human eye. But you would have to go somewhere else that has a different kind of gravity. You haven't been to space yet, obviously.
What are you, fucking stupid?
30 years, if you're super rich, you might get the chance to get a ticket and go, you know, to low Earth orbit or something like that. And there you might be able to test different gravity for yourself. So being further away from the Earth, you're going to experience slightly less gravity. If you went to the moon, hypothetically, then we could do a test, and we have, you know, video evidence, whether you want to believe that or not. But I choose to believe that the when we drop a object on the moon, it falls slower due to the fact that the gravity is different, all else being equal. So we're dropping the same mass, except the mass that is being dropped towards is different. On Earth, it's bigger. On the moon, it's smaller, and thus that attraction force is lower. So the thing that is dropped on the moon is going to drop slower than the thing that is dropped on Earth. That's, I guess, the kind of test you're looking for, the change in the independent variable. But obviously...
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
When do we see the geometric horizon? That's the question.
The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it. We see in real world.
Okay. So when you said before that the horizon is the bit that the boats are going beyond and the sun's going behind, when it was physical, you're saying that's only theoretical now?
No. The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it.
Gotcha, bitch. How do you get a right angle triangle on a sphere?
You already asked me that question.
Yeah, I keep asking it the Baltards because I'm here to make a point.
Yeah, so as I already said, if you recall, as I said, you measured at different points because you can find a flat surface. Okay.
No, you can't. Go ahead,
just as you could find. Just as you could find a flat surface
you can't. I don't
on a basketball.
No, that
so
would
you can
be more
find
than 180 degree. Go. I want.
That's 360 degrees. Yeah.
I want you to use 360 degree right triangle.
Did you
kidding me?
Did you just say there's a flat surface on a basketball?
Yeah. So like if you measure a small enough, if you measure a small enough portion, if you small then so as I was saying, like.
There is no truly flat surface on a sphere. Give us a citation.
There is.
Flat sphere.
There isn't. You're a dumb fuck. I've had about enough. You're a dumb fuck.
Just as you could find a flat surface
you can't.
on a basketball.
What? Where did you learn level is curved?
So I didn't learn that. I kind of figured that out.
Oh, really?
Obviously from a like that would be a logical fallacy in your eyes because I'm accepting that the Earth is a sphere, like of course. And so from that understanding, then in my mind, I've kind of figured out, okay, well, if it's on a sphere, then depending on your scale of reference, things are going to look
only in the reification of the globe. Do you apply this logic?
Yes, of course.
Okay, we're talking about reality. Do you see the difference?
But do you understand that in my concept of reality, it is a sphere? I understand that in yours, it's not.
Oh my goodness, dude! I'm not even talking about the globe right now. I'm just talking about what level is, what flat is. Is flat level?
Okay.
It's flat curved. Is flat a sphere? I mean, what's going on in your mind?
Sure. So flat is level, but I would say that any water that you find is going to be.
What's the difference between flat level and curved level?
Well, curved level is going to look as flat level does at a small scale, but the more you zoom out, the more it's going to look not level, and it's going to look more curved and curved and curved. Obviously, the more you zoom out on a flat Earth, it's just going to look exactly flat no matter what scale.
Okay, so curved level is actually curved.
Yes, curved level is more like a tangent.
So flat and curved are two different things.
Yes. Yeah.
And level and curved are two different things.
Is that what you just asked me? Maybe not, but yes, they are two different things.
Okay, there you go. So what's going on?
It's from NASA. It's a reliable source.
No, reliable nothing.
Back up.
50 feet.
Can you calculate something that's 50 feet above the air?
If you calculate it, you might want to go measure it to verify it, right?
Yeah. You can measure it, but how would you do that? How would you do that without a tape measure scrolling up there? How would you do that? Elevation
angles.
Elevation. Ooh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So what about the same thing? What about the same thing for do you guys know what a sextant is?
Yeah. Do you know what a triangle is?
Oh, dude, do I know triangles? Talk to me about some triangles. You know about 180?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
You know about 180? Talk to me about 180. Talk to me about how you can calculate your location in the middle of a fucking ocean where you can't see fucking dick but ocean and horizon.
Yeah.
How do you know where you are on the Earth if you can't calculate with the sky?
What is a triangle? Triangle is three straight lines that they form angles that equal 180 degrees, right? Three straight lines that form angles.
180. I was saying that. Yeah, dude. You know about
straight lines. Straight lines. Straight. Are you not listening? Straight lines. So in order to have three straight lines, you cannot have a curved adjacent. Correct.
Correct.
Game over, dude. Flat Earth.
You didn't say anything. Game over.
Why are you guys obsessed with peer review?
I don't know
Because
why.
peer review means somebody can recreate the shit.
You
That doesn't mean it's just.
Ryan, agreed on let me ask him a question. I want to ask a question. Ryan, do you think people that peer review recreate the experiment they're reviewing?
That's usually what peer review means.
No. They're just making sure the fucking data and the math are correct. They're not recreating experiments.
Yeah, sure, it could be, but I mean, if I was like, I'm like, if I had to make a choice between one or the other.
Yeah. But okay, so either you're saying they're massively incompetent and they don't know the difference between a rock from the moon and a piece of wood, or they're lying. Those are our choices, yeah?
They misplaced it.
So wait, so those are the choices, yeah? Either massively incompetent or lying.
Well, they don't have to be massively incompetent. It could just been a simple mistake.
Well, it's a rock from the moon, bro. If I have a rock from the moon, and I say I'm going to give you a rock from the moon, it's going to be difficult for me to accidentally give you a piece of wood instead. And if you're a $50 million, $60 million a day company whose job it is to go to the moon, we would expect that you know what the moon rock is when you're giving it to another country, wouldn't you? Isn't that a bare minimum?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure like all governments like make mistakes. I mean, that's why we criticize them.
Yeah, but if you go, but it would be but if you go to the moon like they claim and you get rocks from it, it's not like they're giving them a certain type of pencil and there's millions of them and they accidentally gave them the wrong kind of pencil. I mean, it's a rock from the moon. These are supposed to be some of the most valuable things on Earth, and they'd have to be very heavily watched and secured. And then you're accidentally getting a piece of petrified wood. Okay, let's say hypothetically that's what happened. Could you give me your scenario of how that petrified wood is becoming put in place of a moon rock by accident? Just in your mind, how you're imagining that to have happened.
Well, like if someone has like a collection of these, they probably have a collection of like other things like petrified wood. It's like if you collect rocks, you probably have like petrified wood and shit too.
Wait, so you think NASA are storing a pile of petrified wood next to their moon rocks?
Maybe. I mean,
why would they be storing petrified wood?
I mean, you tell me. I don't know why they would.
No, you tell me. It's your story.
It's not my story.
It's your story. You're defending the story. You made up the story. You said it could have been a mistake.
Yeah, I'm saying it could have been a mistake.
NASA's in their petrified wood store about to fuel their fires in the office, and then someone accidentally goes into the moon rock cupboard and drops everything and goes, "Oh shit, we have to leave for the flight to Holland." Grabs all the bits, but he accidentally grabs some of the petrified wood that they're using for the office fire. Is that maybe what happened?
I mean, who knows?
Listen. Fuck up. Get out.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Join discord.bb/flatearth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC Riffia to get involved with the conversation about Earth.
Enemy spotted.
Smiley 24/7 365.
Smiley 24/7 365, the voice actor.
The globe is the dumbest thing that anybody's ever known about coming from academic perspective. Prove me wrong. I will have a table outside that says that on the poster board, so you guys can know that's where I stand. Prove me wrong.
Not a bad idea, actually.
It's the dumbest thing you've ever heard.
Prove me wrong.
Well,
that's a great idea.
I challenge. I pick fights, dude. Yeah, the globe's stupid. And what? You got something to say about it? You want to defend it? Go ahead, try. I'm like you guys, man. But me, I don't know. I'll play with my food a little bit. I'll let you feed the wolf pups.
Is Smiley gonna defend it? Smiley.
Hello? Hi. How's everyone doing?
Please, is he gonna defend it? I'll let you guys have. I'll eat my food.
Sorry. Hi. I'm personally what I say I am. I'm a Glober. I don't really care, by the way. Like, you can believe whatever you want to believe.
Bullshit.
Seriously, I don't really mind.
Listen, Smiley, you're in this server. It intrigues you that people think opposite to what you think, and what you want to do. You let me talk, dude. Damn, hold on, your little. Just chill out, dude.
No, I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you.
Relax, bro. Relax. So basically, what it is, when you come in here, you get all primed and pumped up because you think, "Oh, I'm going to talk to these flat earthers who don't know jack squat about the earth." And when you come in here, dude, any one of these gentlemen that are in here are going to shellac you 9 ways to Sunday. And if you want that, you're going to get it. But here's the thing: go ahead and give them your best shot. I'll put it that way. I'm going to sit here, and while I eat, I'll have a nice little show too. Go ahead. You got a point?
Okay.
How is the Earth a globe? You tell us. Because when you come in here, you're in our house. We want to know how you know that the Earth is a globe. And by the way, tell us what percentage you think the Earth is a globe. Are you 100% sure? Are you 50% sure? Are you 10% sure? How sure are you that the Earth is a globe there, Smiley? Let us know and then defend your point. Go.
Oh, okay. Well, first I have to state a few things that you're incorrect about right there. I'm not here to start fights or to prove you guys wrong or prove that I am right. I'm not here to pick fights. I'm just honestly here to have a genuine conversation about why each of us believes something like that, and I'm not here to try shit on anyone.
I'm sorry, but we're not going to go off into your little bullshit understandings or talks or whatever.
Okay,
you're coming into our house. Listen, dude, you're coming into our house. Basically, you're going to come in here and bring some evidence. Bring the evidence that the Earth is a globe. That's what we want. We don't want your moderation. We don't care about it. We want you to bring forth the evidence that the Earth is a globe. Do you have any? Yes or no? Answer my question.
Well, do you know the most recent Netflix?
Yes or no, sir? It's a yes or no answer.
Yes, I guess. Okay. Kind of.
Right. So now, all you have to do is present it. I'm going to go back on mute. Please present the evidence that the Earth is a globe. Go.
I guess every class that you've ever been doing, like if you go to school, the teachers would always teach you that the world is a
vampire.
It's a globe, and I'm honestly just here to ask, why do you guys believe it?
I don't want to.
I'm not here to shit on anyone, man, and I'm not here to get into a fight over it.
All right, well then stop talking. How about that? Listen, we don't care about. I'm just here to ask you. No, you're not here to ask us questions, sir. We're here to ask you the question: how you know the Earth is a globe, not every classroom has been. We don't care about what everybody's doing or anything like that. We want you to present the evidence that the Earth is a globe. I said it one time. This is the second time. I hope you get it this time. I hope you get it right. We're asking for you to present your evidence that the Earth is a globe, sir. Again,
but twice. Isn't me coming into your house?
Present the evidence that the Earth is a globe, sir. 3 times. Go.
again, me coming into your house is I'm asking to why you believe in that.
Are you serious?
I'm asking a question. Yes.
No, I don't want to hear your questions, sir. I don't want to hear your questions. This council, listen, you come into this council is set up to listen to your evidence. Now, this council will entertain your evidence so long as you come forth with it. We don't want to hear excuses. Present the evidence that the earth is a globe, and then we have our rebuttal to your whatever you bring. So hopefully you bring your A game. Now, for the fourth time, present your evidence that the earth is a globe. Go.
Yeah, because you said you had it.
Go.
I never said I had any evidence.
So you don't have
evidence. I was here to have a conversation.
So you don't have evidence that the earth is a globe. Is this what I'm listening to right now?
I said the only evidence that I had was the fact that they used to teach us in classes.
No, shut the fuck up. You're lying now.
Why are you so upset? I originally came in.
Hang on, guys. I'm taking this conversation. Let me handle this.
I wasn't meaning to be rude in any way, to be disrespectful to any of you guys. I was just here to ask you a few questions.
Relax. Let me help. Guys.
I am relaxed.
Not you. Okay. Guys, step down. Let me handle this conversation. And I'm going to let the gentleman speak so long as he's going to bring forth his evidence. So, dude, I asked you to present your evidence. I don't care about anything else. Now, if you don't present your evidence, I'm going to happily put you on mute because this council is only concerned with evidence for the case that the earth is a globe. And so you might have some, therefore give us some. Now, if you say you don't have any, come clean.
The only evidence that I have is the bending of light. That's it.
A second, sir. You control your mouth for just a moment so I can finish. So,
sure.
So what I'm asking for right now is that when you present the case that the earth is a globe, give us the examples of how and the evidence for it, please. So that's all I'm asking for. If you don't have it, please tell us, I do not have evidence for the earth being a globe. Tell me that right now. If you say I do not have any evidence, I will accept that. But if you do, please present what you know. How about that?
I do not have any evidence for the earth being round, a globe, because I didn't come prepared. I just came for a conversation. I was hoping that we could have one.
We're not going to have conversations. Please put yourself on mute.
Okay.
Thank you. You may listen to conversations in here, but if you did not bring evidence and you think that the earth is a globe, then you can put yourself on mute. I'm going to let somebody else talk to you because you don't run things here. So they're going to ask you questions if they want to, and you can respond to them. But since you do not have any evidence for the earth being a globe, you do not have a platform to then speak to the council. The council will speak to you. So anybody that's in here right now, if you want to ask him a question, go ahead. But so long as he responds to your questions, because he didn't have any evidence that the earth is a globe, he admittedly said so. So now you have to listen to anybody that's in here right now. We're just going to try to be respectful. So long as the gentleman is going to respond, we'll go ahead and have a back and forth. Go ahead. Anybody else that wants to jump in and talk to him, please.
Yeah, I'll have a go. He said part of his evidence was the bending of light. Now, what's the light bending around? Smiley?
Sorry about that. I don't know. I only came in to ask a few questions about why certain people believe certain things. I didn't mean any hate or anything. I didn't come in here as a joke.
Right. Yeah, okay. So what we do in here is, we want to know why people believe that they live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of space. Now, part of your evidence was teachers tell you and light bending. Now, how does light bending prove that you live on a globe?
Wouldn't it be from the curve of the earth? The light would bend around the object.
Yeah, but first of all, you need a curve of the earth. So to establish that your light bends around a curve, you need a curve of the earth. Now, do you have a curve of the earth?
I would think so. Well, if hypothetically speaking, we were to say the earth is a globe.
No, we're not talking hypothetically. We're talking concrete evidence. So for the light to bend around a curving earth, you need a curved earth. Now, what's your evidence of a curved earth?
My evidence for a curved earth.
Secondary. Yeah, sure. You can't go into a secondary. You need the first thing. First thing is the curved earth, because they say we live on a ball. So you need that first to go any further.
Well, when you look out to the ocean, doesn't it eventually curve down?
So they say that the Earth is 3,950 whatever it is. Let's call it 4,000. Yeah. So they give us the geometry, so we can work out the distance to the so-called horizon from that. Now, sometimes, so if you're standing on the shore and you're 6 foot tall, the horizon of the ball should be 3 miles. Now, sometimes we can see 10. Sometimes we can see less than 3. So is the Earth expanding and shrinking and stuff like that? Now, is your horizon the edge of a ball?
I would think so, yeah.
Okay, so why is it moving?
Because are we not eventually like going around the sun, which
no, you're not getting the point
to move, which causes gravity? No.
I look out to the ocean. I have demarcations, yeah, which we know the distance to. If I can see past those demarcations and they're past the given they're past the given hard horizon of the Earth, then something's happening, yeah? It's not a physical place, is it?
Sorry, repeat that one more time for me. Sorry about that. My headsets were cutting out. I'm in a thunderstorm at the moment. Sorry about that.
You do understand that when they give us the radius of the Earth, that we can work out the distance to the horizon, work out the distance to a hard horizon, yeah? The mathematical equation, yeah?
Yeah.
So if you can see past that horizon and it looks like a flat surface and the horizon is at 10, 15 miles when it's supposed to be at 3, then how are you seeing around a ball?
I guess it's just perspective. I don't know how to.
So perspective lets you see around corners.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
I would think so. Well, not directly around corners, but if you turn your head around them, yeah. I guess.
Yeah, but that's looking directly around something. It's not seeing around a corner without going around the corner.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're saying that this goes back to you saying that light bends. Now, you're saying that light bends around a ball, but we don't have an actual ball. No one's measured a ball. Can you tell me anyone who's measured a ball? Anyone who's measured drop over distance curvature of the Earth? Anyone?
Do you want me to look somebody up who's done that, or?
Well, I don't know. You should know yourself. You claim that you live on a ball now,
bro. Literally, I'm a 15-year-old kid who's just here to talk to like understand why other people think differently. That's
okay, listen,
all
man,
I'm here for.
The whole point is that people say yes, we live on a ball, but the point is that no one has any evidence that we live on a ball, and people come in arguing that they live on a globe. But they don't actually know that they live on a globe. Do you see the point?
Okay, but can I ask why? Are we allowed to? Am I allowed to ask questions? I don't want to be rude because
are you gonna admit? Are you gonna concede that you don't know that you live on a ball?
I believe that we do because of the photos that I've seen and the recordings that I've seen of space, but that's because that's the only physical thing I've seen.
Okay, but belief and knowing are two different things. Belief and knowing are two different things. Like, have you eaten today?
Have I eaten today? No, I haven't.
You haven't eaten today. So you know that you haven't eaten today, right? It's not that you just believe that you haven't eaten today. You know that you haven't eaten today. So you believe that you live on a spinning wet ball in a special vacuum of outer space, but you don't know that. Do you understand what I'm getting at now? Go ahead, Timbo.
Hey, you're all right. That's a belief. You're in a religion, dude. You know that?
That I'm in a religion?
Yeah. You blindly believe
I mean,
something
yeah,
that has
I
no
am in a
evidence.
religion.
Yeah? Yeah, it's called globe. It's called the globe religion.
I'm Christian, but I feel like that's close enough.
No, you're in a globe religion as well, because you blindly believe that you live on a ball, but you have no evidence for it.
Yeah,
Get it?
Wouldn't the
it's not
evidence be
common
enough as
knowledge.
photos and stuff like that? No?
It's not common knowledge that heliocentrism is a religion. It is a heliocentric. Helios, the sun god, it's idol worship, it's sun worship. It is its own religion, and it's encoded in our language.
Now, this is the type of conversation I was looking for. Something that I didn't know. Something that is actually interesting and I can actually have a civilized conversation with people about. This is fun. Thank you. I really enjoy this conversation. I am learning more and more every day. Genuinely. But may I ask, too, how you guys came to the conclusion? If you don't mind me asking. Like,
Well,
what?
it's pretty simple for me. I mean, the physics of water, how water will rest level on its surface, and level doesn't curve. And I'm like, okay. And I'm looking out across these lakes and stuff, and it's incredibly calm, and it's just a mirror flat reflection on the surface of the water. And I'm like, so if it's this way in my cup, in the bathtub, in a pond, in a puddle, at a lake, they call it sea level. There's 71% of this Earth's surface is water, and water is level on the surface. Therefore, that's pretty flat. I mean, we have mountains and hills and peaks and valleys and canyons and stuff like that. But other than that, pretty flat.
Might I ask how you, I'm guessing you went to school and they taught you all this stuff in school. How did you, what made you want to, what changed your view from the years of schooling, if you don't mind me asking?
I was taught a couple different things throughout school. I moved around a lot. I was in different schools. I had different teachers. I probably had 3 different teachers, by the time I was completely out of second grade, So I remember in probably like 5th grade, we're being taught that the sun is kind of like in suspended animation and we're all just whirling and twirling around the sun. And then I get to now helping my little cousins with their homework and stuff. And now the curriculum is saying that the sun is traveling at like this insane speed of like Mach 88, and that we're whirling and twirling, trying to, speeding up and slowing down to try to keep up with this. And that made me really think about why is the curriculum changed? So what's the truth here? Are we being told to trust the science? Is the science actually science? Or is it pseudoscience, fake science? And that's something that that we figured out along the way through all of this. So it's just a little bit of a perspective on that.
But wouldn't you believe that the science would change after a period of time once if they find new evidence, that they would start teaching it to the younger generation again?
No, not when it changes. Not when the narrative changes up that many times. No, and not when not when you're taught that liquids seek their level on the surface. That's like 5th grade, and that's true. And it doesn't matter how big the body of water is. This bottle of water that I'm holding in my hand, in your toilet, in your bathtub, in a puddle, a lake, a pond, it's all going to be level, flat, even. It's called sea level, not sea curve. I mean, there's no curvature to be found. You should only, according to the heliocentric model, you should only be able to see 3.1 miles out to the horizon before curvature starts, end quote. And see, here's the thing: is we've got awesome technology, cameras, laser scopes, and all of these things that allow us to see much further than that across water. And so here we are with up to 273 miles of view across water when we should only see 3.1.
Didn't you guys have a photo? I was in here a while back, I think a year or so ago, and you guys had a photo of, I think it was like a highly advanced telescope on a beach, and then multiple buoys going out explaining.
Oh, was it the Black Swan? It was probably the Black Swan.
I don't remember the names.
It's probably the 2 oil rigs. They're most common.
It was that oil rig one.
Yeah, you can see up to 10 miles. You can see the furthest oil rig at nearly 10 miles out. The observer height is about a foot off the ground. And so a foot off the ground and 10 miles out horizontally towards the horizon. And that the furthest oil rig can be seen at nearly 10 miles away. And then more horizon, like more water, can be seen beyond that 10-mile mark. So that already has me scratching my head, because wait a minute. The globe model says only 3.1 miles out to the horizon before curvature starts. That's all you should be able to see. So you see how the globe math isn't quite adding up to measurable, observable, testable reality? Are you seeing that? It's a struggle. I know you can see it. It's that you're struggling, though. I can hear the struggle in you, dude. And it's okay. It'll be all right.
The reason why I'm struggling with this is also because I'm trying to wrap around just everything in general, because I haven't learned most of the stuff in schooling yet. I'm just going into grade 10 now, so I don't know what half the stuff is.
So I bet your biggest question is, well, why would they lie, right?
Yeah.
It's usually the big, why would they lie? Well, think about it for a second. If you wanted to take control of this entire earth, how would you do it? How would you do it? I know how I'd do it. I'd control people's minds. And I can do that by convincing people that they live on this spinning wet ball. I can lie to you about the very place that you live and you believe it. Oh, I can tell you anything and you'll believe it. I've got full control of your mind. That is exactly how deep this goes, okay? This is how deep this goes. And I know you said you're 15, so you probably, I don't know if you're getting this, but it's about mind control. It's been this way for the past, 500 years, but surprise, this is what they don't teach you in public schools. This is what they won't teach you in history classes. They won't teach you about the cults. They won't teach you about the secret societies. They won't teach you about any of this stuff. This is all stuff you have to go find on your own. That's why we're all here, because we found it on our own.
Okay.
So.
Well, sorry, Smiley. Wanted to add to that, because, why would they lie is, a very common question. And we definitely agree with Jenna's points. But something to add to that is it more important that they did lie or why they lied? Right? So if you were lied to, wouldn't you want to know that? Like, if you could definitively know that, okay, I know that I'm being lied to, right? Or that I'm about to be lied to. Wouldn't you want to know that?
Are you asking me personally, or?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to know if I was being lied to or not. And also, why my biggest question is, why would they lie to us about something that would be so trivial? in the overall aspect of lying to us to control us is just the way that the Earth is shaped.
Well, it seems trivial, kind of from the perspective of, still kind of believing in a globe, right? Because you're like, so what? Big deal. This is kind of all there is, and so what? Right.
It's a very greedy reason, okay? It's a very greedy reason why they do it, and it's to hide technologies and resources for themselves and to keep us all in one general spot.
Okay.
Keep everybody monitored. You already know there's like this AI and facial recognition and all of this monitoring that goes on. It's all about command and control of resources and territories. And if you don't know where the fuck you live, then you don't know what resources or what territories are out there to be had. Just saying.
There's also the money aspect, right? Even though they do print it and is a fiat currency system, they still get a lot of that money that could go to a lot of, humanity, right? And it's not just NASA, but of course all the other tax farms and the countries that have space agencies.
And you mind if I ask a few questions, if that's okay? I don't want to be rude, but if the world is flat, is there an end? And if so, how does that work?
I mean, if we only live in a pond, can you fall off of a pond?
Okay, but where does it end?
I mean, it's a good question. I don't know. I haven't been there, and nobody in this room has either. However, there has been,
and no one in all of human history has ever come back and reported on it. So there you have it.
But
there's speculation.
Because I know, sorry for interrupting. Sorry.
I was just going to say there's speculation from the Antarctic research, little blurbs that come up every now and then about how there is an ice wall beyond the ice wall where the quote unquote dome comes down, but I don't subscribe to that. Because there's a whole thing behind that. But it's off limits, man. Like if Antarctica is what surrounds us and Antarctica's off limits, then nobody will ever know. They will kill you. They will kill anybody who just tries to go like on their own without permissions.
So is the theory, because I know in older theory that you would just fall off the edge, or you would just get turned around and you would find yourself back where you were before.
Well, Smiley, that's definitely what they tell us, right? In early elementary school, it's sort of ridiculed that way, like, oh, you'll fall off the edge, right? So of course it's not flat, and Christopher Columbus found that out, right? So it's kind of ridiculed in our first instance that we even hear about flat Earth, right? However, I would ask you this question: Do you still think Earth, or that flat Earth, quote unquote, is this disk in space?
Do I believe that it's a disk in space?
Yeah, is that what you think flat Earth is?
That's what I've heard it is. I don't know anything better, but I'm pretty sure that's what you guys believe, yeah?
So that's what you have in your mind. That is your preconceived notion that you have in your mind, okay?
Okay, then what is it? Where are we? If we were to be this flat Earth, are we in space? And if not, where are we?
I mean, I've got theories on that, but the thing about a theory is it remains a theory and not a fact until it's been able to be proven otherwise, but my theory is it has to do with resonant frequencies and suspended animation, and that's probably like way over your head. I don't know.
But suspended animation, that means that we have to be somewhere or floating, and if so,
listen. It's been written in ancient scriptures that Earth is stationary with foundations, and this is something that we could detect if there was motion. So scientifically, No motion has ever been detected either, so that matches up with what was written. It's not in motion. It's stationary. Earth is not moving at all. It would be able to be measured if it were.
Yeah.
And there's
It's
no validity.
the celestial bodies that are moving. The sky is moving. The constellations, the stars, these things turn in the sky like hands over the face of a clock. Have you heard the term the face of the earth?
Face of the earth, yeah.
Face of the earth, like the face of a clock.
Yeah.
And you've heard the wheel in the
I haven't
sky.
ever seen any ball clocks, but that'd be pretty wild.
Yeah, and you've heard about the wheel in the sky, right?
And
the wheel
in the sky.
Yeah, the wheel is turning in the sky.
I don't know what that means. I've never heard that saying before.
He's too young for that song, Sonny.
Hey, well, I think that term didn't just come from the song. I think that was from ancient times. They called it a wheel in the sky because there's an axial point, that Polaris, that everything else revolves just like a record.
It was called the sky wheel in Norse cosmology.
Absolutely.
So, Smiley.
He's 15.
If Earth was a spinning ball, it would not just be turning axially; it would be corkscrewing through space.
I need that.
But just to kind of bring it back down to earth, right? No pun intended. Your question was kind of, well, where are we then, right? How do we know? And let me tell you, as you just heard all of us kind of say these random factoids of information, there's a lot of stuff to know about the earth that you and me, we're both on right now, right? That's conclusive, that's objective. Me and you, we can both go to the beach and we can make the same observation, right? We can't really disagree. We could go, well, I think the blue is a little more blue and I think it's actually a light green. We could disagree like on something subjective, right? However, we can't disagree on something's measurement, right? So you've been asking some questions, and I was wondering if I could ask you maybe some, like 3 questions.
Go for it.
All right.
I'd love to have a conversation. This is really nice. Thank you, by the way.
Yeah, no problem, man. We always kind of ask these questions because I notice it seems like you're genuine, maybe have like a sound changer on your voice, and I totally get
no. This is, I've got this thing. What's it? I don't remember what it's called, but it's the same thing that, Corpse? I've got an issue with my stomach acid eating my vocal cords around.
By the way, it's not an issue, but we're always kind of skeptical here. We get a lot of trolls.
You guys get it all
like
the fucking time.
But to those questions, right? First question: do you know anyone in history that has ever measured and demonstrated the drop over distance, the curve of the claimed globe geometry?
Do you mind if I look that up, or do you mean as of right now?
You're welcome to look it up. I don't know how fast your Google hands are, but
probably not. I'll do that another time, and if you're down for another conversation, then when maybe I have more.
Well, no, I mean, what have you heard?
Well, I mean, what I do know is a ball is like a perfect circle is 360, and I haven't got into that. I haven't got into that stuff in math yet.
Well, for instance, do you know how big, say, NASA claims that this globe spherical is?
I do not know.
All right. I think that suffices, right? When I'm, something that would, sort of be common knowledge, right? Like, oh yeah, so and so, they measured the curve and blah blah blah. We all know it. We have a poster of it. I had it as a kid, right? That's obviously not there, right? Next question, right? Just because we said, I don't know who measured this curve.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who has demonstrated and has verified the spin of this globe?
Well, are you asking for a specific someone? Because I could just say NASA.
Really anything.
Well, the only stuff that I know is that about NASA and how they've sent people out there and how you would slowly see that the sun would slowly rotate around the sun. and spin at a very extremely slow pace, which would...
So are you saying pictures and video from NASA?
Yeah,
from space?
pictures and videos of NASA, yeah.
Right. So, I mean, we can't really use that as proof just because I can't or you can't go verify that yourself, right? I mean, we could claim, oh, well, if I had a bunch of money, I could sort of send a rocket up there, right? But it would never be of the quality, if you will, of NASA, right? And actually, when we really get into it, there's a lot of mishaps, right? Errors, things that don't make a lot of natural sense when you actually inspect those photos and videos, right? It's like somebody going, well, I saw on TV Godzilla, and he was destroying this city. But, just because it's a really good video or even hyper realistic, right? You got deep fakes now where it really looks like Obama and he's talking, but of course it's not, right? Would you agree? We can't really use videos and photos as proof unless we can actually make those ourselves?
I do believe that's a fair enough assessment, yeah. 100%.
Yeah. So, I mean, we can't really use that as our evidence of the spin of the Earth, but maybe is there anything else that makes you think that it spins? Anything that comes up?
Well, the only, apart from, everything that I was taught in, my history class, my science class this year, about how with the gravitational pull sun, we would slowly rotate around the sun, causing it, which makes the gravity that we have. But this is a very, very dumbed down way of me explaining, because I
was going to say it's a little all over the place. Too.
Yeah, it's very, very dumbed down because I do not remember everything that I sat in science class this year, but that's around about the assessment that we got in class.
So if I asked you to come outside with me, outside to the beach, do you think you could prove to me that the Earth was moving and spinning? Do you feel it moving and spinning?
I do not feel it, no.
Yeah, I mean, me neither. But of course, there's this claim that the ball would have to be spinning. Like you said, it would have to be going around the sun, right? So that we could see it across the sky. So do you know? I mean, and it's fine if you just say, I don't know, right? Do you know when they measured the spin of the Earth?
No, I don't.
Awesome, man. Great. First question, we don't know who measured the curve. We don't know who measured the spin, right?
Mm-hmm.
Last question. Can you demonstrate, right? Because they say that this spinning ball, if you will, is of course in the vacuum of space, right? Ever expanding. Now they've changed the story here and there, right? They've said that it was a big bang, right? Quite exciting. The first explosion to create supposedly everything, right? They told, of course, all of us the exact same story. So we need to be able to verify that, right? Because me and you, we're breathing air, at 14 psi roughly right now, right? So I would say that my last question to you is, can we demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Well, the first thing is that I can't exactly say that I believe in the Big Bang either, because I believe God created the Earth in 7 days. And
it's a great start.
That I believe. I'm a Christian. That's my value. My view. I don't believe that the Earth was created by a Big Bang.
That's so great, actually, because the Earth was created before the sun. So, what in the heck was the Earth moving around if the sun was created after the Earth? And so, like I said, that's why heliocentrism is a religion, okay? Because they have like the sun and the Earth and all this, but the Earth was created first, and then there was the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser night to rule the night, and it was the sun and the moon.
Yeah, and I would have to agree. It's a story that I would agree fits a lot better than sort of this Big Bang story, right? That if you stick around here, you can even find out where that came from, right? And how it just starts to add and build to this story of this globe lie. But anyway, to the question, just want to kind of get that consensus, whether you know or not. You might know of a demonstration of gas pressure without a container, right? We would need to have, of course, something between this pressure of air that we're breathing and, of course, the vacuum of space that they claim. Of course, the ISS is out there, maybe in low Earth orbit, right? They've told us a lot of things. So could you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Isn't the thing that's keeping us, from all dying, isn't that called the ozone, or am I wrong? Sorry, I do not focus enough
It's
in science.
definitely it's been called that.
Okay.
For sure, right? They even claim there's a hole in the ozone layer in the 90s. However, they've kind of stopped saying that, generally speaking. But yeah, hole in what? Are we saying that there's this glass bubble around the globe somehow, and they sort of just sort of exit?
Isn't it the amount of carbon dioxide in the air that's keeping keeping us in the vacuum space? I do not remember. I'm sorry. I'm just genuinely enjoying this conversation. I'm sorry if before it sounded like when I came on that I may have looked like a troll, because I'm guessing you guys get that all the time.
Not at all, man.
But when I came on, I genuinely meant to have a genuine conversation about something that I do not fully understand, and I'd like to look at the other people's perspective.
Yeah,
because
I
believe perspective is key.
Because I would say actually a lot of us are here not only to kind of help fellow people that are still sort of in this deception of a globe, because we were all there too, right? But honestly, we're trying to figure out why everybody still believes in this globe. And they think that, well, we believe in a flat earth, and that's not really true. I can't believe in how tall I am. I can measure it, and then I know how tall I am. In fact, I would try to remove believe entirely out of your vocabulary, right? There's a reason why lie, L-I-E, is right in the middle of believe, right? It's what you have to do, of course, to do something. Now, it's okay. They say white lies can be healthy, right?
Mm-hmm.
However, the globe versus flat is not a white lie. In fact, it's even seems like a minuscule deception. However, it's changing the foundations of what everybody's worldview is. For instance, they could say something is falling out of the sky and it's coming from Jupiter, right? And a lot of people would believe that. When, of course, somebody who knows that the Earth is not a spinning space ball would never fall for such a story. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah. Yeah, it makes sense.
Because really here, we're just here to kind of show you some information. And really the point of those questions, just because I'm going to say that you probably don't know of, gas pressure without a container.
Are you talking about the ozone, or just the theory or the practice, the testing? I don't know. Sorry, what do you mean? Sorry.
Take a soda can, okay? Take a soda can, for example, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And it has gas infused in the soda, right? That carbonation, okay? That's a gas. If I shake that soda and I bust it open, I bust a hole in it, I make it an open container, it's going to go everywhere, okay? Because it's a pressurized thing, okay? So, its contents will leave the container. Okay, and so that's what we're trying to say. There's this whole theory of gravity on Earth, but there's no gravity in space, and you can't have that. You have to have some sort of containment for this pressurized gases that we breathe, or the contents. The contents of our container would leak into space, and we'd all be screwed. You know, it defies physics. That's the whole thing I'm getting at. It defies fundamental laws of physics. You know, so.
But the thing is, what I looked up here is that the Earth is, the ozone layer is made up of 3 different types of oxygen molecules. And that's what's keeping the Earth. This is what it says. Is a gas made up of 3 oxygen atoms? Yes. O3, it occurs
Do you
naturally.
have a demonstration of gas containing a gas?
Well, wouldn't some gases be denser and thicker than other gases?
Sure, but even supposedly on the edge of space, right? Is the air more dense or less dense?
In space? Isn't there
as we
no
rise, as we rise up, right? If I was to, get a ladder and just keep going up and up and up, would the air get denser?
I would get thinner, no?
Exactly. Right. So how is there this less dense air and then suddenly, there's this dense air holding in all the other air? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There's a weird sandwich. So, don't get me wrong, there might be a demonstration you know of where there's gas pressure holding gas pressure. Is this the case? It's fine if you don't know.
Like a pseudo sandwich.
That's the equivalent of I'm going to go buy some propane at my local store, right? And I go, don't worry about the container. Just give me the gas. All right, I've got this gas bag. You can't see it. It's gas. Don't worry, I'm holding it right now. Don't worry, I got all of it. You see how ridiculous that might sound?
So it's something you can't see, so it's very hard to believe in if you physically see it.
Well, it's not that I can't see it. It's just that it doesn't work.
Fair
It's
enough.
okay, wind
I do not
exists,
know.
right? Even though we can't see it, we do see what it does to trees, though. We do what it sees to grandma when it blows her over on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
But do we have any demonstration of this gas holding another gas? Some people claim gravity. Well, that's great. Do we have an instance, an experiment, a demonstration, anything that shows gas holding another gas? In fact, we have some GIFs here. I don't know if you're actually familiar with the live stream voice text, but there's been actually a lot of really great posts, especially about the gas pressure. That especially if you're really new to this, it can be honestly a lot to take in.
I do not know, sadly, but it would be great to learn.
Yeah, and all we can ever ask for, man, is sort of intellectual honesty. And I just want to conclude with those 3 questions because just so you understand, the first question, where's the curve, right? That's something we would need. That's something the globe claims, right? That's not some flat earther claim. We're flat earthers because, of course, we falsified the globe. And there's just sort of this default of, well, we're here all together. We don't know what shape it is. It could be lake shaped, right? Which is why we were saying, can you fall off a lake, right? So then it's the same thing with where's the edge, right? Where's the edge of this expanding universe? Well, I don't know. I haven't been there. Well, okay, then. So how is that any more proof, right? What we're trying to say is, of course, that the geometry in that first question, it doesn't add up, right? The globe is not found in reality. The spin of the earth, you said it yourself. I don't feel like I'm spinning. Well, me neither, man. And of course, the last one, we're all breathing gas pressure right now. That is a fact. And yet, I'm not saying I know what the container is, but I do know a container is the antecedent to gas pressure. So what I'm trying to tell you is you only believe that the curvature of the earth has been measured. You only believe that people have told you it's spinning. And you only believe that it's somehow in a vacuum of space, second thermodynamics law violation, right? So, I mean, I open it up honestly to the rest of the panel. I've been talking a lot, but I think you enjoyed it, and I think it's hitting home. I like to kind of go a little slower, add some tidbit information, because you do seem at least genuinely interested. But yeah, if you had questions for us, all of us, we can surely answer them.
I have one, like, a question about the film that came out in 2018, the Behind the Curve, about how a flat Earth, it was like a $20,000 machine. It's like
The gyroscope.
200,000. I don't remember what it was called. And he proved himself wrong. My question is, I haven't watched the film. I only know a little bit about it, and I wanted to ask, why? How does that work for you guys? And if so,
So what you heard was false, right? And what I'm trying to say is, of course, anything could be on TV, right? We can't just trust what we see on TV or read in a Facebook post, or we actually have to do this ourselves, right? That's the only way you can know for yourself, right? You can't trust some guy even next to you, even if that person next to you is your mom or your dad, right? Not to say that they're going to lie to you, but you got to know for yourself, right? Now, specifically to that movie, let's face it, do you think they're going to post a video about how the entire worldview is completely wrong to everybody? No, of course not. They're going to try and, swindle their way to make entertainment, right? And of course, a large majority like laughing at flat earthers. Oh, there you go. You got a hit piece right now. All we got to do is make it look like, and you've seen this before, right? You've seen Photoshop. You've seen manipulation of showing view angles. You've seen manipulations of showing certain shots after each other. Sounds can even influence how you feel about information. So, I mean, without even watching it, you'd really have to inspect it yourself, wouldn't you? Right? You'd have to watch it yourself and go, well, I need to actually try this, or maybe be really specific about what I saw. Like, for instance, I saw at 25 minutes in, Bob Nodell says this, and this. Does anybody know what he means by this, and could it be further explained? Why, yes, right? But simply coming in with a question, especially in this form, just going, well, I saw something that says it debunks flat Earth. That's really hearsay, and I just hope you know the difference between hearsay and, of course, knowing it for yourself. Hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, thank you. It does. It's also like really nice to have I appreciate you for not jumping on top of me for asking that question.
No, never at all, man. So I'm a professor in real life. And
what do you teach, if you don't mind me asking?
I teach architecture. And you'd be surprised. I've heard all the questions. There is. I've heard an 18-year-old student go, "What did we use before Google Maps?" And I just kind of rolled my eyes a little bit. Of course we used maps, right? They're flat, they're on paper. They're wonderful projections of at least something close to our locality. Because, like even flat Earth has been sort of bastardized, for lack of a better term, right? Oh, you're a flat earther? Well, no, I'm a human, just like you, dude. We live on the same Earth. So it's become this term like conspiracy theorists, right? What does that mean? Well, it's a coined term so that when the public hears it, they disregard whatever that person has to say, right? So just like flat earther, most of us in here, we're just earthers, and we just know that it's not a globe. We were taught the same story, but it wasn't until we tested that globe, because trust me, I think a lot of us in here can definitely tell you we were like, no way, I got to test this for myself. Like, we kind of, got jittery about it. Some of us figured it out in a week. Some of us went back and forth for years, right? However, it's like finding out about Santa Claus. Like, no, my parents wouldn't lie to me, right? You're telling me everybody would have to lie to me? Well, yeah, right. Yeah, well, what do you think Santa Claus is? It's this copied tradition. It's this honestly control. It's a program, right? It makes a lot of money around December and in July in the southern part of the earth. But I hope you get my point. I
Oh, yeah,
tend to
definitely.
ramble. Yeah.
Well, if that is true, then doesn't that mean that like everyone that you know and you love is either
that they're lying?
Is either that they're lying or they just don't know the truth? And if
So,
so, how did they keep such a big thing like this?
Well, two things. So, no, sometimes if you don't know that you're lying, this is kind of subjective too. If you don't know that you're lying, are you really hurting anyone? Right? You believe the story too, so you keep teaching the lie, right? For instance, I'm a parent myself, and even me and my wife kind of go back and forth about this because she loves the celebration, right? Especially of winter solstice, which she believes is, of course, the real celebration. But she's also like, I don't want to rob my kids of, the joy of Santa Claus. And I'm thinking to myself, well, are you really robbing them that joy, right? What I'm trying to say is, of course, it becomes a cultural thing that people back up, right? It's something you were taught since kindergarten, right? They had a globe in the classroom. Now, they told you at such a young age about this because you couldn't form an argument against it. In fact, they never proved it to you either, right? They never gave you the proof of the curvature, the proof of the spin, or the proof that it was out in the middle of space. They just told you that it was so, which is why you can't answer it today, and neither can I. And anytime that I look into it even more and more, I find more truth, that there's so many things that actually don't add up to this globe model, right? Not to say that that means there must be a flat earth model, right? Because there is a lot of deception going around, right? There's people out there saying absolute nonsense, such as a disc pizza flying through space, so that you will never look into the topic at all. Which actually might be my next question. How did you run across this, Smiley?
Originally, this was probably around about a year or so back.
Yeah,
when
you said you were
I
in
was
here before.
Yeah, I had joined a call like this, a year or so back. I think it was a ladies' night.
Good times.
Yeah, I don't remember who the moderators were. There were two lovely ladies who I had a lovely conversation. Got a bit, but it was a lovely conversation. It was originally I had joined. I will be brutally honest. You're
breaking up a bit.
Oh, hello. Hi. Sorry about that. Originally, a year or so back, I joined as a joke because I was stupid and I was very much immature.
We all are at some point.
But when I got into the call, I was very mature in the way that I spoke and the way that because I was actually genuinely curious. I joined as a joke, but I was curious once I joined. And I had a lovely conversation, and I left a while back, but I rejoined recently because I refound the Discord, and because I remembered that I'm subscribed to the Discord. I'm subscribed to the YouTube, the streaming, the live streaming.
Right.
And I remembered that I had such a lovely conversation last. To come back and have another lovely conversation now, where I can view it differently than when I viewed it back then.
Yeah.
And speak to new people.
Yeah. Well, I mean, based on even just our conversation, do you feel like you've learned something? Do you still feel that it's a globe?
Due to my personal beliefs, I do personally still think it's a globe. But I've really enjoyed the conversation because it makes me. I'm now probably going to second guess myself to most of the stuff.
Hey, it's all right. Hey, it's good to have you in. But can I ask you one question?
Yeah, please.
I don't know if you're leaving, but
what
would you say the percentage is that you believe in the globe, like from 1 to 100? What is the percentage?
In my personal belief. Are you asking, Sonny?
Yes.
I'm probably around 75% sure.
Okay.
That's
now let me ask you, since you admittedly 75%. Okay, so what? Okay, let me word this right. What else in life, in your entire life, are you 75% sure with zero evidence?
What in life am I 75% sure with zero evidence?
No. What else? What other endeavor in your entire life, like any other thing, any other part of your life, do you rely that you're 75% sure with zero evidence? What do you use that in any other part of your life?
That I listen to my teachers and I believe what they say. I'm 75% sure that they're saying is right, but I don't know.
So you're going by 75% surety with zero evidence. What I'm asking is, the answer about the teacher is not an answer to that question. You would have to say, okay, in my relationship with my girlfriend, or my relationship with that you use this, or my thoughts about any given topic or any other area of my life, do I operate like a 75% surety with zero evidence? So your answer would be something like, well, yes, in this part of my life, or you don't use it in any other part of your life, but only the globe Earth topic.
I guess it's the only the other stuff that I would agree with is that like my relationship standing point with other people, because I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure that there's a connection between us as people, but I don't believe that that's a 100% truth.
Well, you probably have evidence. You probably have evidence though for your relationships, but you don't have evidence for the globe. But you still are 75% sure, as you are of your other relationships, that you may be 75% sure, but you have evidence to back that 75% surety. With the globe Earth, you have no evidence, which has been pointed out so well by the panel here.
The reason why I believe.
Hold on, let me just finish. I'm sorry, I am kind of
didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's okay. I am kind of long-winded, and I have pauses where I'm not quite done, but that's okay. So what I'm trying to get at is this 75% surety, or some people have this percentage of surety, but mostly you would never operate anywhere else in your life with that kind of surety with zero evidence. You would always have evidence to back up that surety level. But what I'm saying is you do not have that with the Earth. So you truly were being honest when you said your belief, because with the globe Earth, that's all you have. Otherwise, you would have been able to give an answer for the three questions or points, which are the curvature directly measured, detection of axial rotation, motion detected, and the demonstration of gas pressure being contained without a physical barrier. So those three questions, you admitted genuinely and authentically that you didn't know the answer to those questions. So therefore, what it says, along with the surety level that you have with zero evidence, that you just have a religious belief in the globe. And that's fair because you haven't taken the numbers yet and gone out and looked for yourself to test it. So right now you just have a religious belief. That's all.
Okay. I just believe what my parents tell me.
Yeah,
and I
okay,
believe what.
So let me ask another question. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so quick, but
yeah.
I'll stop after this. So let me ask you this: Are you sure? Are you sitting on Discord? Are you sitting at your desk or wherever, sitting there talking to us on Discord right now?
Yeah, I'm sitting to you, speaking to you on Discord. Yes.
Okay, and how sure are you percentage that you're talking to me on Discord right now?
Well, right now I'm staring at your profile, Sonny, and I can see in your About Me, Earth is flat. That's a natural fact. So I'm almost 100% sure that I'm looking at you on Discord.
Awesome, man. So that is one of the first times we've ever heard that from any Glober, believe it or not.
And I'm talking to you on Discord? You're joking, right?
So no, I'm not joking. People would say, no, I'm 99.99999. I could be a jar. I could be in a jar, a brain in a jar. That's what we get from a lot of Globers. They're not even sure if they're sitting at their desk talking with me or anyone else here. But you were 100% sure. That is correct. You are absolutely 100% sure. I assure you it's 100% sure on my side as well. I know that I'm sitting there talking to somebody that's a real human being with real feelings, real life, a real experience. And so there you have it. So all we're doing is taking what it can actually be known about Earth, which is we go out and look outside. The flat Earth that we are talking about is right outside your door. It's not something else that flat earthers got together and made up. So we discussed part of this about the psyop of what's being presented about flat Earth is ridiculous. That's why they have these little captions underneath everything that's flat Earth. And they're saying that it's scientifically unfounded. But what we found is that the globe Earth is not scientific at all. It's not even in the realm of science. But when was it proven that the globe Earth was true?
I just if you're asking me personally, when I believe if I do know that at a certain time that it was proven true, I don't know. I haven't done enough.
Yeah. And that's why we like you, because you're being honest about that. And we get a lot of dishonesty when it gets to this point, basically. So I appreciate your honesty here. And
Smiley, and Smiley, I think this is how it sort of perpetuates the lie, because you appeal to the authority of your teachers and that without having any evidence. And this is when people say, why would they lie, or how do they keep it concealed? It's not really that hard if everyone just takes blind belief in an authority figure without doing any research. They just rely on no one will actually look at any evidence. Because when you actually dig deep into it, you realise that there's nothing there. There's no evidence to what they're presenting. But we still just parrot everything, even though 90% of the time Globers don't even know anything about the model they're defending, but they just go in and defend it blindly. It's really strange. And if you can separate that in your mind and just realise, like, I don't even actually know anything about why I believe in this, then that's sort of the first step. And then obviously investigating it and realising that it makes total and it's nonsensical. And what you see is actually makes more sense, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are you done there, Chubbs?
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
I'd just like to apologize to you real quick, because early in your conversation, I called you a liar in the text, and you really you really made me pleased with how this conversation went. You seem very genuine and honest, and the reason why I called you a liar is because it's the way how the conversation started. It seemed dishonest by the way you said you didn't care really about the subject, but you want to have an honest conversation. So that's kind of, you can't really have an honest conversation if you have no interest in the topic, you know?
Yes, okay, then maybe I misunderstood. Maybe I misexplained how I meant it. I mean, I do not personally mind whatever your beliefs are. Like, I will not attack you for whatever your beliefs are. I will not say that you are wrong, because that is your personal belief, and I will not fight you on that. I will not try and prove you wrong. I will not try to change your mind. I just wanted to have a conversation so you may change my mind.
It's fine. It's totally fine. It's cool.
Yeah, that let's not get the names mixed up because this person is Smiley, not Chubbs.
No, yeah, I was asking Chubbs if he was done talking to Smiley.
Yeah, he was just talking to me, Sonny.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay.
Hey, I wanna let him know too that when we're talking about education and school system, there's just not a lot of intelligence in the school system. You're not really expanding your mind and learning how to think for yourself and question things. Really, all it is memorization and regurgitation. That's how you get through in school and get good grades. And if the information you're learning is full of, lies, then it's not even knowledge really. It's totally useless.
Right. And the other thing is you mentioned teachers. Now, I can't remember any specifics actually about what they taught. Now, I looked those things up myself just because I had an interest in all of those things, like astronomy and how large the sun was and the distances and all of that. Now, but I don't ever recall having a chance to digest the information and then to be able to logically rebut it in any way. There never seemed to be an opportunity to do that. Now, did you have a different experience? Were you presented information where you had a discussion about it? Or were you just told this is what it is and not to question it?
I was given the information and I was told to copy it down in my notes and study it religiously and then write it down on an exam paper that will eventually make my mark, and if I fail, I fail.
Okay, so what did you have a test like that on Earth itself?
I had it on Earth, how it first got formed, the different cycles of time from when the first thing was, created.
I see. So you actually were taught that in school then?
Yeah.
Okay. See, I wasn't, but I was going to school during the Apollo era.
Oh man!
Oh, you were taught via the Apollo. What do you mean? Like you were taught?
I was in school. I was 10 years old in 1968.
Weird. I'm to
Holy
Gemini also.
Shh. Hold on. Damn, I'm a baby. Holy crap, bro!
Yeah.
I was born in 2007.
Right. I remember July. I remember what the day was like in July 1969, July 21st, or whenever they supposedly landed on the moon. I remember the day. I was alive during all that period. I remember writing 1964 on my school paperwork. That was when I was 7 years old.
Holy. Oh my man.
There's a couple of us in here that are my age or older even.
Bro, I feel unborn.
God rocking one of them. Yeah, I was born in the 50s. So I've seen technologies come and go and whole generations pass before my eyes, really, literally, and I'm still here.
You were born in the...
I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still alive, and I'm still I'm still going to learn how to thrive if it takes me my entire life.
Oh. Aish, man.
So listen, you like this knowledge of like what Earth is, it's actually it's quite profound, and to say that it's trivial is trivializing something that is a major fact of our lives, our perception of ourselves, and in the reality that we exist in. That's the most profound thing. And so I'll tell you right now, I have the ability to rejuvenate because I've connected with this earth again. It heals me every night. There's more reasons that I should not be here at all than for me to still be here speaking to you in any kind of coherent manner is a miracle.
Yeah. All right.
And it's 1313 in military time on the West Coast here. August 4th, 1313. So I'm having a couple sips of some Guinness. I already had breakfast. I'm boiling some water, distilled water. I have quite an active life. I've got my bicycle waiting for me, and I'll be out on that in a matter of minutes.
So you're like, damn, holy man, I feel rejuvenated and young.
Great. That's all I would ever hope for, that I could present something to you where you would feel invigorated too, because I've had to rely on this source, and the source is not from me or you. It's from Earth, and the Creator put it all here for us. We're literally between heaven and earth, in the middle. We're electrical beings.
I had sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just had another few more questions, if that's okay.
Sure.
Because last time I was here, I had a conversation about this, and they said that beyond if you eventually go out, let's say you've sailed out or like to the border of the world, past that border is where you see God. Is that how other people view it as well? Because that's how those ladies.
That I think is quite a personal question. So I think that would have to be left to each individual of what we speculate on, because speculation is really only in our minds anyway, right? So
there's not like one main view.
When there's empirical value or empirical truths, in other words, something that is observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable, then when we rely on information like that, and we can do that by going out and observing Earth as it actually exists in our experience, any of us can do this. So that's different than just speculation. So now, if your speculation matches reality, that's the caveat. If it does match reality, then you have to stop and go, right?
Mm-hmm. It really doesn't help anyone to just speculate. Like, it doesn't solve anything. People, you don't have to fill the void of not knowing something. That's exactly why they're in the problem we are, because they just gave us all this propaganda and just repeat until everyone blindly follows it. So there's no point in just speculating on something we can't prove. So it's just pointless.
I mean, it can be fun to speculate, right? but yeah, you got to stay grounded in your reality, and you got to remember one thing too. Regardless of what you think about God or any of that, flat Earth does prove a creator, without a doubt.
They do have to agree, because you guys obviously didn't come out of nowhere, and it had to come from somewhere. And my question is, Chubbs, might I ask, where are you from?
I'm from Australia.
Okay, mind if I ask? Okay, now I have another question. Because a little while ago, like I said, a few years ago, I had a conversation, and I don't remember if it was one of those ladies' person's point, but it was a point of view where it was the belief that there was no such thing as Australia. How does that work?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think that was an old thing. I'm not sure how that came about. I have heard someone speak on it, so someone may be able to expand on that. Sonny, maybe.
I don't even remember. I think that was some kind of 2015. I think that was some kind of 2015 thing, basically saying that it was a misnomer. Actually, it was taken the wrong way, because we were saying if Australia exists on a ball, it would have to be upside down. So then the Globers just started saying that flat earthers don't believe Australia exists.
Okay, so maybe it wasn't in this call. Sorry, it was probably during that time when I was talking to, because my friends gave me the Discord, and they probably made a joke. Like, I do not remember. It was just around that time period.
I think that whole thing was a misunderstanding of our point of view. Actually, another one.
Oh, okay.
Well, I was just going to say where it originates from.
Oh, where does it originate from?
So, are you familiar with the Flat Earth Society?
Yes, I've heard a lot about them.
So, do you know if they make real claims or maybe
No,
claims that make Flat Earth look dumb?
Well, a lot of the stuff that they say sounds kind of ridiculous.
Exactly. And so, of course, that actually originates, I think, actually like 1970s. Don't quote me on the guy who was that major proponent. There was like 5 dudes that, were questionable, that created this quote unquote flat earth society, right? Saying ridiculous claims like a disc in space rising up, that Australia doesn't exist, and, a lot of ridiculous things. But yeah, that one's actually pretty old. And of course, we do not represent the Flat Earth Society.
It's a good way to make everyone in the movement just look absolutely nuts. Essentially, you're just controlling both sides of the argument, which is what they do with everything. It's time old trick.
And is it also true that, I don't know if this is another thing that was claimed, or some other people made this claim or something like that, but there was a, like, I don't remember where I heard it from, but it was that if you cross the border that is surrounded the Earth, the government will kill you or something like that. I don't know.
The border of what? Sorry.
The border of like the Earth, that like where like Antarctica is.
No, the 60th parallel of the Antarctic Treaty is what he's referring to.
Yeah, so there is a treaty which you can't travel freely. You'll be detained.
You'll get detained? Why is that?
They want to protect the penguins.
Oh, so there are actual people all the way out there who will arrest you. Interesting. I didn't know that.
There's
Wait, arrest you where?
By Antarctica. I mean, that's what I'm getting told. I mean, you'll be detained if you go all the way out there.
Nobody lives in Antarctica except for researchers.
Those waters are heavily patrolled by all the governments of the world that signed that treaty.
Oh, okay.
Like
and if you don't have their permission, go beyond that marker, yes, they are going to stop you.
They'll turn you around. There's heaps of videos of them actually sending boats and that back.
Smiley,
that's actually kind of odd.
It's kind of interesting because you came in here and you didn't really know much about the globe, right? But you seem to know a lot about the sort of straw men and the bad side of the flat Earth, which is kind of interesting to me that you.
Because originally, like I said, I had joined this Discord as a joke. Like years back, I had like a year back. My friend gave me the Discord to join.
Things in this Discord, my friend. The things you're asking about. Okay.
That's why I'm asking you, is that like the point of view of you guys, or the point of view of others? Or is it like what, where do these stories come from? Because it has to come from someone.
If I could jut in one more time, because there was actually a guy here, I forget sort of what his last name was. I remember it was Steven or something like that. But he'd actually, supposedly at least gave his, sort of testimony, if you will. He was down sort of by like way south of South America, right? I forget what the island is, but he was actually stationed on a battleship. And, he was talking about, it was actually for this war and things like that. But then they were told to actually go right at the 60th latitude, right? Which is, of course, what we're talking about is the Antarctic Treaty, right? Which is a very suspicious thing. that was pretty much signed around the same time of the forming of NASA, right? So this isn't speculation, really. Those are, of course, objective facts. These things happened, and you can't simply travel anywhere you want. I mean, right? We saw even 3 years ago, you couldn't step outside, right? But his testimony that he was giving is that there were some people that would basically try and go in a little boat, or basically go a little too in that direction south to Antarctica, right? And that they would actually have to stop them. Right. And we even asked him, would you guys have to open fire if they didn't listen? Do you give a warning? And, he even told us the procedure, right? That they sort of, worst case scenario, they shoot like a warning shot. Loudspeaker says, turn back. You're in, restricted waters. So, there's definitely evidence, right? And he's not just the only evidence, but it's kind of special to the server, just because I remember that day he came in and he kind of talked for hours, and we were kind of just like, well, there you go, right? The guy who was actually, of course, in charge of shooting individuals that don't obey this treaty, right? But yeah, he's not the only account either.
It's not just the Antarctic Treaty either. There's a lot of restricted airspaces everywhere where you're not allowed. If you fly a plane over there, they will send a jet and intercept you. You're not allowed to fly over the North Pole. It's restricted airspace.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's okay.
I don't know a lot of this information.
Did you say when did you start learning about the Flat Earth Society? Like, how old were you?
Well, when I first heard about it, I saw it on cartoons on TV. Oh, one second.
Flat Earth Society?
Yeah.
It's August 4th.
I didn't know they had cartoons about the Flat Earth Society.
Well, they would. The cartoons would usually make fun of the idea of the Earth on a disc.
Oh, that's what you're saying. Okay.
And that's where I first saw about it. But I'll be right back. By the way, Sunny, if you're there, I spoke to you back in 2020 when I first the Discord. But I'll be right back. I have to dinner. I have to go eat dinner with my family. I'll be right back. Hello? Sorry. Hi. But yeah, Sunny, I knew you from back in 2021. You were in that call.
I'm telling you, I knew it, man.
I'd spoken to you before. It's crazy. Hi, it's good to see you again, man. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's actually quite amazing. And it's almost been 4 years, I think so.
4 years since then?
Yeah, I think it's been.
It was back in 2021.
Yeah, let's see. I started in August of 2020. I started here, so it's going to be 4 years next.
I was 13 at the time.
Yeah. See, I remember. Did you come in by yourself? I think you did. Or
yeah, I did.
Okay. Because there's some people, and probably if it had only been like a year or two, I'd be able to remember a lot of the names of even a lot of the trolls that ended up coming back and staying. But a lot of those are silvers and golds here now, are the people that came in to troll. And they decided to stay. Yeah, they stayed because they couldn't refute what we were telling. Once they got past their own cogniz, once they got past their bias, and they could settle down a little bit, because young people get excited and they want to be firm on their choice because they want to be heard. They want to think they have their own voice. That's fine. But this information is it's so incredible that it gets to the point where it's irrefutable. And the only thing you're left with is your own experience. You go like, holy shit, well, the irrefutable lines up with reality as I experience, and every other human does too. And also practically uses Earth in any kind of motion above near or below the surface, like as in underwater, undersea, we don't use any kind of curvature. Even a freaking fighter F-15 going 1,000 miles an hour at 10 feet above the deck. No adjustment.
Yeah.
I hope you heard what I
100%.
said. Yeah, you heard
Yeah,
what
I
I said,
did.
right? Yeah.
Mm.
So
It's good to
this,
see that people eventually, like, once they've changed. Like, I like talking to people when they have an open mind, because open minds, you get to see, you get to have a genuine conversation with someone, and they have willing.
yeah. And look, I've learned from my own mistakes. Like I've blown people out like you, and actually banned people that I got upset with. I got triggered. That's on me. Like we all do the best we can, and so we all learn how to do this thing, because this is not just a regular conversation. It ties into people's beliefs about where and who they are, and that's why they can get really triggered, and I can get triggered as well by certain things if I feel people are and it's like almost the intuitive sense. And I think a lot of us, it seems to be a conglomeration of very talented artists and creative people here with great intuitive skills. Like we learned so many different things about each other's voices here. It's scary. It really is. And then continuing each other's conversations as if you were in the same room with your twin brother times 10.
I don't know, but Smiley does sound a lot older than 17.
Yeah, I know. I'm not 17. I'm 15, and trust me, it's enough to deal with.
Okay, well, if you were 13 almost 4 years ago when you talked to Sonny.
Yeah, I was born in September.
Now?
Yeah,
I'm 15. I'm turning 16 in September. This September, son.
Well, you still sound a lot older.
I know, I do. I get told that a lot.
Well, me, on the other hand, everybody thinks I'm younger.
Wait, really? You sound like you sound like you're in your early 20s, like probably 20, 21, maybe 19 even.
He was born the same year I was.
What? You're kidding me.
No, we were both born the year NASA was created. Sorry to doxy both of us, but I don't think he minds. Yeah. And Wave Mixer's a trip, man. He's got a
Wave Mixer sounds like he has a peach fuzz mustache. I love you, Wave Mixer.
Yeah,
well, don't let my wife hear that. She gets jealous. And my peach fuzz mustache went away in 6th grade. I started shaving when I was in 7th grade, and haven't stopped since. Well, yeah, I did. I still have a mustache. I don't shave it.
You got any more questions, Smiley?
Hold up. So I'm just gonna quickly grasp something quickly here. You're 65?
Yes. We're both 65. We just turned 65.
Well, happy birthday. Well, first to say, sorry, happy late birthday if I've missed it. But I wish you many more great years to come.
Hey, Wave Mixer, happy birthday, Wave Mixer. I know you just.
Thank you. You know, my birthday was the day after that last meetup that you didn't come to.
So that makes you into the after Leo, then, doesn't it?
I can't.
You got a new grandchild? Was the baby born?
Oh, you're a
my wife hasn't called me up if they induced labor. She went into the hospital yesterday at 3. They were going to be inducing labor probably around 6. We're just waiting.
Wait a minute. So you're a Cancer like me? Did I get the date wrong?
June 25th.
Oh, that's right. You are a Cancer like me. So That's very interesting because look at the intricacy at which we work, like at the component level and like tinkering with stuff like that. We both have that.
Sonny's thin with a lot of hair, and I'm fat with hardly any.
No, no, I hardly had any hair, and I have long silver hair, but I wasn't shaving until I was like 26 or older. I barely could shave. I didn't have any hair.
I was buying booze at the liquor store without getting carded when I was 16.
Yeah.
Holy.
Yeah, we're old time. We're dinosaurs.
My head trying to get wrapped around this shit.
So I looked like Smiley Sounds.
What's that?
When I was a kid, I looked like Smiley Sounds.
So can I ask you a quick question? Are you at the age of like 15 to 16? Did you also have the capabilities to grow a beard as well? Because
Well, I was going into liquor stores and I wasn't getting carded. I had a mustache and sideburns.
oh my word, I have a full ass beard, and man, is it hard to sometimes like change people's mind, to prove how old I am.
A full ass beard. That brought to thoughts to my mind that I'd rather not think about.
I turn. Man, wait, hold on. Yeah, I'm not 16. I'm 15. You're right. I'm not 16. Damn, man, I'm getting.
Are you sure you're not 38?
Me? No, I'm pretty sure. Well, my school ID says that I was born in 2007, the 6th of September. So,
That's what it is then.
I feel. Oh my. That is mind-boggling to me. I'm pretty amazing. It's great to see like all different ages and walks of life in one community. I'm gonna be honest, I have never met somebody in their 60s on Discord before. Well, I met you, but I didn't know you were 60, Sonny.
Stop the cap.
Look, man, the truth, truth is very powerful. It brings people together, and it always comes to the light.
So true. Dates don't. Man, that's amazing. Good job. Man. Well, in a short period of time, I'm gonna have to sadly take my leave. I don't know if you guys know what it is, but do you guys know D&D?
Of course, man. I just wanted to ask you one last question.
Yeah.
Because it does seem like, do you feel that knowing that this is a diverse community of truth seekers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that help you maybe understand that maybe this topic of flat Earth isn't as crazy as it first sounds?
Definitely. I don't believe it's as crazy as it first sounds, and I do believe that it probably has merit behind it.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to thank you for an honest conversation, and wish you on your way. Hope you're back here to ask more questions.
Thank you. I really do appreciate it. It's just it's nice to talk to people who would take me seriously, but not take it in the sense that I'm trying to be disrespectful.
Well, we're on the internet, so time will tell. It always does.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
It's always nice meeting new people from all different walks of life. And
Just make sure to check out all the resources on this link too.
Oh, which link?
On this server. There's a
where would I
find information.
Where would I find that information, if you don't mind me asking? Which chat would that be in?
Just scroll down from the server link and there's just a list of all topics.
I see. Server link.
Just keep going down till you get to additional information, or there's all other.
Oh, additional information. Okay, so like long distance observation.
Yeah.
The celestial navigation stuff?
Yeah, just be sure to check all that out.
Awesome. Okay, cool. I'll make sure to do that. And maybe next time I can come in with a proper... I can actually add to the conversation instead of sitting and listening.
That's cool. Have a good day, man.
You do too. Take care of yourselves. To like everybody in the call or whoever's watching, stuff like that, go take care of yourselves. If you guys haven't had any water or had anything to drink, go get that. You definitely deserve it. You guys are lovely people, and I really enjoyed the conversation I had with you. Genuinely wish you guys the best, and I hope to catch you guys around if you guys are still around. Like when I'm back.
Hey, Smiley, before you go,
you'll be back.
Before you go,
yeah. What's up?
You were adding to the conversation. I mean, if you're being honest and sincere and asking questions that you are really interested in, that's what we want. That's why I'm here.
Well, then, if that's true, then I'm happy that I could. It's like a genuine pleasure to meet with people who don't view the same things that I do, view the same way. Or else it will just feel like I'm in an echo chamber.
Yeah, we need to deprogram people one person at a time. So, congratulations, you're on your way.
Thank you. And like seriously, it's lovely to speak to people and get to know people and like understand different things. By the way, I apologize if like I don't sound my age, like I don't like by my voice. I don't know. I don't think I can change that. I'm not trying to be rude. I just genuinely don't think I can change that. But it's really lovely, speaking to people and meeting new ones and genuinely having a conversation.
I think what you should take away from the conversation, I've been here over 4 years, and
4 years.
Yep, you're never going to find more honest people anywhere. These people are here to tell you the truth, and that's a fact. And I've been here almost 5 years, and I've heard nothing but truth out of these people. So just remember that.
um, I,
I know it's a lot to swallow. I know it is. I know it's a lot to swallow, but I'm telling you, these people do not lie. They got no reason to, and they've spent their last 4, 5, 6, 7 years of their life studying this stuff and finding out the real truth about things, and they're sharing it. So just, just be advised, these people are genuine, truthful, honest individuals. Most honest people I've ever met in my life are on this channel.
well, it genuinely seems like they're very kind, and it seems that they're also very honest in the way that you're saying. And you're right, 100%.
Yeah, just remember that. These people aren't here to lie to you. They're not here to try and convince you of something that's not right. This flat Earth thing is a lot to swallow. We were all programmed our whole life to believe we live on a globe, but there's just no evidence for it. There just isn't. So anyway, it's a lot to swallow. It takes a minute, but just check it out for yourself. Like these guys say, do a little bit of your own research. You'll see what they're telling you is exactly what you'll find.
Yeah, and I think we're all just to dovetail on that. I think we're all here trying to learn how well to be fair to others, because we came from the same place. So sometimes it's hard, like when you discover hard facts and you research it to the nth degree, and then you have people who have done no research of their own and want to tell us that we're wrong or something. They haven't even gone outside and checked themselves what their religion says they should have outside. And we did that work for them. Thank you, and you're welcome. And so you can come in and do it yourself. That way you'll go from a belief that Earth is flat, possibly, once you get to that far, to you actually know Earth is, for a fact, flat and level with terrestrial, variations. I mean, with the variations on land, right? So, yeah. So it's a flat, stationary contained system. That's it. That's all we're saying.
When you say stationary, it means that stationary doesn't move, right?
Doesn't move, no.
Then, if it's stationary, okay, now I have even more questions, but I have to go to D&D. You guys have a lovely day. If you are still here tomorrow, Sonny, I can't talk tomorrow. I'm on the road. If you're still here in a week's time, I would love to pick up the conversation and ask you more questions.
Yeah, just come back in, Smiley. I think you have some perms now. Yeah, you're VC verified late night, 3 points. Yeah, cool, man. Come on in anytime. We love talking with you, man.
Yeah, Sonny's not going anywhere. He's been here for as long as I have, so going on 5 years. So I'm not going anywhere. Neither is Sonny. So neither is.
You've been here a little bit longer since 2019. I started 2020, almost a year difference, but yeah, like right on. God Rockin' was here when I got here, man. So.
By the way, I have a quick question about the roles. What does seem sincere mean? Like the role? I don't mind.
Yeah, just like we were telling you, like you seem sincere, like you seem like you're asking genuine questions. So that was a role that was given to you probably in the very beginning. So at least you got that going for you, and we concur. You seem sincere to me. I'll just say that. And so keep on being sincere. Keep on being inquisitive. You're very young still. Like if this is what you're finding at 15, I'm very encouraged, because anybody with a logical mindset, that has cultivated that mindset is going to come to the conclusion we have, and I'm confident in that. And look forward to have more conversation with you, man.
Thank you so much for having this conversation with me again. I really hope to see you guys soon. And I genuinely wish you guys all the best, and I hope you guys could take care of yourselves. Because, man, it would be a pain in the ass to come back and you guys didn't take care of yourselves. So yeah, you guys have a lovely day.
I got a question. Does anyone know about the waning and waxing of the moon? Like, is good at answering the questions about that?
Hey, ask away. I'll give it my best shot. I know. Waxing's getting bigger, waning's getting smaller, I think.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, the question is, why is the waning and waxing of the moon, like, when considered with the 3D model, it lines up as expected, right? So my question is, what creates the waxing and waning if it's not the sun's light hitting the spherical moon?
It is Genesis 1:14-19, and I got it right here. Just a second.
Well, you're just quoting Bible quotes?
Yeah, because that's exactly what it is. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years." Okay. Excuse me, just a second. I know the Bible is tough for people, some people, and let them be for the lights in the firmament and the heavens to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, a greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night, and the stars also. So here's the situation. We have gone with man science, which has basically said that the earth is a possibility at 23.4 degrees. It's physically impossible to have 23.4 degrees tilted, wobbling, spinning, going out throughout an ever-expanding universe. It is impossible.
Can I just say one thing?
Go ahead.
I wanted to sign it like a measurement, like a scientific explanation, not just a Bible quote.
Scientific explanation for the Bible?
No. It's not for the Bible.
Science.
Question.
Your explanation was a religious belief.
It is that is a religious belief, and I'd prefer
not Jim's. Yours.
Mine?
Not Jim's. Yours.
It's actually not my belief, but it's a question. Like, why is you have to be able to explain the waxing and waning of the moon? It's not a religious.
You can't explain it either. You have a belief.
That's why I'm here asking about it. I don't have a belief system. I'm not a globe earther.
Well, I'm just saying.
Do me a favor.
You're accusing Jim of.
No. So it's in the firmament. Like, it probably is. It probably is. But I need more of a base. Like,
why?
I need like measurements and stuff, and like a real explanation. Like, is it because the moon's a luminary and it's like made of plasma and it's at this certain point in the Earth's atmosphere?
No one knows. Listen, no one knows what the source of any of those things are. No one's identified the source or the material, if there is any material. No one has identified anything about them that we can tell. There's no way to freaking tell. So it's pure speculation when you start looking up. What we do know for sure is the surface condition.
I was going to say another thing is we know what it's not, Urban. So you were saying, like, well, it works on the 3D model, and that's not actually true either, or at least from what we actually see in reality. So, for instance, these guys are absolutely right. We can't verify that for ourselves, and even this is my own speculation. But for instance, are you aware that some stars can be seen actually transparently through the moon?
I have looked into that. Yeah, I think I've heard about it. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, there's definitely instances that start poking holes in that heliocentric model. There's also instances, and I dare say, like, start looking at the sky if you actually want to question it a little bit more, because it is one of the first things we all kind of do, right? We look to the sky and we're like, wait, that doesn't make sense. I'm only seeing one side of this ball rock, you know? So, I mean, there's a lot of things where we can definitely tell you what it's not, right? So, for instance, like eclipses, right? We definitely know it's not a magical 180 synergy of alignment
casting a shadow on the moon, right? We know that it's not that because, first of all, the shadow comes in at the wrong angle, and it doesn't line up, right? However, it does use serocycles, So I mean, there's definitely evidence of maybe what those are. However, you're asking a question of, okay, well, explain, sort of its action. And yeah, I would completely agree with Sonny. We can't go there. We can't get some moon sample, as much as they kind of shoved that down our throats, right? We went to the moon. We've dominated it. When Jim is actually bringing up a good point, it's still evidence. It might not be scientific evidence, if you will, but you called it biblical evidence, but there are descriptions that do tell us at least what these luminaries are. So I mean, don't cast that out either. Anyway.
What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers.
You do not leave a message, I will assume that you are an unsolicited spammer and your number will be blocked. If you do leave your name and number, I might call you back.
Good morning, Flat Earth Discord.
This on? Hey, listen up down there.
Audio check, checkmate.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Chemist and proponent of intelligent design James Tour wasn't a fan of the
You know that I have not been a proponent of intelligent design.
And proponent of intelligent design James Tour.
I just thought it'd be fun to have like a little persona, you know, Professor Dave. It's just, you know, a little name.
You know, I don't have a PhD in chemistry or anything, but I, you know, did work in, you know, I took courses with laboratory components as an undergrad, and then I did most of a master's in synthetic organic chemistry.
But I didn't really last long. I dropped out in my second semester. I wanted to move up to San Francisco and play music. And then I moved down to Los Angeles, again, for music opportunities. And but I eventually got this teaching job for organic chemistry at this little trade university. It was a pretty lucky break because with a bachelor's degree, I was only supposed to teach the laboratory portion. But on the first day, the lecture instructor had this freak out. He just took off. And so my boss came up to me and he said, look, you got to go teach the lecture. There's nobody here. They offered me the job permanently, but contingent on me getting a master's at the same time. So I went over to Cal State Northridge to give a second shot at a master's degree in chemistry,
and found that I really hated it. I really didn't like it at all. Do not enjoy doing chemistry.
But through a bunch of bureaucracy, quite frankly, I lost that job, so I had to withdraw yet again from the master's program. Or a lot of you ask very incredulously, "Are you a real professor?" I sit literally in this room like 60 to 70 hours a week, and I chose the name really without much thought. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek, to be honest. I just thought it'd be fun to have like a little persona, you know, Professor Dave. It's just, you know, a little name. They offered me the job through a bunch of bureaucracy. I lost that job. I chose the name. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek, to be honest.
So, and even at that time, I had no interest in being a chemist. Do not enjoy doing chemistry. I really hate it.
Professor Dave, it's just, you know, a little name.
This is what it is, okay? I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you two questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So first question would be FlatFact64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming Goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot. I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. Now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like, if I was to ask you, Siruz, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly, generally. What are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.99999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you for 100% guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only two. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's
the case. But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, he said that.
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He just assumes it. He's assuming it.
Just assume.
But wait! There's more! Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You can get really close. Like I can be like 99.999%.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about
any sign. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Oh, fuck.
Tough one.
No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord. Yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. I've literally had false memories. So you're the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% on anything. Right, but I am more than 99% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe. I'll tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. That just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now what if there's a very small possibility? Let me finish. There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. Yeah, I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%. Right?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah.
To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have.
Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
What? Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not
guy.
even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. Like, no, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten? Or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar you're brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut your...
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the...
Are we talking
I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking
I
on
believe
Discord?
so, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be, necessarily.
There you go.
Could be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about, what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence, isn't there?
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again,
right,
my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
Yeah. There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
In my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
Well, I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are like true.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What? From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my god!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
What's up, yo? Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about our Earth.
Sticky or Moss Part 2.
Enemy spotted.
To 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go to the VC check-in to get verified and join us. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go to the VC check-in to get verified and join us in the panel.
It's only because gravity and all this provide a scientific experiment for it. Sorry, guys. Hello, Sticky. How you doing?
Good evening, everybody. How's everyone's day? It's a weekend, right? Happy Friday.
Dude, I got my air conditioner fixed finally, so I'm happy.
That is great news. Yeah, that's something to be thankful for. Someone wanted to disprove gravity.
Hold on. You've got to prove it first with a scientific experiment. So prove it.
Oh yeah, if you want to know why I think the Earth is round, or rather no, is because I work with satellite systems.
That's awesome.
I've actually talked to Elijah about this.
Sorry. Sticky.
He's
Sticky.
in here. What's up, dude?
You said gravity. You said gravity, and then you went off talking about bloody satellite.
Yeah, dude, I'm not a physicist.
Yeah. Listen, dude, please, I got a headache. It's late. Just give me a chance. I'll be quiet and I'll be respectful, all right? You said gravity. We've got to disprove it. You kind of missed the point. I said you got to prove it first before we can.
Right, we don't have to talk about it.
Well, you don't have to talk about it. You brought it up, so I'm going to hold you to it. Have you got a scientific experiment that proves it?
Right. So when you guys were talking about the water, I brought up the gravity because that's what keeps it level, right? So I can't really speak on gravity.
That's fine. You brought it up in the live stream voice text. I asked you for an experiment. Not that's what keeps
the Cavendish.
Oh, okay. So can you give me the independent and dependent variable within the Cavendish experiment, please?
Not really. I mean, I've said it before because I read it briefly after being asked this. I was like, no, I don't know. And then I looked it up. It's like you got a probe, right? And a little needle essentially coming down between two different size objects, and then they find the variance between the movements. And then they were able to infer that, yes, mass attracts mass. Now, that's my SparkNote version. But they were also able to determine the size of the Earth, and that's how we get our distancing. That's how we know how far away the moon is. That's how we know.
Sorry, just very quickly, could I jump in quickly, since you're jumping off the back of something that I was speaking about? So you said gravity is the reason that water is level. Is that right?
I said that, yeah.
Okay, so could you look in the live stream voice text channel?
What am I looking for?
So the definition of level that I just posted, could you read that top one, what it said?
Yeah, flat. That's what I thought.
Right. So gravity makes the water flat, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, I like it. That's a great one. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, flat is, Oh no, what's the word I'm looking for? So we're
flat is a surface condition. That's the word you're looking for.
correct. So water on a ball, like condensation, right? It's stuck there with the force, right? Level water, I get it. Celestial object, very big, right? And then you got these little riddles here. I get it. It's
so much
fun.
to get. You just agreed that the water's flat. I mean, you can think the water's flat for whatever reason. Gravity, magical elves. I don't really care why you think the water's flat, but you agree that it's flat. That's fine.
I agree that water, is free forming.
No, you said
and buoyancy,
well, you said,
density,
level, which is flat.
Density and gravity are all a thing. But like I said, I can't really speak on that. So your gotchas are going to get me.
Welcome to Flat Earth. See you later.
Well, I mean, I can't be
Probably a gotcha
because I'm not
level is
in
what
it.
it is. Water is level. Level has a definition. I mean, that's not really a gotcha. That's just what words mean and what things are.
Okay, yeah. So a dictionary term versus something that is sticking to something due to an outside force. I don't understand how,
Well, a dictionary is just gives you the meaning of the word, right?
Right. And this is how a spirit level works, okay? So that's what I'm trying to get at. You're saying because the definition of level is flat and water is perceived flat,
it's practically used as flat, but go on.
Is perceived flat on this planet.
And measured.
Therefore, flat Earth. That's how you infer that.
Well,
no, this is why.
And then you say, welcome to flat Earth.
No. I said the water's level. You said the water's level because of gravity. So I said, okay, so water's level because of gravity. And you said yes. And I said, okay, can you read the definition of what level means? Flat. So you're saying gravity makes the water flat. Now, you can think whatever you like about why the water's flat, but the water being flat and 70% of Earth's surface means obviously Earth is not a ball. So, I mean, that's just it, really.
So I said water seeks a level, right? It is free forming, right? It's a liquid.
Water is leveled due to gravity, is what you said.
Water is on the ground and levels out. It seeks level. It seeks level. It doesn't have to be level. We see waves in the water, right? And you saying waves can't exist because water is flat. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
Exist. You just you understand what was being spoken about, and you said water is level, and you agreed level means flat. You're saying water seeks its level, which means flat. So the natural physics of water is flat. So 70% of the Earth being flat water can't be a ball.
You missed one point, okay? Because the water can only seek doesn't mean it is, correct?
So you're saying that water is seeking flat on a globe Earth, is your argument now?
I'm saying gravity and Earth is its container. Welcome to Globe Earth.
Dude, that is the dumbest thing I've heard today.
That is what it is.
You already agreed that it was flat, so come on. You can't welcome me to Globe Earth after you've just welcomed yourself.
I agreed that it seeks a flat.
Well, guess what, Stick here? I know you're trying to unpaint yourself out of this corner, but the Suez Canal is 120 miles. No locks.
Why would water?
So it's not only SOT level; it's at level, at sea level.
Yeah. Why would water seek to be flat on a ball? That would make no sense anyway. And yes, level means flat. Sea level. What does sea level mean then?
The level of the sea.
So sea flat.
No, the level of the sea. The distance.
You read the dictionary earlier, and it said even, flat, for the definition of level.
Right? All you can do now is lie, Sticky and Moss.
Yeah,
No, I don't have to lie. I can take my time and think about my answer. I'm not a child.
I was giving you two chops.
It's like you guys are not talking on my points. You guys have not asked why I believe the quote.
That's all right. Take your time.
And you guys aren't asking any questions about why I know
gullible.
we
That's
are
why.
only.
Hello. Oh.
What, brothers? What's happening?
I'm just happy to be here.
Fun.
I am blessed.
You guys friends?
Indeed,
in real
brother.
life? Online.
Yeah. In real life.
Oh, okay, cool. You know anybody in real life that's a flat earther?
No, I don't.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
I know one more person.
One person? Okay. I've only met like less than a few, like less than a handful. So I haven't met that many out in the wild. But I also don't really talk about it out in the wild. So what kind of stuff did you guys talk about in your class? What did your teacher say?
He just made fun of it.
Yeah, of course. So what kind of stuff was he saying? Like, oh, it's a pizza planet floating around, or what was he saying?
We are being recorded on YouTube and other live online platforms. I'm gonna be famous. Hi, Mom.
So he must have said something about like falling off the edge or something like that.
Yeah. Because he said that so everybody knows, because we were talking about the airplanes traveling, and he said, so everybody knows that the Earth is round, right? Are there any Flat Society members? And no one said anything, so yeah. That made me interested in it.
I'm not sure why the Earth would have to be a certain shape to fly in the sky, but
I guess to make loops.
Too many what?
To make loops around the Earth.
Clubs?
Like loops around the Earth.
Loops.
Yeah.
What do you mean loop?
Because how it's described, as you can see on my beautiful profile picture, it's like a disc right now. See, so it's more difficult to travel between some continents than it would be normally if you would like loop around it.
Wait, so
let me see.
So where did you? Who told you it was a disc?
Well, it's flat, so he just imagined it to be like a wafer you eat at the confessional, in the church. That shape.
Yeah, but okay. So if I were to ask you to draw shape flat, what shape would that be?
Well, a circle.
Circle is a circle.
Yeah, circle-shaped Earth, basically disc.
No.
What's with the sound effects?
Because you're not really thinking straight here, buddy. Flat is not a shape.
But
What is it then?
circle is.
I mean, yeah, circle is a shape.
Checkmate.
Circle's a shape. Here's what I want you to do. You're in a room right now, I would imagine.
Yes.
Okay. Look, I want you to take 30 seconds and look around you at all the surfaces around you.
Yeah.
You'll see that there's two options here. You've got surfaces that are rounded in some way.
Yeah.
Or surfaces that are not rounded. You could call them flat if you want to.
Yeah, but that's not a shape. That's just a surface, like.
Exactly. That's the point. Exactly. So when we're talking about the surface, not shapes. So when we say the surface, it can only be one of those two options. So it doesn't mean circle, square, triangle. You understand?
Yes. And I said it's a circle.
It's not a disc, no.
That's what my teacher said, though.
Hell no.
That's why it would be a problem if it was.
Well, no, it's only the people. It's only the people who think other people think that are the ones saying it. When you come speak to someone who actually thinks the Earth is flat, they're not going to tell you it's a disc, bro.
Well, this guy would on the profile picture.
Who is that?
I don't know who that is. He's holding a disc in his hand.
Who the fuck is that guy?
I know, right? It was just funny. I had to put him on.
I actually do know who that is, but you can think of those ideas as there's something for new minds, well, new to the topic that haven't really got an understanding of how it maybe could work. Think of like a baby mobile above the crib.
What?
I'll get a
Baby
picture.
mobile. Okay.
A baby mobile hangs above the crib.
Do you have like a representation of how it looks
Yeah,
like?
I do.
The Earth?
I'll grab it. I'll grab it.
There
Oh,
you
the
go.
Earth?
It'll be easier.
No, I don't. I don't. No one has that. I'll explain why though, because you I would ask you like, can you go outside of the universe and look back and tell me what it all looks like?
Well, that's different than the Earth.
No. I'm
There has
actually
been
here to tell you
pictures
it's the
taken of
same.
the Earth.
Oh, I'm actually here to tell you it's the same.
So is it like not confirmed how the Earth looks?
Well, again, just in the same way that you can't leave the universe to turn around and look back and say, okay, well, this is what it all looks like. You also can't leave the Earth to turn around and say, okay, well, this is what it all looks like. You guys would say that the Earth is an object that exists within a large space. I would say Earth is the large space. So you can't leave that large space and say, okay, let's go outside and take selfies. And okay, well, this Earth looks like this. You can't.
But Earth hasn't been left. The universe hasn't.
Yeah.
Oh, well, here's the thing, brother. There is no universe, and no one's left the Earth ever.
How come?
Well, because there's a container. There's one of the arguments you'll come to learn. There's three big arguments you'll come to hear, and one of them is about gas pressure. So the question is, how can you have gas pressure without a container? I can think of multiple examples where you require a container. Say if I sold you,
but
well, let me give you some examples. Like if
okay.
say I sold you like some soda, it would have to be in a sealed container, and then if you opened up the soda, put it in a coffee cup, leave it on the counter for a week. Well, the gas pressure that you had is going to dissipate from the higher pressure area to a lower pressure area. You needed that container to have the pressure. Same thing with like a car tire or a bicycle tire. You need the actual tire itself to contain the pressure, the air pressure on the inside. And so the problem is they're saying that you do not need a container. They're saying that the Earth is such a big wheel that you don't need any tire to contain the pressure that we have. And we're saying that that's cap, and that you definitely do need a container, and that's why you can't leave the Earth, because it's contained.
So what about the rockets that went to the space and the orbiting space station around us?
On TV, but on a screen. And
What is it? What is it? Repeat, because you cut out.
Sorry, no, it does look like I might have been cutting out.
So was like going to the moon fake, or?
Oh, dude, I mean, I used to believe in the globe my whole life, and I never ever believed in them. So, sorry, am I cutting out still? Hold on,
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
I mean, a little bit, but
I was
it's
a
okay.
hardcore glober, and I still never believed in the moon landings. So I don't know why you would believe in that, even if you're Team Globe. Dude, I wouldn't even say the moon is land. So like, you can't go land on some shit that's in the sky. But anyway, no.
Sorry, I'm reading what the secret Asian man sent. I want to read the.
Oh, yeah,
that's
yeah.
interesting.
Here's what's interesting, guys.
Yeah, your mic is very low compared to us.
Sorry.
Just turn them up.
I'm at the library, so.
Yeah, you can also do that.
What you reading?
What's funny is they actually say that the moon is within the Earth's atmosphere now. So even technically, even if you thought the Earth was a globe, like no one really left the Earth to go there.
So the moon is like in the Earth's container?
Well, what I'm saying is on the globe side, they're saying that the moon is within the Earth's atmosphere. So it's not like a flat Earth thing. That's what the globers are saying.
Mm-hmm.
How much time do you spend in the library?
It's like a recent update to the DLC. I'll get you a link to that. I'll probably hang out here for a little bit.
Okay.
So that's one of the biggest arguments, guys, is the gas pressure. Like that's why people.
No, it's the biggest argument. I've never heard of it. So
Well,
that's
what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
this is
because,
also my
like,
first time.
That's what I'm saying, though, guys. Like you're not going to hear the arguments anywhere else. You're not going to go to YouTube and they're going to okay. This is what they're saying. Your teacher doesn't know what the arguments are. He's just going to call it dumb and say, look at these dummies. They think it's a pizza in space. And then you come actually to speak to someone and they're like, yeah, that's a stupid idea. No one thinks it's a pizza in space, except for other people who think that we vote for it when it was them.
I'm pretty sure the moon is further. What? Okay. So they're lying about the distance from the moon and the planet. Okay. Okay. That's crazy.
So this is the media. Okay.
Where's everybody else at? Anybody else wants to chime in? Ethergris.
I want God to speak, kinda.
Just, I'm listening. I'm actually trying to eat something, so I figured that eating food while on the microphone would be rude.
Okay, no worries. I got you. So, yeah, you've never heard of that argument. Well, it's something you're gonna want to get familiar with.
What is that gif?
It kind of looks funny.
Well, so what is the picture supposedly taken on the moon, right? And then you have that other thing that's supposed to be the moon.
Okay.
And then it's two pictures. So one of them, which one's the real one? Anyway, neither one of them are real, so it doesn't matter. Okay, well that's I guess we can go off to the other thing. You see how in that picture there, that GIF, how all the water, like even the lakes and everything, they're all curved.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're saying is that when you go into reality, the water doesn't do that. Like lakes and oceans, they don't form into a big hump or like a hill. I sometimes joke and call it a hill. But I would say water doesn't do that in reality.
That's because of the event horizon. You can see like past it, like the horizon. You can see past the horizon of the because the air, like you don't see it curve, right? But if you had a different perspective on it, you would see it curve.
So the thing is that we're not just looking; we're actually testing to see if the curve is there. It's just not there.
How are you testing this?
About the same way you would test how tall you are. So, like, the globe is claimed to be a specific quote height. So you can break down. Well, if you say you're 6 foot tall, then there has to be 72 inches when I go to measure you. So they claim that the globe is like for a radius just a little bit under 4,000 miles. So that means at a certain height off the ground, the distance to the horizon, you called it the event horizon, it's just the horizon, would have to be at a certain distance. And so you can test that claim just like you can test how tall you are, essentially. So they're saying that at 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, the distance to the horizon, or the curve of the Earth, is supposed to be about 1.2 miles away if you're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth. So you can definitely test that. And if you have a lake that's at least like 5 to 10 miles big, you can surely put that 1.2 mile horizon claim to the test. If you see across the whole lake at a very small, observer height, just a few feet, and you're seeing across the whole lake, well, what happened to that 1.2 mile curve, the hump, the hill of water that's supposed to be there? What we're saying is that it's not there. A lot of people have a hard time with the word flat earth. They're like, well, we have hills and mountains and stuff. Well, if it's easier for you, you can just rebrand it and call it flat water. because all the water is flat, essentially. All the lakes, the ponds, the oceans don't form into hills. So, and the argument about the horizon is actually very important. It's kind of funny that you brought that up. It's good that you brought that up. This was when I first joined the conversation back in 2017. The whole debate was about the horizon. So the problem is that if you're on the Team Globe side, they're saying that the horizon is the physical curve of the Earth. So as if like you had a hill in your front yard, right? You can go put a flag in that hill and say, this is the curve of the Earth. But the problem is, our argument is that day to day, that quote hill is moving around. So one day it's in the front yard. One day, the next day it's in the neighbor's yard. Like, wait a minute, what's happening here? It can't be the physical curve if it's moving around like that. So what we're saying is that that horizon isn't actually the physical curve of the Earth. It's an optical phenomena, and that's the reason why it shifts around from day to day. Even during a day, it'll move around a little bit. So the horizon is not the physical curve of the Earth or curved water or anything like that. It's one of the big arguments here as well. So we have gas pressure, we have the horizon, that's a big one. And the third thing is just that the Earth doesn't move. Like, I joke around with people and ask them, do you think that the room you're in or the house you live in or the building you work in, do you think those buildings move?
Sorry, I was just reading the stuff they're sending right now. That's pretty interesting. It's hard to concentrate on two things. Although you're very good background noise.
I was just asking. Well,
I must say you're pretty good at explaining, and I would like to ask you if there are more methods to like test, to test this.
Sure. Yeah. Well, let me put something in the chat here.
Oh, okay.
Too much. You wouldn't really need a whole lot to get started. So you don't feel like you need like a freaking gyroscope and all these crazy things to go out and start somewhere. Somebody in the server named Dave Hinkle. Let me send him a message. Maybe he can explain. Oh yeah, he did like a lake with a friend. He had the mirror, someone on the other side of the lake. For myself, and so what the mirror is basically flashing light across the water, and you're looking for the curve there. Me, I spent a month in San Diego on the coast doing long distance observations. So you can use, say, like, since you're looking out, like if you just go to the beach and you're just looking out at the ocean, there's oftentimes there's not a lot of things in the water there, so you can't really gauge how far you're looking. But if there's islands or ships or piers down the coast, you can use certain landmarks to get a distance from you to that object. So if I'm looking out at the ocean and I see an island or a boat that's 30 miles away, well, you can use that to check the math, just like you would check to see how tall you are, how big your foot is. So that's another way you can do it, is going to big bodies of water. Like if you live near the ocean or if you go on vacation to the beach sometime, you can.
I sadly don't, but I might go one day.
You should definitely take the chance. Even it doesn't matter what your position is on this topic. I think you should go out and put it to the test, even no matter what. So.
Okay, then I'll make sure to do that one day.
Sure. It doesn't have to be like tonight, but
yeah, I know.
In the future.
Yeah, but sometime when I get there.
So Yeah, that's the big thing is the horizon. There's Earth curve calculators you can use. I'll give you a link to one. And you can play around with the calculator a little bit. You can punch in how tall you are. Maybe you, if you live somewhere where you can see things in the distance, you can punch in their distance and see, where the curve should be and stuff like that. So I'll drop that in the chat. Kind of fun to play around with.
Okay. I see that there are really many references.
People here are definitely sincere. We're not a bunch of like crazy people, and we're individuals. There's a lot of individual people. We're not all just like we all believe in this one thing. We're kind of all on our own journey. So it's not what the media tells you. I'd be very careful about listening to the media, what they have to say about quote, people who believe in this type of thing. So
do you guys agree with the time zones on the world then? If it's not the Earth isn't flat, if the Earth isn't round actually.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to keep in mind that, like, say, you went to bed tonight and I flashed your memory. Like you forgot about like everything you were taught in school about like the globe and whatnot, and the Earth actually was flat. The Earth doesn't change, so time zones wouldn't just like crash and stop working.
No, it's because of the sun, right? They're just made so when the day is at each part of the world.
Well, just look at a clock, right? Just think of a clock. You've got. I know we talked earlier.
Think about clock all day.
The Earth doesn't have to necessarily be circular, but the way that the hands move around the clock, it makes some sense. Time zones could work just like that. So, and then yeah, there's some arguments about that. I'm not too well versed on the time zones because I know they're a little bit wonky and shaped kind of funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say nothing really changes. The Earth doesn't shift and morph and change into something else when you learn that it might not be a globe. So still the same Earth as always. It's just you change.
So, also, you guys don't believe in the satellites at all, like.
Well, you can have technology in the sky, just not in outer space, because we don't think there's an outer space. So kind of hard to have technology.
So what about other planets then? What?
Are they
there's outer space?
I would say that Earth isn't even a planet to begin with. So to start with, like, well, what about other planets? That's like saying, like, well, what about other land in the sky?
Yeah, because basically we're a solar system and there's planets. There was a planetary eclipse once, right? Not too long ago, pretty sure.
Yeah, so that's what they say. But I wouldn't really be so quick to compare the Earth to things that you see in the sky. There's really nothing up there that compares to anything down here. I see lots of trees here. I don't see any trees in the sky. There's a lot of land here. I don't see any land in the sky either. So I would say that like other planets a better way to phrase that would be, what about other land? And I would say if there's other land, it's likely on the ground here with us, not in the sky. So planets, I think you can pretty much rule out planets, stars.
Okay.
Because they're, even when I was a Glober, like I heard a quote that said that they're some of the greatest mysteries known to man are the sun, moon, and stars, and I still agree with that. It makes even more sense now.
So it's a mystery to you why in the night there's little lights in the sky.
I mean, do you know why do they twinkle? I mean, think of the song when you were kids, "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, How I Wonder What You Are." It's not like anyone figured it out.
Yeah, nobody could figure out that riddle. I know that's very difficult to figure out. I'm pretty sure it's the light traveling to us and the Earth fluctuating.
So okay, well that's cool. Like can you verify that, or that?
How light travels from very bright stars in the galaxy?
What is a star, and how do you know it's in a galaxy? You see, that's the problem when we start really getting into.
Do you think is it like a hologram or something?
Yeah, see, this is the thing.
No.
Get in line we've got questions too. I'm not saying it's a hologram, but it's just that no one knows what these things are. So for you to say, well, no, of course it's light, it does this, it does that, you don't know that. And if the best thing you can offer me is just retelling me the story that we all learned.
You know what's really funny that supports your guys, like the thing that the universe doesn't exist and we're like the only thing, right? You know what's really funny? Like a really funny thing that I just thought of. Like your theory explains why aliens hadn't destroyed us, you know? Because there aren't aliens. That's pretty cool.
Right, exactly. Well, there you go. Like that's something you can, even if you never say you never change your position, you can actually put that feather in your cap and say, well, like if they do try to do aliens, you might be a little bit more hesitant to question what they're doing.
If there were other planets or galaxies, there would be other life forms that are more advanced than us, and they would have visited us. But according to your theory, there aren't like any other
they don't
planets or galaxies.
have visited us, but they can sell you on the idea that it's possible. Yeah. And so if you have the understanding that that's never possible, then maybe you'll never be so gullible to fall for it. So you can at least hang on to that. You can leave here knowing that if they try to trick your neighbors into thinking that aliens are coming, you might be a little bit more skeptical. Knowing what you learned here today. But I mean, here's the thing, bro. They're actually telling you all the time that things are falling from the sky.
Yeah, like the meteorites, sure.
Exactly. And I have a clip I want to play actually. But so that's the thing. If people ask us, why does it matter? Why do you guys spend time on this? Why should you care? Well, dude, like.
Yeah, how did the dinosaurs died then?
Oh, that's actually funny. This is part of the clip.
Sick.
Wait, really? You are prepared for everything.
Good place.
Where is it gonna play? What's this live stream, by the way? Like, what?
I can get you a link.
Wait, let me send you.
Okay.
Here you go.
Thank you.
No problem.
Hold on 1 second. I've got to convert a file and then I'll play it.
All right. Take your time.
They say an asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs. I don't know about that, but I do know if space debris hit my car, it'll be all right. Comprehensive car insurance can cover things that fall from the sky. Hail, trees, golf balls, even meteorites.
What was that?
That was the clip. I'm sorry that took so long, but I can play it one more time. But it was just a commercial. It was
Could you do that again?
Yeah, you want me to play it one more time?
Okay.
Yep, 1 second. Yeah, it's just a commercial for I think like State Farm or some car insurance company. It's just people. The reason why I'm playing this is because people will ask you, "Why does it matter? Why do you guys care? Why do you spend time on this topic?" Like, well, because knowing some of the things, even just the things we just went over here today with Glonk and Tree, with the gas pressure and the container argument, no one can convince you that some asteroid's gonna hit your car, bro. So here's the clip one more time.
They say an asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs. I don't know about that, but I do know if space debris hit my car, it'll be all right. Comprehensive car insurance can cover things that fall from the sky. Hail, trees, golf balls, even meteorites.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, well, it was just an advertisement.
Yeah, so I just thought it was really funny, and yeah, so yeah, you can
I mean, yeah,
know
indeed.
that the gas pressure argument is the reason why you can't, leave. That's why meteorites aren't going to hit your car, and all these other things. So that's an important argument. Like I said, it's one of the bigger arguments. I know you haven't heard it before, but it is a very good argument, I would say. And Miggy, what's up, dude? Long time no see.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Well, we got some fresh meat in here, man. You might be perfect if you want to step up to the plate.
Yeah, hello.
We got Glonk. You guys been pretty chill, so
Yeah, it's fun here.
so I asked a question.
Pretty much.
You guys didn't. You guys were a little bit busy reading, but I joke around and ask people if they think that their room that they're in is moving, or if they think buildings move. So, like, do you think that your house moves?
What? What do you mean my house moves?
Well, I mean, we're told.
I've never seen my house move.
Yeah. But well, they're saying that the ground moves, the Earth rotates, so they say, right? So then, everything on the ground, your house included, would be moving with the ground. So
Because of the
question-
scale of the planet, you wouldn't notice.
Yeah, I know. I'm not asking about like, do you notice it? You better hang on, bro. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm just simply asking, do you think it is moving?
Well, yes, it is.
Yeah.
We are
Really
right now
slowly,
accelerating through space, according to the normal theories.
So you guys that are in here right now.
It's a globe card.
Oh, I can't hear you.
Sorry, Mickey, go ahead.
Could you repeat?
I know. I was just gonna say, no, he's just playing a funny clip. But check this out. How sure are you, like from 1 to 100, that the Earth is what you've been told is what it is? That it's a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. How sure are you guys in here right now?
No, he's asking me as if I was a globe head.
Just,
You know?
can you hear what I just said? I don't know. That's not too difficult, right? The question I'm asking.
Yes.
Is it
How sure I am
difficult?
if it's accelerating? No, it's
yeah.
not.
So both. No. Pay attention, please. How sure are you that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space? From 0 to 100.
I wasn't even considering. I was just trying to. I'm not gonna answer like you want me to. Sorry.
From 0 to 100, and the thing is, like, the reason why I asked this is to check your intellectual integrity, to see if you're going to be honest. Because when you start diverting away from this, then we can start seeing in this panel that you're not going to be honest to have a conversation with. So we're going to be
I'm
wasting.
trying to learn about it. I'm serious.
Oh yeah. We're going to be wasting our time. So
Can you stop being so confrontational? Thanks.
No. This is exactly why you guys don't answer the questions, because you don't want to be faced with the truth. So unless you're ready to have an intellectual, honest conversation, you will answer the question. So, I'll ask you again. I'll ask again to clarify. And if the answer is something else other than what the response should be, either 1 to 100, then I'll know that your intellectual integrity has been compromised. So, once again, for the gentleman, let me ask again. How sure are you that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space from 1 to 100? Go ahead.
How many points is that question? For how many points?
0 to 100. How sure are you that the Earth
is it correctly? What's the price for it? What's the price for it?
Okay, why can we not just answer? Why can't we? Let me take this, guys. Thank you. Why can't we not just
required to answer your questions? You know that, right? Sorry.
Why can't we not just answer the question? I'm asking that to you guys.
Because I don't like how you're talking to me.
No, you don't like that the truth is going to be revealed. That's what you don't like.
So it's not going to be revealed if I answer a question. Sorry, buddy. You're not that important.
It will be revealed. It will be revealed. So unless you have no other business here other than to waste our time, you may see yourself out the door.
You're saying that your time is being wasted because I'm listening to you guys and talking with you? How?
No. Your time is being wasted. Our time is being wasted because you're not ready to have an intellectually honest conversation. Our time is being wasted. If that's not what you're here for, the door is that way. You can exit. It's a privilege to be amongst these intellects, and if you're not willing to have a conversation, you can see yourself out the door.
Look at how many people here. Okay, listen. Look how many people here are, right? They're not talking. They're just listening.
I don't care.
But I sometimes give some input.
I bet they'd answer the question, though.
I don't care. I'm not talking to them. I'm talking to you.
I'm not going to answer a question from him.
Well, then
he's very aggressive.
See yourself out the door,
right?
Please.
Because I don't want to answer your question?
Yes, because you're not intellectually honest.
I am.
That's why.
What do you mean by intellectually honest? Okay, describe what you mean by that.
Okay, these sound effects are annoying.
Stop talking. Intellectually honest means that you're going to answer the question if you're provided the context for it. The question is the Earth a globe spinning in the vacuum of space? How sure are you from 1 to 100? That's the question.
I'm pretty sure.
For sure, I am that it's...
No, right, from 1 to 100. How sure?
In the space.
Yeah, but
like,
how
I would need more... that sentence is very bland, you know?
You don't
I'm
need more.
closer
You just
to
need
100,
to
like 90%, let's say.
Okay, 90% from the gentleman.
90 over 100? Okay.
How about the other gentleman?
I'm going to be a bit more open, right? I'm going to say 50. I'm 50% sure.
Okay, and the other gentleman said 90. Is this correct?
Yeah. About that. I'm not sure about that.
I'm still waiting for you guys to change my mind, you know? That's what I'm here for.
Well,
that's why we joined this place.
Yeah, but if we can just have a real cordial discussion at this point, so you guys can understand our point, right? Because you won't understand if you guys are jumping in and starting to ask your questions. You have to listen to what we're saying and then respond. So we're getting 50% from one gentleman and 90% from another. Is this correct?
Indeed.
Okay, so we got one indeed and the other one?
What's up?
Okay, so we're 50% one, 90% on the other. Let's move forward with the exercise. The exercise that I'm about to give you is going to help you understand whether or not you know the percentage that you just told me right now.
Oh,
if it's true. Okay, so let's move forward. And I'm going to ask both of you so you can help each other out. It doesn't matter how you guys do it, so long as you guys give me an honest answer. Either you know or you don't know. That's all I care about. You don't listen. Now I'm going to preface this way. I have to. Don't ask me any questions. This exercise is not for you to ask me any questions. The exercise is for you to be honest. It's for you to be honest. And if you don't know, say, I don't know. Or if you do know, just give me the information of how you do know specifically. That's all it is. Okay. You guys understand?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first question would be, who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance? Because I'm going to give you the context. because they're telling us that the Earth, as an oblate spheroid, has a radius, a diameter, and a circumference. So on this oblate spheroid that we live on, right? If it has a radius, diameter, circumference, there would be over point A to point B on any given part of the surface an arc, a sagittale, a hump of Earth between point A and point B. Now, what I'm asking you, gentlemen, is who's ever measured that ever in history, and what is the drop rate over that distance? Go ahead, Serge.
Like Serge, right now, I can tell you.
Oh yeah, you don't have to. Just if you know, just tell me the specifics.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Okay.
So every single airline, right? They need to know this information, and they have people that tell them that how to travel across the planet.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
like the question, did you hear my question?
Yeah, who measured the curvature of the Earth? The people that give instructions to the flight systems. What?
Okay, who are they?
Well, I'm not sure. Like I'm not into that.
Okay, so
I'm not in
either-
that topic.
Remember my question was either you know or you don't know. Right?
Yeah,
So
but I
either
told you who
know-
knows that, and
No,
that's a
no,
good
you don't-
answer.
No, it's not a good answer because you told me
So
an
you-
answer that. Hang on a second, please don't
Okay.
interrupt. You told me
I'm
an
sorry.
answer that you told me an answer that you think you know somebody who did that, but you didn't give me the answer that could sufficiently support who it is. You were like, I think it's some dudes that help people with the airlines. I don't. It's a good answer. No, it's not. We need to know in this council. Specifics are important, as in what organization, what
What do you mean by
person.
council? Wait, I want to know that.
Sorry.
What council? The Flat Earth Discord Council needs to know that.
No. Yeah, you don't listen. The people in this room make up the body of this council.
Okay.
The
Okay.
ones who are here, the ones who are here listening to you give the answers.
Well, I didn't come here to answer your questions. I'm sorry, dude.
Well, I'm sorry then. You're like I said, if you're not here to learn, then the door is that way, sir.
What?
The door is that way. If you're not here to learn.
I came here to listen to the live stream. You know.
Okay,
To
no,
watch it.
this is a session for you to learn, and if you're not here to learn, then you just excuse yourself from the
From
conversation
the
and
whole
go somewhere
Discord,
else.
or just the call.
No, from this call, you can go to another channel. You can do whatever you go play Fortnite or something because
I
this is
just
an
moved
intellectual.
into here.
This is an intellectual forum, and if you're not ready for it, then please excuse yourself.
Mayhem seems like a gamer.
Yeah, like mayhem.
I could be. I enjoy a good game, but I also enjoy people that are intellectually honest. I love that people are being honest.
I mean, I am honest. Like I wasn't acting like I'm a globehead, by the way. Let me just tell you something. Listen here.
Yeah, I really don't.
Because you're treating me like I believe that the Earth is round, like a little ball, right?
All right. So you see what happens when you don't stop.
Don't speak over him.
Oh, you get angry?
Okay,
Please be
now you are
respectful.
good.
Yeah,
I'm a moderator in this forum. If
Yeah,
you
no.
didn't know. So, I guess
One
you
of the
guys aren't
angrier
ready
ones,
to have a
actually,
discussion.
more feisty.
I'll unmute you one more time. Because I do give people second chances. I want you guys to do the best you can. If you didn't see my tag, I'm not just your average Joe Blow off the street. I've been doing
Who
this for
did you
many
mute?
years. And I'm here to teach you guys something very brand new and something very provocative. But you have to be willing to have the discussion. If you're not willing to have the discussion, you can sit on mute and listen to other people have the discussion. It's up to you guys. We can play it any way you want. Me personally, I'd rather you have the discussion and be honest. But I'm not going to force you to do that. And also, I'm not going to have you moderate my channel. You are being moderated. I'm not. I've
Well,
designed
there's
this
need for
forum
moderation
along with the
here. We're
rest
all
of the
friends,
people that
right?
have built this forum for many years. We've curated this forum, guys. You don't even know what you just stepped into. This is an intellectual forum in which we like to have honest and intellectual discussions with other people that are being honest as well. If this is not what you want,
I'm here. Hear me.
please excuse yourself from this conversation out of this server into another channel. This channel is designed for people who want to be honest.
God.
I'm going to unmute you, and if you try to moderate my forum once again, you will be swiftly muted and back again, just like the way you are now. Do not
You hear me
moderate
now?
my forum. I am the moderator. You aren't. So here we go.
Can you hear
I'll
me
unmute
now?
both of you because I do, like I said, I believe that you both have the potential to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Okay.
so let's get back let's get back to the first question. And with honesty, remember, as I was framing the question, you have to be with the specifics. So if you want to have the specifics, go ahead and give them to me. If you don't know them, say I don't know. Remember, I said intellectual honesty in this forum is respected. So if you don't know, say you don't know, and we can move forward to the next question. But if you're giving us some hard time, we're not going to stand for that. So the question again, if you want me to repeat it, is who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in a people or a person, agency, it doesn't matter who you name, so long as we can figure out who it is, as in drop over distance. So as the Earth being an oblate spheroid, it has the consequent of it having curvature on its surface. That is the consequent of it being a geometric shape. So the geometric shape that it is an oblate spheroid, which is why I'm asking you, gentlemen, that if you know, as anybody's ever measured the drop over distance, to please provide that information. If you don't know, please say I don't know. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Okay, I already answered that, so I'm just gonna say I don't know, something to make you happy.
Same.
No, it's not to make me happy. It's for you to be intellectually honest, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I was
don't care
busy
about-
moderating your channel.
Yeah, I know. And that's why I said, please don't moderate my channel.
How was I doing that? I just told you. Told you that you think I believe that the Earth is round, and you're trying to disprove me right here.
No, I'm not
I said that you were doing that.
I'm not disproving you. I'm actually asking you to be honest. If you know or if you do not know. That's what I'm asking for. Your honesty.
And I did
That's all
answer
I'm
your
asking.
question. You didn't like my answer.
We don't know.
Yeah, you
Like,
don't know.
I don't work for the agencies, you know. Like, I could answer it, sure, maybe if I worked there, right? If I did some research, I could answer you.
Yes. Thank you. Listen, this should be short and sweet. It shouldn't take forever. So you don't know is sufficient, right? You don't
Yes,
know is
sir.
sufficient. Okay. So let us move on to the next question.
Let's go.
The next question. Okay, so the next question is: they tell us that the Earth is rotating on its axis, so it's spinning around on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, allegedly. So they tell us that the Earth is spinning around, and day and night cycles and so forth. So my question to you, gentlemen, is: who has ever measured that spin, ever, any time in history, a person or agency?
You mean the
Go
time
ahead, gentlemen.
zones?
No. Listen to the question.
I did.
Who has, as a person, who has ever measured the Earth spinning on its axis? Who has ever measured the Earth spinning on its axis? You see the question?
Yes, but the Earth spinning isn't like a measurement thing, you know? Like that's
Right. They tell us that it's been spinning around at about 1,000 miles per hour at the
Oh,
equator.
all right.
So that's what I'm asking for. Who's that? Now, if you understand the question, who? And if you know, please give me the
I have to tell you
specifics. If you
the
don't know,
name and the surname of the person, right? And like everything.
exactly. If you know, then tell me you know. If you don't know, tell me you don't know.
I
It's just
have no
simple.
idea.
Yeah, thank
Bro.
you. It's just honesty. It's just honesty. That's all it is, guys. It's just honesty.
It's just you're
That's
going
all
to
it
hear
is.
the same thing because you don't like any other answer.
No. I want to hear
I'm
you
sorry,
being
but
honest
like,
that you
I'm
don't
not
know.
going to participate in a conversation like this. This doesn't make any sense to anybody here. Like, if you're going to
Why
ask
won't you
me
participate?
about something very specific, right, about the planet, and you're going
I
to
did.
ask me who is the person that measured that, exactly, right?
Yeah,
I just did ask.
just like Sibi said.
Relax, guys, because I did ask you something very specific about the planet,
Yes,
as you
you
so
did.
put it.
Yes, you did.
Okay. And either you know or you don't know.
Well, there's systems to measure that right now. If I would be a globe head, as you say, I would say that the satellites. Okay, I know what you want me to do. Okay, I don't know. There you go.
Thank you. The other
No
gentleman?
problem.
The other gentleman?
I already told you. I have absolutely no idea.
I have so many answers to give you, but you wouldn't like them.
Well, it's the specific one that I'm asking for, so I don't want other
Who
answers.
is the
I want
person that measure? Yes, I know. Not what the
Okay,
system is, or like how it's how it's done.
Listen, we could get into that, but we have first. Hold on a second, guys. I'll be right with you.
Hey, Bear, can you come back? I liked you more. You talking more than him
Yeah,
because you're in the library.
Let's be honest. Come back.
Did you guys notice, by the way? I want to ask everybody how aggressive he was to me at the beginning. Like, I am just here. I'm just one guy with 2 balls, and I'm just trying to talk.
Hey,
Can you
what's going
agree?
on?
He was a bit aggressive. Come on.
He makes it look more like a cult. Let's be honest.
Well, I felt
don't
like I was being
respect him.
interrogated. Let's say that. You answer my question, or you get the fuck out. That's what he did. I'm just gonna say that.
But I don't know why you guys were like kind of resisting. It was just a simple, hey, what do you know? Do you know or you don't know? I don't want to answer. It's like, bro, come on, dude. Like, it's not that.
Because the questions are too specific. Because he wants to know what is the name and surname of the person that did this exactly, right?
But there's a
Like-
method. There's a method to it. So it's not a trap. It's more like a status report. We're just checking to see what you do know because this is what happens, right? I'll give you in on the secret. And FLWS, there, I want you to chime in as well. But like, once we go through the 3 points, and you let everyone know, I'm not too sure on these things. What people like to do is they like to double back.
I already said I'm 50% sure. Like, what's there to do? I'm just going to answer the
Like I
same
said,
question at the same
just
thing.
a status report. It's just a status report. We're just checking. Because what people will do is they'll double back 30 minutes down the line and go, well, actually, no, I do know. It's like, wait a minute, dude, what? You just said like 30 minutes ago that you don't know. So people like to become instant experts all of a sudden. So it's
I
just.
mean, I'm not an expert, but I know a lot of things about it. Like, but I don't know exactly. I did try to, but he didn't like it, and he said he's taking too long. You heard him. You Witchy are here.
Well, here's the problem. Like, when he's asking the question, he's not asking you for help. He's not like asking you for the answer for him. He's asking to see if you know the answer. So you going, oh, here, hold on, I can look it up for you. That's the wrong vibe.
I didn't look it up. I just told you I instantly replied. What?
Okay, I'm just saying.
And
I said the techniques to use to measure it, but I don't know like who exactly is the person that developed them and made them possible, right?
All right. So what we're getting to, I'm back again, guys. I was changing my oil. All right. So what I'm asking right now is the specifics on the information, and according to the information, we need to know the specifics in order for you guys to understand. You know what you're talking about. If you give vague information, like I think it was some guy in some country somewhere that did this one thing, but that's good enough. No, sir, it's not good
I
enough.
didn't tell you what
The reason
systems
why-
like it would be like
Right,
who owns the
doesn't matter
systems.
because it doesn't matter because like if you don't know the details to that information, the most important thing is that when you say I know and then you start to tell me about the information, what this council, the body of the people that are in here, are going to do is look into your information immediately. And we're going to find out if you know what you're saying or not. So I don't want you to tell me some half-cocked idea. And if you're coming in with some idea that you think is maybe an idea that you know, and you really don't, we're going to find out that you really don't, and you've just wasted like about 10 minutes going through this fruitless endeavor where you could have just told me, I don't
Well,
know. We
isn't
could
it
have
the
gotten to
point
that.
that we don't know that we're supposed to learn?
Well, the point is that from the point of knowledge of you saying you don't know, that's the point of where you start to learn. But if you tell me that you know, I'm going to give you the option to tell us the information how you know. You understand? And if you don't know would be the best way, I'm telling you. But if you know, then we're going to have to find out how you know. That's why I'm telling you to be honest right now. So if you don't know, say, I don't know. But if you know, we're going to ask for specifics. And this is just a rigor that we put for anyone that comes in here and says that they know. All right,
Yeah.
so
I'm sorry to break your heart, Mayhem. I'm not going to participate in this little show you have. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go. It was nice talking with you, but only a little, okay?
You're not breaking my heart.
I did
You're not breaking my
prefer-
heart.
Okay.
You're not. Okay, so you guys are just gonna have your own conversation.
Yeah, sure.
Why not?
All right, so yeah, then please excuse yourself from the panel, or put
Okay.
yourself on mute,
See you,
or put
dude.
yourself on mute. One of the two. We're not gonna lose sleep over you guys leaving. Trust me that. We're not.
All right, it was really fun. So it was
wasn't
nice to
for
meet
me,
you.
though. You guys just wasted my time.
I mean, it was even nice to meet you, Mayhem. So yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Be, I don't know, yourself. So see ya.
or back?
I don't know why. I don't know why they didn't like you, Maggie.
I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm asking them to be honest. For once in their life. Nobody's ever asked them that.
They were falling asleep. They liked me, but they were falling asleep in the background. So, like, you got them to think, and they're like, "Oh, I don't want to think."
No. I'm not concerned about feelings or that they want to ask this or that. The most important thing is if they're intellectually honest, they'll answer the questions, and then we can proceed forward with a robust conversation. Because we'll start to say, okay, now we know that you don't know. But admitting that is the first step. And a lot of people listening on the panel are going to be like, well, we know they don't know. I know that, gentlemen. I know that. But they have to admit it to themselves and also in the panel when they're here. And if they don't do that, the wall will still be up and we'll never get anywhere. You're going to keep hearing excuses. So it's important that they get to the point that they admit that they don't know so that then we can continue with our discussion with them. And that's why it's a shock and awe, because nobody's ever gotten to the point where they have to admit that they don't know. And they get into it hurts their fifis whenever we start talking about that. And, oh, I don't want to have this conversation. Yeah, you bet your ass you don't. Because now you're starting to be honest, and that scares you, doesn't it? What are you telling you, man? It seems like I'm the villain at times, and I don't know. It is what it is, man. It do what it do.
Yeah, exactly, Helio. Someone's got to be the good cop and the bad cop, I guess.
I mean, it's good to hear from you, CB. I've been busy. So.
Yeah, likewise. It's good to hear from you as well. I've been busy too, so it's
How's
all right,
everything? How's everything going on your end? You're doing all right?
My computer kicked the bucket, so I've been hanging out at the library, getting some stuff done, hanging out, just checking in with you guys a little bit.
Really?
Otherwise good.
Nice.
Yeah, my MacBook lasted over that 10-year mark, so I guess I can't complain.
It ran its course, huh?
Yeah, AI he's gonna be talking trash about it, so I'm prepared.
Oh, your MacBook?
Yeah. I was just telling him AI my MacBook finally kicked the bucket after like 10, 11 years. So I'm prepared for a PC insult anytime now.
Well, that's the question. Did you learn your lesson, or are you going to buy another Mac?
I know. I probably would go full goofball mode and do it again. Get another one.
Let's go.
Well, you see, the problem is right that you, rightly so, look at your old MacBook as having lasted this long, and so you think to yourself, "Oh, well, I'll buy another one of these." Those don't exist anymore. They're not in production.
Yeah, I know.
The quality of what you can get now is absolute dog ass.
I know, it always goes down. Yeah. That's actually one of my speculation Sunday. I don't know if you want to throw it in that category, but you can have these like on the surface, these really great companies like Apple, but behind the scenes, or even car companies like Mercedes, but like behind the scenes, they're like, it's it's on stilts.
Well, back in the heyday, right, when the Power PCs and the Power Macs were really coming out, proliferating laptop versions, like I remember those devices were powerhouses, right? They didn't lag. Everything you wanted to do, you could do. Where nowadays, it's almost like no matter what you buy, it's ass. Like look at, like, I don't know who watches Nathan Oakley on the regular, but he was gifted an expensive PC, right? With like some major water cooling and all this crazy specs on it, right? And literally all he's doing is just broadcasting a live show with like 3 graphics up simultaneously, and the computer can't even handle it for some reason. Constantly having problems.
Yeah, and I feel like it's only getting worse too. Like here, buy a brand new 2024 Mercedes Benz, and then like, it's all made of plastic and some goofball put it together and it falls
Yeah.
apart. So it's like you just paid $100,000 for trash.
Well, that was like a soft conspiracy back in the day when video games controllers and stuff. Walmart started taking over a lot of sales, right? And so Walmart stuff was always like $5 or $10 cheaper than you could get it at a game store. And so people would go and buy it. But lo and behold, it turns out that even though the box looked identical, an official brand, the actual item inside had inferior parts. So when you went to, like, let's say GameStop and you bought a controller or something, when you took that controller apart, there'd be screws, right? Metal bands, robust parts. But you took the same controller that you bought that literally looked like the exact same controller, officially from Microsoft, like you couldn't tell them apart, from Walmart, and you opened it up and it was like held together with like plastic springs and slide clips, not screws and none of these other robust parts. It's like they were selling you a cheaper product by cheapening the product, not by cutting the price. And that's caught on, like you said. Now we have cars with glue and cardboard shims, and, press fit and all this ridiculous stuff, where it used to be like solid bolts, metal on metal parts, all this good stuff.
I think you said it perfectly. It's a race to the bottom, something like that.
Yeah.
It's a race to see who can be the cheapest,
Right.
literally.
One of the most, and throughout all that time, one of the most asshole moves you ever saw. There's actually a few techniques where you create this device that has a spring tension trip in it. So when the person opens it up, the parts spring out and are next to impossible to return to their position, intentionally trying to thwart people from repairing their own device. Or you have this tape, right, that as you open it, it rips parts of the board off. So it warns you, it says, don't open this. Any damage, that occurs is on you. But then it doesn't say, oh, and by the way, we booby trapped this thing.
Yeah, I mean, what do they call it? Like, there's even some laws around this too, the repairability or something like that. Like,
Oh, hold on,
they're
I'll
just
do that.
engineering stuff, and then it's, it's like one-time use, disposable cars, like disposable computers, disposable things that are supposed to last. It's like kind of sad, honestly. Not gonna lie. And people are paying like it's not cheap to buy a new car, buy a computer or whatever. These things are super expensive for the ordinary person. So it's like to just buy one and have it start breaking down because it's like everyone's cheap, everything's cheap. That's not cool. So I feel bad. One of the chats in the lobby is saying like, how would you guys combat the whole commercial space flight thing? What are you gonna say when literally thousands of people have went up and started saying, yeah, bro, it's a globe? I said, well, it's kind of hard to combat something that doesn't exist. And I also said like,
That's like asking how do you combat Narnia?
yeah, exactly. I just told her I mock the idea. It's future proof, which I've never heard before a server. But imagine telling the judge, Your Honor, what would you say if my proof manifested in the future? Well, he would say you lose this case today. So I don't know why they feel so confident, like, oh yeah, we'll prove it in the future. Imagine if we said that. Like our position was, yeah, we'll prove it to you guys in the future eventually. Like I wouldn't be so confident about that. They're so confident about this, like, well, future in the future. Okay, well, let us know when it happens. They said the flying cars too.
The one thing about flying cars is that they're possible. The globe Earth isn't.
Nice. So, what else is going on? That's actually a good one there, Miggy. I think Owen Benjamin would always say stuff like that. He'd be like, "There's a better chance Santa Claus is real than the globe or like whatever." He would give something that's obviously very ridiculous and not possible, and say that's more realistic than something that's people commonly believe to be true. That's definitely not true.
Those guys were ready to moderate the forum. No, I think I want to ask you some. No, I don't think so. I don't think so, bud. Not today.
I feel like they'll be back because I couldn't tell at first. They were like, "Hey guys, we're just here goofing off," but then I don't know. Maybe I calmed them down a little bit. I don't know why they felt pressured by you. Usually,
I usually give people no quarter when they come in here, but at the same time, I don't want to ban them. I mean, they can come back in, and if they think about it, they're intellectually honest later on, they can come back in. That's why I say, please excuse yourself from the chat.
Yeah.
Because that's you taking yourself out, not me. I ain't got to do it. You do.
I know, right? I kind of try to explain what happened.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, however, if they're being rambunctious, of course you have to use that old cane to, grab them by their neck and yank them out of the stage.
Put your foot down, yeah. No, I was just trying to explain to them like the process. I don't know. I was telling them there's no need for them to buck and resist these types of questions. I understand that it might feel like a trap. Recently, John Zerka went on Jesse Lee Peterson show, and Jesse was like, "All right," at the very end, he's like, "All right, rapid fire question for you," and John goes, "Oh crap!" Like he was like trying to resist the questions, and they were totally but not like innocent questions. He just kind of went through a few of them really quickly, and it's like there's no need for you to just resist. That's what I was trying to tell those guys. Like stop digging your heels in for no reason. Just get through it, and it'll be painless. But you're making it more difficult than it has to be. I see Gogo joined. Let's see what's up with him.
He was making funny noises yesterday on the stream. When the gentlemen were talking, he was playing funny noises. I don't know if he's going to be honest or not.
I feel like I stole Flatload Wright's thunder there. I was hoping you were going to get a chance to chat with them a little bit. Apologies.
Oh, it was all good. I was just, when Mayhem stepped out, I was like, he started going, how rude was he to me? So I was just going to go, dude, it's the argument, not the person. Like, don't get your feelings involved. You guys already covered this, but, it's like, they're getting all butthurt,
Yeah. I didn't feel like you were rude at all, so...
Well, the point of it was, too, that people think that they can act and say how they want to anywhere, and they feel very entitled. And then these entitled babies, when they come in here, it hurts them when there's a forum that actually has some, it's a bit moderated and people have structure here. So to them, it's like, I want to do what I want to do, like an entitled baby. And you're not going to do that, That's the thing. And people hate that. When you're on the third-party listener, you're like, why don't you just let them speak? Well, first of all, if these guys had any integrity and they were being intellectually honest, they would just answer the question. They wouldn't be like bucking the system. No, why do I have to answer that? No, I don't want to know. They just answer it. Because truth never fears the fullest of investigation. Right? So they shouldn't feel worried if they know the truth. Right? Just saying.
Accountability is people's kryptonite. So you were just trying to hold them accountable. Oh, you said it was 50% at Globe? All right, let's check. No, I don't want to check. It's like, well, dude, you said it. Like,
Exactly.
I'm sorry, like I didn't force you to say 50%. You're the one who said it, so it's like.
And the thing
Although,
is, you give them an option. You know, you give them that option. Like, okay, so if you don't know, say you don't know. If you know, just tell us exactly how. And he's like, what council? Who? Well, the council. Everybody in here. The body of the people that are in here make up the council. So he was trying to figure out like what organization is like watching over him right now. It's like, it's very simple. The people that put the time and the effort to actually research this information should be, you know, held accountable for that. So also be the arbiters of that information and also be able to discern whether or not the information you're presenting is true or not.
yeah, it shouldn't be that difficult to just kind of walk down the aisle with these guys. They're like, I don't know, distraction agents. Well, I wanted to be distracted over there. It's like, dude, can you focus for 5 seconds?
I always think it's kind of funny when you can tell these Globies kind of come in here thinking that it's going to go a completely different way. And I mean, that was a great example of, you know, just, yeah, these entitled babies that were like, oh, we're going to show these flat earthers or we're going to make fun of them real quick. Hold on. You know, and then it hits them. You can see the switch. You can see the cognitive dissonance. So, I mean, it's always good content to me.
I know, that's well said. It's like, oh no, he's holding me accountable. Like, yeah, I am. It's like that's one of my pet peeves is how they'll kind of yeah, like you said, like they come in expecting one thing. It's like, I just want to ask you guys questions. Yeah, okay, great. Well, we have questions for you too. You know, this isn't a zoo. You just throw bananas at the monkeys. No, it doesn't. This is the safari. Okay, we're hungry too, so we might bite back. Type of shit. So.
Well, I always like it when the ones too that are like, oh, I'm just here to study flat Earth beliefs, and I'm like, yeah, actually that's weird. I'm actually here studying globe Earth beliefs. Yeah.
I'm gonna use
like,
that.
why do you guys still believe this? Oh, by the way, ours isn't a belief.
Right.
I mean, I guess you can believe in the empirical system. I mean, I get that argument. It's sort of this philosophy, this logic deduction. But, I mean, you got to use something. And, I think sometimes that's really the big debate is actually that philosophy of what we count as objective. Even though, again, like I've said, we can both look at the same building and know exactly, you know, how tall it is. You could be like, well, I think it's a large building. Well, I think it's a small building. So we do have objective and subjective in that imperialistic state, but I don't know. I usually don't go that far.
Yeah, I just want to study you guys. It's like, no, dude. First of all, I don't know if I believe that. First of all, because the first window they can jump out of, they will. Like we saw that with Miggy just now. An exit, I'm out. Like, so no, you're not really here for what you say you are. And honestly, that clip that I have. Go ahead.
He was like, I don't like those questions. He's like, I don't like those questions. I'm not gonna answer that question. I'm like, bro, why not? You had that energy when you came in here. It's that kind of energy. Well, I just want to know about what's going on. I want to have a conversation. Okay, let's have one. What do you know about the Earth being a globe? Oh, I don't like that anymore. I don't like this conversation. I'm like, well, what are you doing? You want to come in here and say what you want, say your piece, and distract and do whatever you want. You want everybody to be like, okay, let's have the conversation with you. Bullshit, dude. This council is here for one purpose, and that's to scrutinize information that comes through these doors. So if you got some information that the Earth is a globe, present your case. We'll examine it, and if it has no merit, then it's out the window. We toss it out. But we give everybody the chance. So didn't I give them the opportunity? I'm like, look, if you know, present the information. If you don't know, say you don't know. Well, I know. It's some pilot somewhere, some guy with some pilots, and they were taught, okay, well, who was it specifically? Well, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it's that's it right there. And then that's how I know. It's like, that's not knowledge, bro. You're just claiming random things and hoping that you're throwing, shit at the wall and hopefully it sticks. I tell you.
And then they try to mask it behind things like, oh, well, I would tell you, but you just wouldn't like it. What? Me liking your answer doesn't have anything to do with it. Like, it's not my approval isn't whether you're correct or not. So, like,
it's based on the information.
Yeah.
If the information is correct. It's not about how I feel or how you feel. Present the information. If it's correct, then it's correct. If it's not, then it's not, And the only thing is when they say, well, let me look it up. Nah, that's not good enough. Because you're going to look it up right now means that you don't know. That's what that means. Some people say I'm harsh, but I do it for a reason.
Well, I was actually thinking when I came in, kind of a little late, that I was like, wow, Mickey's kind of being nice to this guy. Why? So it was just funny that they were like, man, he's so harsh, he's so rude. It's like, dude, you don't even know. But yeah.
Well, they had no idea. Like, it could have got way worse from me, from other people on the panel. So, yeah, you guys were getting it easy.
Like when they were like playing tough, like you said, like, oh, I got so many things I could show you right now, but you just wouldn't believe them.
Dude, it's like, imagine telling that to a judge. Well, Your Honor, I have so many things of evidence, but I'm just, you wouldn't believe it. Okay, well then you lose. Easy. Period.
Yeah. Well, it's like I think back, when I did stupid stuff like that as a 9-year-old, and I'd be like, yeah, I have a Charizard holographic. You don't even know. Of course, not having one.
Dude, honestly, that was one of my biggest pet peeves. I had one of my best friends. He would do stuff like that, but he would, like, it wouldn't even be about cool stuff like Charizard. He would be like, yeah, I can like bench this much, or I can, like, eat this many B&J sandwiches. And I would, like, eventually, I got so sick of it. I was like, dude, you're capping, bro. Like, stop capping. Like, I called him out on Facebook and shit, and dude, we ended up getting into a fight. It was crazy. I didn't want to fight him too, because I thought he was gonna whoop my ass. But it actually turned out to be the other way around. But yeah, like, I just really don't like when people lie like that. But that's actually a funny thing. Is if you really think about it, why do they call me and you truthers? Because everyone that isn't is a liar. Yeah? What do you think about that? So you're either a truther or a liar. You lie about your Charizard or how much you can bench, or if you think buildings move, or you're not. you're willing to tell the truth, even if it sounds silly or doesn't, it's not cool.
That's all I want. That's all I care about. That's all I care about, CB. That's it. That they're truthful, whether they know or they don't know. And everybody's like, "You're so mean." Why? Because I want them to be honest? Is that mean? That's very strange.
Right, bro. I have a clip.
That's very strange.
For that. You know me, Clip King CB over here. But I have a clip for that, dude. And honestly, people will say that it's mean, but I think it's very much not mean. It comes from a sincere place to stop someone from being insincere on their end. Take a listen to this clip, and we'll explain a little bit more about the process.
Seems like UA's had a lot of trouble this year. Must have been tough for you. Yeah. But even so, you're all still aiming to become pro heroes despite those hardships. It's wonderful. Hearts full of fortitude. I believe that's what every hero in the world needs to have. He's too nice. This charming pretty boy's gonna steal our girls. And Bakugo, it must have been hard for you, what, with that whole kidnapping incident? Huh? You have an especially strong will, don't you? Today I'm gonna do my best to learn from you. I really hope you don't mind.
Stop pretending. What you say doesn't match the look in your eyes.
Hey man, don't be so rude. Sorry, he's just like that. It's fine. It proves how tough his heart is.
Okay, well, just to explain it a little bit more, you've got the character buttering everybody up. Oh, I can't wait to learn from you guys. You remember that time you got kidnapped? You did such a good job getting out of that. Like, these are like, is he really being nice? No, in my opinion, he's not. He's throwing back at compliments. He's just masking it behind this pretend fake nice guy act. And so there's one character out of the group that acknowledges that, recognizes it. And when the fake nice guy reaches out his hand and says, "Well, I can't wait to learn from you guys. I hope you don't mind," the one guy slaps his hand away and says, "What you say doesn't match the look in your eyes. Stop pretending." And so that was Miggy. That's essentially what he had to do, and that's what I'm willing to do. And I think it's you should be willing to do that as well. If you get someone that, even though it seems like they're being nice, don't just be gassed up by the tone. You have to listen to what they're saying. If what they're saying doesn't match the quote look in their eyes, tell them what it is, even if it sounds rude. So you heard more. Go ahead.
That was a guy yesterday. He said he was 15 years old. He was going on like 45. And yeah, he had a deep voice and everything. So no, dude. Because he came in first and I wanted him to be honest, whether he knew or not. He's like, "Well, I just want to have a discussion." And then after all of that, because I asked him the 3 questions, he didn't know. And that was fine. But then he jumped into a discussion with the people in here. And everybody afterwards was like, "Dude, you're such a nice guy." And I was like, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Listen, if it was all about being a nice guy, then everybody would be a flat earther. Because we'd be able to, "Hey, he's a nice guy." He's not intellectually honest, though. He just wants to come in a room full of people and say his piece and do what he wants to do. You know what I mean? And use the covert energy of a mask, so he can be, "Oh, that's a nice guy. That guy right there, he's nice." Yeah, but he's not honest.
Yeah, and I would say that's not very nice. Being dishonest makes you, even if you're pretending to be nice, that's not a very nice thing to do. So, and just like the clip I played, those backhanded compliments. "Oh, you remember when you got kidnapped? You did such a good job." It's like, that's not a compliment. You're throwing shade. So don't fall for it.
And remember, guys, the nicest flat earther wins.
And they were like, "Oh, we want to talk to CB." Oh, yeah. Truth Flat Earth says Matthew Learns was a nice cunt. That's funny. Yeah, I think I'm kind of with you on that one. He was that fake nice guy. What? No, I don't. No, I don't mean to be rude. I don't. What do you mean? But then, like, as soon as you turn away or like you stop listening for a moment, he'd be like, "Yeah, dude, flat earthers are fucking, you know."
Yeah, exactly, dude. Dude, when the CB, when the mask lit off, he's telling Heretic, "I'm so glad that your friends and family know that the Earth is a globe, and they'll be the ones to tell you." I'm like, you fucking weasel, dude. The moment somebody gets real with you, your mask slides off, we see your true colors. Beyond that, like, everybody's like, Matthew's such a great guy. I mean, I know he's a Glober, but he's such a great guy. I'm like, yeah. The moment you're turning your back on him, he's ready to, like, talk shit about you. And you don't know that. Dude, he shows up to Flat Earth meetups, and I'm like, why are you doing that, bro? Just, like, be yourself. If you really hate Flat Earth, then speak it, you know? But this whole nice guy routine that he was playing in the server, and then on the same time when he'd get upset, oh, I better stop because I'm getting upset. Yeah, but your true colors are showing, where you tell us how you really feel. When you tell Heretic that, yeah, I'm glad I don't have to tell you about the Earth being a globe because your friends and family will. Like, what the hell is that, bro? Where'd that come from? Mm-hmm. Oh, you had that one in the chamber because you were waiting to get upset. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So... just saying, man.
Snakes, man. Snakes.
Yep.
Better mow the grass. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say is that, yeah, like, go be with your people. Like, why are you at hangouts with flat earthers and stuff like that? Doesn't make sense, bro. Like, you're not gonna catch me at a Globe Earth meetup. Like, what the? What is that? Like, go be with your people. We're not your people, bro. Like.
Yeah, STL is the same way, by the way. He comes. I don't particularly ban a guy or do anything like that, but I identify him as a snake. He'll come in here and he'll be like, "Oh, I just want to hang out and have a little brewski with you guys." Bro, can't you do that with your Glober buddies? Why you gotta be in here? Cause like that guy, he comes in when his champions come in here, and he got the when Dogs or Gods was in here, he came in right after him. I see him. I identify these guys, man, cause I know who they are. And just because somebody's, dude, they're just such a nice guy. Let him in here. Let him just hang out. Man, fuck that guy. I don't give a shit what anybody says. Like, they're in here to be snakes. Yeah, dude. Like, they're in here to be snakes, and then you look at me like the villain. Dude, you're the one being all mean and whatnot. Yeah. That's because if nobody's there saying anything about these guys, they're just going to run rampant over you guys. Like, oh, man, we had such a great time with Matthew. Yeah, until he's talking shit behind your back. And then you're going to be like, oh, dude, that guy sucks. Don't be people's doormats like that, guys. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I have a
those
problem
types.
with that.
Me too. I have a problem with those types as well. I'm just here hanging out, man. It's like, well, dude, you're not gonna have me just roll into like a Globe Reserve. Oh no, I'm just here casually. Like, no, dude. I don't think.
I'm just hanging out with you guys. Can I have a beer with you guys?
Yeah, it's like, well, no, dude, you're a shark. We're,
You're
we don't.
You're a
we don't
snake,
mix.
bro.
Yeah.
You're a snake, and I can prove it to you. Because when your mask slides off, you're gonna be talking all kinds of crap about me.
Yeah, I'll always tell you how I feel to your face.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Anyway, there's a lot of that been going around. Like, man, how come flat earthers are so mean? You guys are so mean. Why can't we be nice? Why can't let's just play nice?
It's like, dude, this isn't a safe space. We don't have pronouns. Like,
I can see me, dude. Oh shit. Can see me.
Sorry, we're not here to be friends with everybody. Like, the guy was like, I'm here for you to convince me. Well, dude, you got the wrong. We're not here to convince you, bro. Like,
he's all light and stogie. He's like sitting back. All right, you guys convinced me now. I'm like,
yeah, exactly.
the fuck? It's like, Who just made you king of whatever in this server? All right, guys, convince me. Peasants, please step forward. We have the flat earth jesters here. Go ahead, convince me. Your royalness has arrived. Like, come on, dudes. What is going on? And then we got the guys coming in. Okay. I got some evidence for you dudes. It's like, nah, don't play their game. What the hell, bro? Convince me, flat earthers.
Yeah,
like,
right, exactly.
Fuck, dude. Because they do that, man. Yeah, exactly. They come in. No. I want to talk about what I want to talk about. Thank you very much. I'm like, what? And then on top of that, man, the bros in here are like, yeah, dude, let's get him back. Let's give him some information. No. First of all, you gotta nip that in the bud, dude. Like, stop what they're doing. You're not here for them. They're here for you. They come here to listen to you. Oh, but you guys are being tyrants. No, we're not gonna let entitled babies come in here and do whatever they want. This is an intellectual forum, and this is a council. We formed the body of that council, and they're here to present their information. Now, if their information doesn't merit anything for us to look at, we're gonna toss that shit out. You know what I'm saying? That's all. That's it, and that's all.
Yes, sir. We're not here to be friends with everybody. Try to get the numbers up. Hey, man, can I recruit you? No, dude. Like, the truth is not going to win you friends, or followers or sponsors. You're gonna ruffle feathers. You're gonna rock the boat, and so it is what it is, man. Do what it do. What up, Sonny?
I was telling.
Hey, what's up?
I was saying Flat Lloyd right, because we were talking earlier on TikTok. I was telling them we should have a shirt that says "It do what it do, when it do what it do." Just like redundant, you know? Some funny meme saying "It do what it do."
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, yeah, no,
I was
seriously.
I was listening to you on YouTube for a second. And I had to come in because I'm like, we're talking about Matthew Learns, and I've met the dude a couple times, but I was kind of like always in the back of my mind. I'm like, why? Like, I don't know, man. I just didn't want to be the one that like kicked the sand in the Glober's eyes at the beach.
No, let's be nice and cordial to Matthew. Come on, Matthew, you want a piece of my chicken leg over here? Come on, man. I got some barbecue over here for you.
Yeah.
Like what?
It's
Nah,
pretty
man.
weird.
Like
It is pretty weird.
at the same time he's gonna eat your barbecue chicken leg, you know, when at the party. The next moment when he's going home, he's going, that stupid idiot flat earther. And you're over here driving like, Matthew was such a nice guy. Wasn't he a nice guy, folks? And then he's over here in the background talking shit about you. I mean, come on, guys. Like, what's going on here? Like, am I the villain because I'm pointing that out? Like, I guess so, right? Label me the bad guy.
No, because like if you were in the situation, I don't know, it may have been different, but yeah, I was at someone else's house, you know, so like, I don't know, it was pretty. It's a strange situation. If you hadn't been there the 3 times, like it's pretty weird because you have people like will go flowing through. We're like, who the fuck is that guy? Like, and then who is this guy? Like, some guy walks through with his camera on. Like, who are these trolls? Like, I don't see anybody talking to them. What is this? What is this place?
Well, I mean, we got a lot of opinions from third-party perspective, you know, coming in here and saying, I don't know, man, but, you know, you could be a little nicer. Really?
Maybe not.
What is that? What? I don't know. What's that gonna do for you?
Yeah, that's very, shout out to all the ladies in the panel, but that's very like feminine and,
Just saying.
it's ridiculous. I should be able to tell you the truth as bluntly as I need to put it without having to like tap dance and sugarcoat around things for you. This is a problem that happens with females. I mean, not to just dog on them or anything, but like women do this too. They're like, oh, I need you to say it differently, even though you say the same thing. just in two different ways. Like, okay, say we're in an emergency, something dangerous is happening. I'm like, babe, get the fuck out of here right now.
Get the fuck out of here right now. Run.
What's up, Wave Mixer?
Hey, good morning. Is this thing working?
Looping audio.
Some
I can hear
looping
myself
audio.
on your mic.
I can hear myself.
Okay. Well, let me just put one thing real quick.
Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. Mayhem has been telling you about these 3 points, and you should really be paying attention in class.
Amazing.
Thank you, Neil. I'm glad you listened to our live stream, bro. See, Neil's got it together, man. I know that's not him; it's an AI. I'm just playing into it.
That's nice. Yeah, just to finish my thought, though, you say something very directly, very bluntly. It has the truth in it, and then, like, sorry, I lost my train of thought there. But yeah, so they want you to say it in a nicer way. Hey, sweetie, there's some guns, shots. Like, do you think maybe we could like stop, drop, and roll, and maybe like no, you don't like. So I think Globers have the same problem. They'll be like, "Oh, I need you to say it differently." It's like, well, dude, the truth is the truth. I don't care how you feel, or making you feel better about it isn't part of my job here.
When I did the 3 points a long time ago, CB, and it was on the first time that a guy reacted to it the way he did. I had got it recorded, and we got the recording with a little bit of music to the background. You guys know which one it is. And he told me at the end of that, when he realized that he conceded, and he felt like, oh, dude, I was in a trap this whole time. I didn't even know it. So he said, you really are a rude asshole. He told me that because I made him admit the truth of what he always like, being intellectually honest. He called me that because he was intellectually honest. And third-party listeners will also do the same. Dude, you're so mean. Why did you do that to him? Why? I don't understand. Because if we're not talking truth to each other, it's a breakdown in communication. It really is. It's like, what are we doing then? If we're not having the honest conversations in here, what is the point? You know what I'm saying? And then like,
singing Kumbaya.
But it's like people coming in here, well, I think you can say it better. I don't know. Okay, so present the information that the Earth is a globe. Please, pretty please, with sugar and spice on top. Come on, you can do it. Like, what do you want us to do? Like, what is it you guys out there want us? How do you want us to present it? Is there some way we can do it better for you? Can we say it better for you guys?
Honey, baby, do you think that we could maybe possibly, I don't know, if you're feeling for it, I just was hoping that maybe, like, dude, no, we're not here for that, dude. Sorry. This is why I've come up with that Dancing with the Stars analogy. We have done this rodeo many, many times, and a lot of these guys have never done the rodeo before. They've never done the flat earth dance before. So don't expect to come here and start leading the dance. We will do that. Like, Dancing with the Stars, they have these like D-list celebrities go on the show and they learn from the experts. So it's kind of the same way. These guys they've never had a conversation teaching someone about the earth or whatever. So it's like, don't come here and it's like, well, if your first question is how do I jump off the edge, don't come in, turn into an expert 30 seconds later and start, oh, well, I do have evidence, blah, blah, blah. That's not how this is going to go.
It's crazy, right? The guy's like, well, I know that people that go on flights, the pilots, they got the information. So that's good enough. Thank you. That's my evidence. I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? You didn't say anything. You didn't point us to anyone. Like, there's no evidence there whatsoever. Yeah, that's evidence. I'm like, evidence of what? Like, you said nothing. I feel like if I say something, you're not gonna accept my answer. Like, what are you talking about? You didn't. What the heck, bro?
Now, this is my basket of loose wires analogy. They'll take random things and connect them. If you say you have a basket, right, and there's just a bunch of cords and wires in there, you've got an extension outlet thing with the, outlet, whatever. You got USBs, box chargers, and you can probably connect some things to each other within the basket. They're not actually connected to any power or anything. So it's like he's gonna go, well, I connect the flights to this, and look, they connect. It's like great, that's fine, but they don't actually have any power. So you guys do that a lot, where you try to connect a bunch of loose points that actually don't have any foundation or any power. So, well, the pilots. It's like, well, okay, well, what are you gonna buckle that to? The directors who help them. Okay, and then how does that prove that what the ground is doing? Well, just buckle it to something else. Now, sorry, that doesn't work either. I wonder if those guys will be back eventually. I don't know. They seem like they had an interesting spirit. They came in and seemed like they were kind of trolling at first. My teacher said Flat Earth Society was dumb. Well, it is dumb. Teacher doesn't know anything. I told him about gas pressure argument. He's like, well, I've never heard that before. It's like, yeah, that's the point, dude. You're not gonna hear the arguments in mainstream or elsewhere. It's not like they're trying to educate you on what the actual arguments are. They're just gonna tell you it's a floating pizza, and then you're gonna laugh at that idea. But the problem is you don't realize that we're laughing at that idea at you, thinking that people actually believe it. So.
Yeah, I like the impression. Somebody should clip that out, the one that I did earlier about the guy coming in here and asking everybody to explain. Okay, flat earthers, I am present now. My peasants, please line up and we'll take number 1. Please explain to your king how the earth is a globe or not a globe. Number 1, please go ahead. No, I do not like your answer and I will not answer your questions.
Yeah.
I will not answer your questions, please. I will endure the next one for only 1 minute. Like, what the hell's going on here, bro?
I know. What the hell? They want to set up all these parameters. But look, you see the picture I posted of Catalina Island there, and then Mount Orizaba is the actual distance to the location. And so when standing at the beach at these great people's house there, you're seeing this island. You see all those oil rigs out there? This place, it's pretty hard to have a straight face. And that's pretty much what was happening with Matthew. He would try to be saying on paperwork how Earth is a globe, and you have this view of the island 30.88 miles away, and you can zoom in, to the shoreline 30 miles away and see lights shining from the shore onto the water. Right at the shoreline. Yeah. So we would just turn around and giggle and laugh. Like it was the most fun time ever, though, because when you got a bunch of flat earthers, you just look at each other and you know what's going on. Like, yeah. but he's kind of out of the loop there, we're just all doing our thing, and these people that are Globers, or even the ones that don't know, many people were like, they would walk by and say, what's all the equipment for? And they ended up staying, these teenagers ended up staying, one of them stayed all day long. So there's things happening out there. But yeah, Matthew didn't have a leg to stand on, literally. And definitely no globe to stand on. And yeah, that view of the island is actually spectacular when you're standing there. I was about 6 feet above sea level with my feet right at the water.
Hey, Sonny, if my mic's working, I'm going to guess that Matthew appealed to mathematical refraction that doesn't exist.
Now that island, if you can get a clear day, that's a great place for observation. It's not only looking from the eastern shore of the island, looking east to the mainland, but if you can get on the western side of that island and look out, and then on a clear day, you can see ships probably 100 miles out. And now, like back then, when I was seeing those things, like I can only talk about them in retrospect, because like I didn't have any of this technology at that time, but now I do. So I could do ship tracker, go out there, do a camping trip for a few days, do observations, and be locating ships probably 50 to 100 miles away. Like,
there's no hill of water between you and those boats.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Dave.
There's no hills of water between you and those boats. Is that what you're saying?
I never saw one. Yeah, never saw a hill of water. Well, I saw hills of water, but they are waves, and they just drop down, and your boat just plops right up on top of them again, and then you can see the same distance you could the last time you were up on the peak of a wave, way the hell out there to a lighthouse. Like it's a common occurrence when you're out there sailing along the coast. You're using everything you can to identify where you are on your chart. So you're looking at lighthouses, you have radio beacons, usually people will have a device called a radio direction finder. It's this little thing that turns around in a 360. You balance, you put it on your deck, like on your cabin top, you level it, even though you're rocking, you can level it. So you level it so it's square with your deck, and you're shooting angles to lighthouses and beacons from jetty, the ends of jetties. They have these beacons, and you can find your way in the fog where you can't even see the jetty. So these are all using triangles. All of it. So they're double debunked, because they're double dumbfounded too, because celestial navigation is right triangle standing up, and then coastal navigation is with the right triangles laying down on its side. All the sides have to be straight. Straight lines. Line of sight, line of the horizon. Those are straight lines. You don't have straight lines on a globe. Thank you. I'll yield the floor to Miggy.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be on the move, so waiting for another baller to come in.
I need to get back on your TikTok and do some more growing. I just have to get out there and make some more content. I've been kind of like, I took a while off because I needed to.
Yeah, take your time, man. I'm not gonna be there today. Well, later on today. Not right now though. Yeah. I'll be busy.
That's cool. How's everybody else doing this fine Saturday? I hope I'm not wrong whenever I say that, what day it is, that I don't have the wrong day. That's what happens when you make your own schedule. I get it. You're right about being busy, though. I need to stay busy, even if it's just out riding the bike, because There's always things that need to be done and things that need to be figured out and new ideas about how to make things more efficient. So they're having this big, huge, like citywide marathon. It goes all the way from one side of the city to the other. So they have all these roads and freeways and stuff shut down. The whole city shut down. So if you're driving a car, you're screwed. But on the bike, I can go anywhere still. Telling you, it's like preparing for the zombie apocalypse when all the streets are shut down, like in the movie I Am Legend. I'm at the aircraft carrier. I have food, shelter. And a bunch of Globers here watching the ball game. There's baseball games. What a cluster.
If I'm not roboting, did I disconnect or is nobody talking?
Just a moment of silence there. I'm kind of looking through. Has anybody spoken to God 01 or am I late? Late to the show. You're on the late
Like
show.
you think I speak to God every day or whatever you think God is. Just kidding. I personally speak to my own God. How about that? That's for thinking someday.
Everybody wants to rule the world.
While my mic's working, let me shout out anybody listening on Rumble, YouTube, whatever you're listening on. Click the link. Come and start a civil conversation about the shape of the earth. We have information to share. We just want your intellectual honesty. And back to you, Sonny.
Yep. Come on in, click that link that Nightbot has. Who else? Yeah, exactly. Looking at it now. Let's see. Who do we have? Jenna Massey. She's a wrench on there. All right. YouTube live chat. What do we have here? Anybody in the YouTube live chat wants to come in and have a discussion? It looks like they're all flat earthers. Oh, wait a minute. No, Joel. Are you Joel Hyena? You think we're tripping, eh? Funny, Joel. But okay, Joel. So you agree with us? The Earth is flat. Thanks.
No, it's not a ball because bodies of water do not maintain or display convexity on their surface. Back to you, Sonny.
Yeah, exactly. We all know water needs to be contained, or else it will keep flowing. Once it's contained, the top surface of every water, any body of water, let's say, I don't know, could you do we need to delineate how small? Because some people will go to droplets. We're not talking about droplets of water. That's pretty crazy too. We're talking about shorelines that go to droplets of water. No. We're not talking about surface tension in a freaking test tube, okay? Yeah, there's no such thing as water ever being maintained on the outside of any object, ever. If you Globers can find one instance of water staying on the outside of an object, well, we know Earth is not an object in the first place, but it's your claim, though. So, because it's your claim, you would have to show water sticking to the outside of a ball that's spinning in a vacuum. Do you realize what you're in for now? Are you kind of getting it here, like going on 7 years later for me? Like 8, 10, it's been almost a decade, you know? Now, if there's a Glober that's been in this information for a decade and is still a numpty dipshit, then you just get what you deserve. You're going to be the laughing stock. All of y'all. If I may be so eloquent. All of y'all that think the Earth is a ball are going to be sadly disappointed. Especially if you're the last one, you're going to have to go to the pharmacy and get you some No-Globitol, the new drug for Globers to overcome their cognitus. No-Globitol.
I would keep talking, Sonny, but I'm probably starting a robot. Somebody else jump in, or don't.
No, keep going, Dave. You're not roboting. I'll let you know, man. I'll let you know. You're my wingman, or we're each other's wingman. You know, there's no wingman.
Well,
I don't know what everybody has against robots anyway.
Evidence from the globe. What we need. Thank you.
Say it again. There was a little static there.
We need evidence for the globe model that everybody thinks is real. We need some evidence of physical reality of that. Thank you.
That's right.
I just want to know what everybody has against robots.
Robots. Well, nothing against them. Nothing against them. It's a communication breakdown. It's always the same. Anyway. I like that error, Tosthenes. Error. Sticks and shadows aren't technical. Once again, sticks and shadows aren't technical.
Sticks and shadows don't hit. They're archaic. The quote CB. I probably misquoted that. My bad,
Yep.
CB.
Yep, it's archaic. That's an archaic idea. Why are the modern day Glovers in 2023 coming here in July or in August? What is it, August 5th? Still using sticks and shadows? Can we get a disclaimer box for this error, Tosthenes? Man, I didn't think I'd be doing this. Way back when, I could have never imagined I'd be telling people that you can't use sticks and shadows to measure the surface of a floor. Duh. Take your ass over to the hardware store then. You ask them. I want someone to do that. Why aren't they in the hardware store? They should be in droves asking the hardware store clerk. I'm going to go ask the hardware store clerk. Have you ever heard of somebody doing this? That'd be a great video. I'm going to have to do that. I should do it today. Some unsuspecting Ace hardware store clerk. Right? It's hilarious. Okay, I'll work on my script. Hey, how's it going? I'm a journalist. I'm doing a story. I just need to ask a question, and I appreciate your help here today. Has anyone come into your store and asked you because they're going to lay some flooring? Have they ever asked you to measure their ceiling lamp on the roof there, on the ceiling there, to determine the dimensions of their flooring? And if someone did do that, what would you think of them? Oh, you call the psych emergency response team. Oh, okay, I get it. All right, good. It's pretty quiet here on the Western Front. I finally got the flat Earth zodiac, sun, moon, and zodiac. Trying to get down to the friend finder, but I'm having trouble with the subscription part of it for some reason. Anyway, that's cool to be getting up on the technology. Speaking of technology, yeah. It's not the Sunny Show, so the rest of you need to start speaking up here. Flyloy, right? Are you there?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
I don't know. I just thought I'd urge people to speak other than just me in here speaking. So if you have something to say, any news or...
I don't know. I've been kind of making the announcement here and there, actually. I do have some news, actually, at least Flat Earth related. So a couple months ago, Eric Dubay reached out to me about basically being on the podcast to, kind of just talk about the server. Oh, sorry, I got to pay for my meat. But yeah, I'm actually doing the interview August 13th or 14th. I can't remember the day. But, if the Discord actually has any questions, like, say for Eric Dubay or about Flat Earth, or, I was actually coming up with some myself. I wanted to represent the Discord, as well as I could, and, of course, kind of give my personal story as well. So, yeah, I mean, kind of excited, for sure. Definitely one of the first videos I saw, 200 proofs. And
yeah. I think that's really big, actually. I think that's awesome. I mean, pretty much this place right here that we're speaking on is the epicenter for all of true flat Earth information.
Exactly.
And if it's not, like, we make sure that it gets weeded out, like, and therefore, like, when we do that personally, individually, then we have much more to offer individually, and then the collective becomes much more powerful with this information base,
Exactly. So I wanted to kind of express that to Eric too, that, the flat word is still getting around healthy, and, it is the greatest place on earth to talk about the earth,
Yeah.
but maybe kind of do a little marketing for us,
I think it would be great if people like that would come in and speak with us a little bit. Now, that may even end up, like, if we were able to, where we would have to open up the arena, because some people are just they just have to have it like that, like, because they disagree with each other. And so I don't know how that would work out in the flat Earth community, but I think there definitely is a struggle going on, which is a common thing with any kind of, let's just say, new culture. Grassroots, like authentic grassroots cultures that are growing just organically, like, if you will, like this, like, okay, so some people have a question, is flat Earth organic or not? Okay, so I'm leaving that out of the question. I realize that definitely is a possibility, and it's up for questioning if it is or not. So out of that, though, whether it is originally organic or not, we do have an organic grassroots structure here, right here. So
For sure.
it
Yeah.
does exist here. So we just gotta take what we have. It's not like I like what Robert Basamo said, like it's not what you say or what you think, it's what you can prove. People say a lot of things. So yeah, I that was actually the first one that I even looked at, 200 proofs. That was the first one. Like I didn't look at anything else, but once I looked at that one and took some time out and took the time that it takes to go through that, and I could not stop watching it, listening to it. And so I watched the whole entire thing several times, and then I just started going outside. I'm going to test some of this stuff. Of course, there's some things you can't test, like I'm not at the Suez Canal, but some of those things you can take all that into account with what we actually know of how those things were built, and then there's that. So you can put that to rest. But there's other things we can just do right here locally, especially if you're near water like I am, like so fortunate. So I was able to find out really pretty quickly, no, because there's the required drop over distance just doesn't occur on Earth. It just doesn't. As a matter of fact, you can pretty much show through navigation and the other methods that I talked about, coastal navigation, you could string all of those triangles along, and pretty much you could pretty much account for a vast majority of Earth. Well, that's that's speculation, but because we don't know what the entire extent is, so I wouldn't speculate on that. But if it's as much water as we see, and that amount, I mean, you could just take that and go, well, the vast majority of it is probably flat horizontal with land. Any land is going to have undulations. Duh. So.
Nah, you're absolutely right, Sonny. It's one of those things that, it's hard for us in here to imagine sometimes. I mean, that there's still people out there. I mean, let's face it, they're making new globers every day, right? Unfortunately, in these indoctrination camps, it's a very real thing. But this really slow progress, this grassroots that is definitely here, right, from the culture that we've made. But before I found you guys, I was kind of on my own, even with my own arguments that just weren't as strong. And I see that all over the place on TikTok and Instagram. So even if somebody just kind of listens here for a week, I think they can get a lot out of it, and it's free. I like to think of it kind of this free academy of intellectuals who give a damn. Like it really is. We weed through the drama, and it's I don't think we don't have drama for no reason either. We weed out the bad, and we keep the good, and we keep it strong. So it's every day is different. I hate when people say this is an echo chamber. It's like, dude, the globe is an echo chamber. The indoctrination camps are an echo chamber. Like, you don't even know. Like, you've never been here, But yeah, sorry, I'm kind of going in and out, taking care of the children today. So.
Join discord.gg/flatearth to join in the conversation about our Earth. Remember to get VC verified.
Enemy spotted.
Ryuji Takayama.
Ryuji. Put some butter on them rolls. Ryuji Takayama. You have control of your mic. Welcome to the server.
Sounds like you're from Japan. How you doing?
Hi, I've been on the server for like 6 months.
Yep, January 23. Yep.
Yeah.
Are you in Japan?
No, I'm from Kazakhstan.
Nihonjin. Did you say Galveston?
Kazakhstan. Maybe you pronounce it like Kazakhstan.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Welcome to the server.
Pretty close to Galveston. Just a hop, skip, and a jump.
He's from Kazakhstan.
Sorry.
Well, welcome anyway. Are you a flat earther or a glober? Or
A glober.
on the fence? Or you're a glober? Okay. No worries. Excellent, man. Do you have any proof of the globe?
Have what?
Do you have any proof that you live on a spinning ball flowing through outer space in a vacuum?
I have enough proofs for me, though I'm not here to discuss them. I don't know,
Okay.
have no service online, so I came.
That's all right, mate. I'm not going to start an argument with you. We're just, We're just hanging like, out, man. Could you let us in on one of the things that proves it to you?
Yeah.
Yeah. What would that be?
Yeah, I just came to like do my stuff and listen something like radio.
Okay.
About flash, maybe you discuss something else.
We're chatting now, so let us in on what makes the world a globe. Radio.
I'm not sure I get it.
Sorry? You're not alone. That's okay.
Okay.
You're not sure you get the question, or you're not sure you get the globe?
Yes. I didn't get the question.
Oh, okay. I thought you did. I'm just asking what evidence proves the globe to you? You said you have enough proof for yourself that proves the globe. So I'm just saying,
yes.
what evidence? Yeah. Go ahead, mate.
For example, quantifies a move of stars on south, south side of Earth in Australia, etc. And strange, I don't know how to say, sidewise movement of stars on the equator.
Southern Star Trails, Timbo. You live in Australia, right, Timbo? Yeah. Yeah. Sure do. So you see the star trails, man. Which way do they go every day? They go left to right, but left to right. Seems to be a point that they all kind of, arc around. Do they go east to west, or? Oh yeah, sorry, left to right, east to west, man. Always, everywhere. Okay. So all the stars go east to west.
Yes, of course, like sun do, but
like the sun does in the moon, yeah.
The star tracks might be like what pictured with this long on long terms, like quantized,
long exposure, yeah.
And on Earth, on north side of Earth, it must be clockwise, I guess. I've seen some photos.
That would mean the Earth is spinning in two different directions when you go.
Yeah, some flat earthers say it's
weird, man.
Can I just, I want to make sure I got your argument right. So you're saying that it's a fact that the Southern Star Trails do this. We all agree they go east to west. So the Earth is a globe. So that's a textbook squatting dog fallacy. So we did, a truthism, something that's true, and then a baseless assertion right after that, right? And there's nothing wrong with saying, this is true, what the star trails do, but it doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth. That's the baseless assertion, red herring combination that I was talking about earlier. Thanks.
It makes sense if the Earth is globe. Some flat earthers say the sky and stars are holograms. So Australians have their own holograms, and etc.
Who says
I'll
that?
stop you there, man. Like,
Some do.
sorry,
Maybe you or
you're in here in the 24/7. Like, if you want to ask if anyone thinks that, then you're welcome to. But you can't come in saying that flat earthers believe this, because if some flat earthers are stupid, then that's their problem. But we're not making any of those claims. And so if you want to know something, you can just ask, and we'll let you know what we think. But you can't say that flat earthers think that they're holograms, because I've never actually heard that before.
Me either.
What the thing is you can look at the sky all you want, but if you say the Earth is a globe, you should be able to measure this globe on the ground where you live. This is the only physical place that you are. So if you're on the Earth's curvature should be able to be measured, because they gave us a radius. From that,
measure like on my local distances with my local tools. No, I'm too tiny comparing to Earth.
Do you know how big the Earth is?
Some ancient Greeks already measured, so I don't have to travel between two cities.
What did they measure?
With the sticks. Yes.
So they measured shadows.
Wow. All right, close the server down.
What's his name? Herodotus or something like this.
Aristotle.
Cool story.
Yeah, Aristophanes.
Yeah. So,
hey, I did the sticks and shadows twice last year. Twice, I did it twice. I measured shadows from a sun angle from my coordinates where I live here in Southern California, and I did a calculation with a mathematician. His name's Matthew Learns. He's a math professor at a college here in Southern California, and we did the math together, and we came up with a distance to the sun of 3,400 miles. And we did it twice on 2 different days. One was on a solstice and one was on the equinox. And it turns out that the calculations gave us a number to the distance to the sun. Period.
Distance to the sun.
Yep.
Yes. If I remember correctly, or whatever.
Mathematician.
Greeks measured the distance to the moon first, then built the triangle.
Yeah, we used a triangle to the sun.
What? So what are you saying? Distance to the sun was measured by measuring the distance to the moon? That's incorrect.
Yes, as I remember, they did so.
Incorrect.
Correct. You're incorrect.
But anyway, so you've got 2 proofs so far. You've got southern rotations, which has nothing to do with the ground that we live on. Hang on one second, man.
Not only
and then you've got your second one is a guy measured shadows. So have you got any direct measurements of Earth curvature?
My measurement? No, I don't have.
No, anyone. Do you know anyone that's got a direct measurement of Earth curvature?
Direct measurements.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like how you measure?
I don't know. Laser, tape measure.
tape measures are like
That's not going to
almost
work, right?
impossible. Almost
Right.
impossible. I do not imagine such a construction to measure the curvature of Earth at any point.
What about a
Like
laser?
at any
Yeah,
angle,
dude
yeah.
said laser. So
What
what about a laser?
Laser, I guess they do.
Like you
Yeah,
guess they.
has anyone done that?
I
You
guess
don't.
someone did.
Just say you
If
don't know. Just say you don't know. I don't know. Just say you don't know. Because
I don't know, but it is plausible.
you know what? I know that
That someone
unicorns
did.
are possible. Unicorns. You like know what a unicorn is? Are they possible?
Unicorns extincted, so
They're
they are
extinct.
not possible. There were some like horse-like animals with single horn.
No, just Noah forgot to put them in the boat.
Right.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you got no one measured the curvature of the Earth. So we got three things that already that are just
No one I know
just a
personally, yeah.
belief. Hang on, dude. So you got three things so far that are just a belief that you live on a ball. So have you got any concrete evidence that you live on a space ball?
Any knowledge is a belief, like, but what
Well,
kind of belief?
until it's knowledge.
No.
It's like philosophy.
Yeah,
What
we're
do
not,
you do
we're
call
not doing
knowledge?
philosophy, man. We're just talking about geometry.
I mean, let
Geometry.
me say.
Legit.
Let me say, like, take the point. Gives you the point.
Knowledge. If the words knowledge and belief weren't distinctly different, then there would be the one and the same word, and we wouldn't be able to use those words in different context.
It has different context, but you did not let me tell the whole.
Did he bounce?
Like
No, he's here.
No, he's still here.
Damn, no.
You cutting out a bit, or is it me?
My English
I believe
is
you were
too
asked
poor to.
You were asked for evidence, dude. Evidence, not philosophy.
Yes.
Not your
Okay.
opinion, not knowledge.
You may say.
Evidence.
Yeah, you may say so. It is belief with some evidences.
No, you were asked for evidence.
Those
We're
facts.
asking you for evidence. Evidence
Yes, evidences.
for the
Well,
globe. What is your evidence?
That's what we're asking for that.
We got to get to
You
the
haven't
scientific method here, man.
The whole model is an evidence. You may just take some
models aren't evidence.
Yeah. You may take any fact of globe Earth.
Just give us a fact, then. Just give us one fact.
Stop the cap.
I gave you some.
What fact?
Like what? Star Treks and any other stuff.
That's a fact that stars go in a trail. That's not a fact that the Earth is curved. You just gave us a fact that stars get moved.
Yeah. Yes.
That's
The globe theory, named theory, because we do not have as a fact. Like, we cannot just look and say, we cannot just look at Earth and say, wow, it's globe. No, we have to collect many facts that leads us to the fact that Earth is globe.
Just give me one
that's why
fact.
It's theory.
Give me one fact that makes you give me one fact that the Earth is a globe. Go.
Didn't I give you some?
No, you didn't, bro. You said some Greeks measured it in the past, so you don't have to do anything. You haven't really done anything. You're not VC verified. Hold on, bro. Hold on, dude. I'm not done. You're not going to sit here and take up our time and just fucking babble on the microphone. You're not even VC verified. It's kind of a blessing that they're even letting you talk right now. But you're really you're making the people stupider by listening to you talk. I know there's a language barrier, but that's not even what I'm talking about. You're not ready for this discussion, dude. You've been here for 6 months. You needed to keep listening, dude. I know we're bored and we need to talk to a glober, but this shit is making me stupid listening to you, dude.
Wow.
Well, I just
Well, just don't ask me anything. I told you I came to listen some stuff like a radio while I'm working.
okay, like a radio. Got it. Listen up, man.
Keep
There's
listening.
keep
Yeah,
listening.
hopefully you might learn
Take
something.
notes. Take some notes. Check out some things.
Before you go, mate, or you don't have to go, you can sit in and listen. But so what we do here is we look at imperial measurements. So we want to find out what we can measure, what we can prove, and what we can verify. So any of those things that we can't verify ourselves, then they get thrown out of the window because it's not a proof. We can
find it
prove
so
that the Earth.
interesting when people say that they can't measure the surface of the Earth because they're too small. But then a guy 2,000 years ago measured the Earth.
2,500.
I don't understand.
Come on, Paul.
I don't understand. So 2,500 years ago, a guy was able to do it, but I can't do it today because I'm too small and the Earth is too big.
That's right.
Somebody explain that to me.
That's
Globe proof It's going down the horizon.
500 kilometers from Athens to Alexandria. To do that, I don't have to. I don't want to.
Who did it from Athens?
Who was from Athens?
Yeah, I think so.
Sure about that?
It was
I'm not sure about
Alexandria, which is Aswan now,
Alexandria.
and Alexandria.
Syene?
So Turkey and Egypt, yeah.
Yeah, Alexandria to Syene.
That's it. Yeah, you got to learn the globe a little bit better, my friend, before you're really ready to have this conversation. You got to know a lot.
Yeah, you won me. He wasn't from Athens. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Why do I care?
I don't know, man. But do you think on the
Why
ground,
would I care?
if you have uneven ground or slightly uneven ground, that shadows can look different?
The principle, no.
Can you just answer that question? Can shadows look different on the ground due to uneven ground?
Do shadows do what?
Can shadows look different due to uneven ground?
Yes, maybe.
Okay. So where's the scientific method in Eratosthenes' so-called experiment? Where's the controls? Everything.
Variable.
I don't remember the details. The details.
Well, you don't even know what he did. So that's the other problem. You don't know where he was. You don't know what he did.
I remember some stuff in Alexandria. There were no shadows on noon at some specific day, as I remember. But then he traveled to another city in Turkey. Whatever. The method. What matters?
Yeah, I did the method, man. Last summer, last year, last fall, and yeah, man, the method works out great, man. I got an angle to the shadow of the sun, and I figured out there was a shadow, and the sun is only 4,000 miles away. Wow, that's weird. But it's just mathematics after that, man. You measured some shadows, don't mean fuck all, man. I hate to tell you. But
do you know how much it should be curving? Oh, sorry, go Tita.
I was just going to say, he mentioned, he was talking about the principles of it, right? Does he understand the principles of it? Just wondering, because he must understand that that the principles rely on assumption of the light source and the surface quality which the shadow is being cast upon, as we were talking about. So if you have an assumption that the light source is massive and far away and the light is reaching you parallel and the surface is curved, then you will get that result, the shadows which were measured, right? But if you have a smaller and more closer light source with divergent rays, then and the surface is flat, you will also get the same results.
Yes, if you like do not count the moon and all the model of moon phases and etc. and the shadow of Earth on moon.
No, it's not. They're not phases. That's
So
not
we're
what
going to jump to another
moon
thing.
phases
Okay,
are.
right.
Yeah,
Jump
you
around.
know.
Jump. Everybody jump.
Whether the moon, whether the Eratosthenes quote experiment unquote, because it wasn't an experiment, it yields the same results if you use a full moon as the light source.
Four moons?
Yeah, full moon, like we had yesterday.
Mm.
Yep. Full moon.
How would you even argue over something that you don't care about? That seems odd.
What?
Yeah, you
And something he
really
doesn't
odd.
know
I did
about.
not yet to whom it was. Full moon, you mean like semi moon and full moon, not okay. Full moon. What was the argument again?
If your
I was
wife
just saying
was
that
lying to you, would you want to know?
I was just saying that it's documented that that a full moon casts the same shadow as the sun.
Full moon casts the same shadow.
You'll get the same result. Yeah, you measure the shadow angle of a full moon. It'll be the same as if the sun was shining from that exact same spot. Yeah.
Okay. So what? Of course, not about that. That's not about brightness. About like parallelness of light. Is it?
Right, yeah. So the problem is
Yes.
the moon is
Okay.
smaller and closer, right? So those rays should be divergent.
Not so huge like difference because yes, it's closer, but still far, like a lot.
Talking about orders of magnitude.
You could place how many? 50 Earths between like Earth and Moon. So
Don't know. It's your claim, man.
How many Earths between?
I
here
think
and the
it's
sun?
be more like 250.
A lot of
I'm
Earths
trying to work it out in my head because I'm driving, but there's a lot more than that. A lot more than 50.
20. Let's say it's like 20,000.
If we call it 8,000 diameter, 8,000 diameter, then let's call it 10,000 then. So that would be 250, but more. So like 300 Earths between Earth and Moon.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Around about. That's a rough number. Yeah.
Rough number of
and again, we're talking about things in the sky. Like we live on the place that we're trying to work out if it's a globe or it's flat. So we can actually do these things on the Earth.
I did not get do what things?
Well, find out if it's an Earth or a globe. Find out if it's flat or it's a globe. Like, do you look up in the sky to find out if the ground's curved, or do you look up in your bedroom at the round lights and say, "Oh, I've got round lights up there. My floor must be curved."
Like
Kind of illogical,
another.
isn't it?
Okay. Yeah, another like argument why I do think that the Earth is globe in real, because the flat Earth is intuitive knowledge you could see, like not many, some flat earthers also says me, like, look at the horizon, it's flat. And I'm like, yeah, it looks flat.
It is flat.
It is intuitive knowledge you like, or belief that comes to the mind at first place.
Right.
But the globe, how could you like you have to imagine globe made this up to come to it, and why did all the people, all the scientists, even 2,000 years ago, came to the model of globe? Because they are watching at the sky, trying to understand the mechanics, how it works, why it works. Maybe because, well, we are not on flat Earth. You just said like we can
Great.
make
So you've made
living on
a
flat Earth.
proposition. Yeah, that's great. You've made a proposition based on trying to explain phenomena of things in the sky, right? Now, would you agree that would you agree that it would be fallacious to then assert that it's definitely because the Earth's curved?
That's what I believe, because I do not believe that someone just wanted to make a great lie of globe Earth for 2,000 years. Why? For what?
You don't know anything about what happened 2,000 years ago. Are you
If you
2,000
don't know
years
where
old?
you are, you don't know who you are, and you don't know where you're going.
You have no idea what happened 2,000 years ago. You just have stories, you believe them, and that's it.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, so you can't say 2,000 years ago they figured out this or that. You can't say that because you don't know that.
You answered why, but I do not believe in some kind of organization of that size to lie to all the people, to Arabic scientists, Greek scientists, etc., etc.
What about the Catholic Church? They're a pretty big organization. What about those guys?
What those guys? They were like later than Greeks.
Yeah, but who came up? Who came up with
What do
Big
the
Bang?
scientists of the current time have to do with ancient Greeks, which you do not know that certainly existed or did not exist? You just read about them.
Yeah, I did.
Hey,
because,
you know what?
once again, I do not believe in this
You know
lie,
what?
or
It's weird,
how do you
man.
call them, theories.
Here's the funny thing about Eratosthenes in the shadow 2,500 years ago. There's not a single first-hand written math, nothing. This guy, there's nothing he wrote was ever published anywhere ever in all of history. There's not one piece of thing he wrote down that we could look at. But yeah,
Professor, are you telling me the whole time he was doing this, he didn't take any notes?
He didn't take a single note. He didn't do anything. It was just like, it just disappeared from history. It must have gone up with the burning of the light.
Aristosthenes Glober Jesus.
He's like, yeah, there's not a single fucking piece of paper that guy wrote to verify anything this guy did, man. So if you got something, man, we're gonna win the Nobel Prize and we're gonna have a shitload of money. It'll be great. What do you got?
Houston, we've had a problem. I doubt that we could win the Nobel Prize with that, but
Hey, if I came up with some writings from Eratosthenes, fuck off, man. I guarantee you.
If you prove that all this stuff is made up, about this.
I
Once
don't
again,
have to
I
prove it.
forgot again.
I just don't have any evidence that the guy actually existed. Is my
Pause the bot for a minute in case anybody wanted to say anything. Though we do have some excellent material here we're listening to. All right, if nobody wants to talk. The pre-recorded conversation.
I don't think that all of it is made up in the sense that it was intentionally developed to deceive, right? To intentionally deceive. It may very well be the case that some men were looking at the sky and trying to understand the phenomena they were observing and used a spherical Earth to try and explain it, right? That may have been a genuine proposition that they made.
Right.
The deception of that and exploitation of that belief came a lot later, I think.
Definitely came later. Yeah.
Just in case, make me be sure. Is the historical timeline that official says like 2000 years from Christ and etc. is true, or Earth is like 200 years old?
Who knows?
What is there like someone who's deemed themselves the purveyor of all timelines, and his timeline is officially official?
I am Kronos, devourer of worlds and children.
Do you know somebody that is 2,000 years old? We can ask them because they were there back then. Otherwise, you're just kidding.
Let's ask those guys.
Like what? No, there are no people
No
alive.
consensus.
2,000 years old, but we don't have to like have actually living people, human being, 2,000 years old to what?
You have knowledge? Yes, you do.
To have a belief or knowledge that Earth existed 2,000 years ago.
You're
Let me
using
ask you
belief and
something.
knowledge interchangeably again.
Let me ask you something, my friend. How many toes do I have on my feet?
How many toes?
Yes.
On both feet, 10.
Are you sure?
So what?
What if I
like,
served in Iraq and I didn't? Or what if
like
I had...
like usually, I make like prediction. You are ordinary human being.
Right. But what if I have neuropathy and I have diabetes and I lost some toes? Which I didn't. But I'm illustrating. I didn't. I have all my toes. I'm illustrating to you that I'm the only one with firsthand primary knowledge of how many toes that I have. Everyone else in this room that we're talking has a belief. I have knowledge.
Yeah, but you're not like knowledge also is a belief, but with some evidences. You have such evidences, but because you see your toes. I have to like believe with huge B that your toes exist, you exist. I do
You
exist.
don't have
I
to
know.
believe he would repeat that he exists. You're talking to him. Evidently, he exists.
His voice exists, and your voice exists. Do you exist? I don't know.
All right, so just the voice, just the floating voice exists.
Knowledge is
Have you
based
observed
on
that?
facts.
Like not your voice, the sound of your voice exists. Yeah, those words exist in my mind, but do you exist? I don't know. Okay, we came to that point of
Okay, wait. Here we go. I gotta jump in here real quick, man, because this is one of the Miggy things, man, that he kept bringing up earlier this year. Is like, let me ask you this, Roshi, man, are you sure that you are on Discord right now talking to us?
No, I'm not, but I do believe in that. It's my like motto.
Bitches. You're not sure that you're on Discord talking to us right now. You think what? What do you think? You're like a mind little in a jar, a computer chip?
Maybe.
Somewhere? Where are you? You think you're a computer chip?
No, I do believe that's
you're
my No, I mean that's my basic belief that the world around me is real. Maybe I'm in Matrix, like a
Maybe
movie
you're
Matrix.
Matrix. Okay, gotcha,
Yeah,
man. Just wanted
maybe,
to
but I do not believe. I do not believe in that. I do believe because it's simply to believe that my world is real. It's simply to believe that no
world is
one wants
real,
to
man.
cheat me.
Okay,
Your globe isn't real. That's your matrix, my friend.
that's the Matrix,
Okay,
man.
that's what you believe in, not me.
Belief is the enemy of knowing things. I like to know shit, and this place is built on knowing shit. And there's
And
things in
knowledge
here.
isn't a belief. Knowledge is based on facts.
Facts, baby.
The definition of knowledge is
Fire is
belief
hot.
with facts.
Ice is cold. Fire's hot, man. Prove me wrong, man. That would be
There's
cool.
the definition of knowledge is not belief. I don't know where you're getting that
Okay,
from.
like read it. Maybe it is not in the dictionary you have found. Maybe not in English. It is in Russian, for example.
Yeah. Well, knowledge and belief are two different things, man. I think you should at least realize that. I mean, I believe maybe some people believe there's aliens from outer space, and some people believe there's aliens in the sea, creatures, and some people believe in Loch Ness Monster. And yeah, okay, that's really cool, man. But what evidence do we have for any of that shit, man? That you and I can
That's not
check out?
knowledge. That's not knowledge.
It's not knowledge. It's just like beliefs, man. Knowledge is like, hey, guess what, man? Fire's hot. No shit. Here, put your hand over it. Oh, fuck, man, that's hot. Okay, that's a fact. Guaranteed, fire's fucking hot. Period. I don't have to guess. I don't have to think. Here's an ice cube. Hold it. Oh shit, that shit's cold. Fuck. Guaranteed fact. It's cold. I don't want to go
Large
into
bodies
La
of
La
water
Disneyland
measure
shit.
level that.
Going to La La Disneyland shit, making up things. Oh, I believe that there's evidence for like curvature. I believe there is somewhere. Somebody did it.
Now, once again, okay, let's call it the theory of hotness of fire. Yeah, someone told you the fire is hot.
Yeah, they
for
showed
example,
it.
For example, you've believed in that. You like okay.
No, believe, man. No.
For example, at first,
window. We threw belief out the window, man. Belief is gone, man.
You did not. I did. For example, I believed in that, and I'm like, okay, the fire is hot. Never proved that.
You never tested that for yourself ever in your life?
It's like belief with huge
You never
B.
stuck your hand in a fire and felt the heat?
I did. It's just like
So
logical
it's not a
experiment.
belief then. You felt it. You experienced it. It's not a belief anymore. You did it. You experienced it. You felt it.
It's just for example. A hot fire is just for example. And for example,
once that happened already, the thing of belief was in the past now. It's the past tense of belief. Now it's a knowledge. You know. Now you know. So you can't equate with knowing
once
anymore.
again, just to explain what I mean. It's faith. It's like no. It's like religious. It's like religious faith. If you did not prove that, never checked, is fire really hot? But if you do, it is belief. Faith is belief without evidence. But if you
it was that.
Then it's knowledge. It's belief with like justified with fact, with check, experiment.
It's not a belief anymore once you have checked and have the evidence. It's no longer a belief at that point. The belief is in the past tense. They don't marry each other anymore at the end.
They go.
In some at deeper level, the the conception
What
of
are we
future.
talking about? Why are we even talking about this? This is ridiculous.
I don't know, man.
This is giving me a
to understand maybe.
The globe is a religious belief.
once again, the fact
again,
that
what?
I live,
What's a fact?
the fact that once again, may I?
The fact that I
Yes,
believe.
the,
Did you just say the fact
no,
that I
the
believe?
fact that I live
No.
in my house
You don't get to
is
do that.
my belief.
What?
Did you
The fact
understand that?
that you
What are you
live.
talking
Wait, wait,
about,
wait.
man?
Wait, let me
Oh,
repeat.
Yes,
Did you
shit.
say the fact that you live in your house is your belief?
yes,
Is
my
that
primal belief.
the fact?
Did I
What
tell
the
you
fuck?
about Matrix, etc.?
Matrix. Yeah, you live in the Matrix. We got it.
No, I did not. But it's my belief that I do not live in a matrix, in some devil's like nightmare, etc. That I live in material world is my it's that's what,
You're not
It's
from
not your
Japan, are
objective.
and I have to
Yeah.
acknowledge.
Hey, listen, he said he believes he lives in his house, so he's just fucking bullshit. He can go.
Do you have any evidence that you are not in the matrix?
Yes.
You have to choose. No, you
Wait,
you
actually
don't.
answer that.
You
Answer that.
you
My
cannot
fucking
prove that
toe.
you are not in the matrix.
Yep. I stubbed my toe today, man.
Irrelevant
Fucking
whether
hurts.
you are in the Matrix or not. It does
Okay,
not
Right,
matter.
but you
okay,
can't
you
really.
stubbed your toe,
Hey,
so
It
what?
doesn't matter.
listen to me. I didn't fly
So
across
ridiculous.
buildings today.
Because you are not like have right to. You are not the chosen one.
Take a drink, man. Grab some vodka, bro. Grab a shot of vodka. Yeah.
Once again,
don't get
you
chosen, you
cannot.
choose
You
yourself.
have no evidence that you are not someone's dream,
Yes,
or
I do,
live in a
man.
nightmare, or live in a
Piss off.
matrix.
Nobody's
That's what.
nobody's
That's
required to.
what
Nobody's
I
required to
call.
prove a negative. Right.
That's
Nobody's
what I
required to
call
prove a
belief.
negative.
Fuck's
Okay,
sake, man.
you don't.
It probably is a
You
matrix.
don't want to
Nobody
listen.
cares,
You
you
don't
know.
have
Who's
to.
next?
Don't have
Yeah.
to understand my thought.
Is that
I
knowledge?
actually agree with you. It has to be some
Just
sort
yeah,
of
make some
electromagnetic
kafal of
matrix.
the word belief.
But we're not
Can
talking
we
about
just
that, you know. We're
stop
talking about
with this idiocy,
Maybe
please?
there's some.
Hey, let's.
Maybe there's some land.
I only got.
it makes
I got like
sense
a
though.
half hour, man. Can we move on from
Please,
Jesus.
please.
our Russian friend? That'd be cool, man.
Yeah, get off the belief and knowledge thing because it doesn't go anywhere.
It wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah, well, that's what
Gnostic, Kabbalist.
all we were doing before was asking for validation of your belief.
Yeah, it just went to just beliefs, Matrix shit city, man.
We found out that he believes he lives in a house.
Yeah,
Well,
he
true,
believes
man.
he lives. He believes he lives in his house. He said, not a house.
He's definitely not Japanese either.
He's not. He's Russian. He's not sure that he is on Discord talking to us. I was like, all right, that's all I need to know, man. Next,
Why should he even care? Why should he care?
Why should I care if it's?
Why should I care? What?
You're telling me like you understand like people like understood the globe long time ago. You get me? Okay.
I can't
Well,
measure the surface of the earth because I'm too small with the tools I have in my
they did
toolbox,
it
but a guy
for
2,500
years.
years ago measured it.
What?
Okay.
People from Kazakhstan hate Sasha Baron Cohen from the movie Borat because it fucked up Kazakhstan, but I think they should hate other people represent Kazakhstan worse than hate it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow,
I'm having flashbacks now, bro. She's a motherfucker.
Fuck.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't even
Like
watch the
you.
movie, and I'm still having flashbacks.
What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go to the VC check-in to get verified and join us in the panel. Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, everybody. Thank you, Neil. Oh, that wasn't you? Oh my gosh. Well, come on to the VC1 check-in, and we can talk about it right here. I will see you then. Right, Neil? Yeah. So you can defend your honor, Neil deGrasse Tyson, by coming in and showing us. Actually, I think he's a flat earther, so it's not fair. But show us the proof that Earth is a globe.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go to the VC check-in to get verified and join us in the panel. Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
Oh, it's like Neil deGrasse Tyson really changed his output on life. Happy Saturday, Sunday. Sunny.
Happy Saturday.
Is this mic hot?
I'm having a slow start. I have some work to do in the house, of course. I'm having a late breakfast. It's noon time.
Well, I'm still waiting for our grandson to be born. She went in the hospital 3 days ago. They may end up having to do a cesarean. So I'm still waiting around, ready to head out and go visit my wife and my grandson, waiting over son's house later today. But I'm just kind of kicking back and enjoying a Saturday, getting some stuff done that I needed to do, finding some paperwork that I needed to find, and found it right here. Piece of paper that I've been looking for a couple weeks. Very important piece of paper. And I'm a happy camper. Anyway, if anybody else has anything to say or wants to talk about it, I'm going to continue cleaning up my desk. And if it stays silent for too long, I'll put something else on here with a bot.
This is a Reader's Digest version containing many of the interesting parts of the Flat Earth theory. For those who have already started seeing things with new eyes, it will be mostly a recap, but there could be a few new angles you haven't looked at. For the rest of you who are new to this, the first question is invariably, is this a joke? Because it's a joke, right? And that's where we start, because it's one of our two basic childhood facts. 1 + 1 = 2, and the Earth is a globe. We're taught this before almost everything else, and that right there should give you a clue on how serious this secret is. But for those who have forgotten their history, here's the modified Men in Black version. For the first 4,000 years of our civilization, we believed that the Earth was a flattish disk, surrounded by a solid dome barrier called the firmament. All of the 5 major religions had their own version of this, and the churches enforced the belief. Then, around 1514, a man named Copernicus created a new model of the world. He stated that if the Earth was spinning around 1,100 miles an hour and circling the sun at 60,000 miles an hour, the world was then round. And while the math more or less worked, there was a problem. It was 1500, and the technology to prove such a theory wasn't there. The first balloon to carry people wasn't invented until 1760. Sailboats were the only travel over water, and the fastest thing on land was a horse. But the new worldview was promoted and took hold. The religions adapted to handle the new reality, and life moved on. More importantly, the globe model was quickly introduced into the education systems. Over the next 500 years, the challenges to this model faded, to the point where the globe was accepted as universally as physical laws such as gravity. Read that again if you didn't absorb it. For 20 generations, people believed that the Earth was round because there was a globe in every classroom they sat in. There was no proof. Hundreds of years went by, and still civilization had no way of proving the theory. Planes were invented around 1900, but until 1957, nothing could go high enough to give a true perspective of where we lived. And that's when everything got strange. The United States and Russia both sent up rockets high enough to take decent pictures, and what they saw scared them a great deal. How do we know they were extremely concerned about the sky? Because the US and Russia immediately started firing nuclear weapons straight up, and they kept firing for the next 4 years. A few things to keep in mind here. First, this was now 1958. Nuclear weapons were very expensive and hard to come by. These also weren't those nominal yield 20 kiloton toys we used on Hiroshima. This was high kiloton to low megaton, and we couldn't get them up fast enough. And the strangeness continued in other places. In 1959, only a year into the atmosphere bombardment, 10 nations, including the United States, made Antarctica off-limits to any colonization. A treaty was put in place and to this day remains intact. Over 50 nations now have signed off on this treaty. Do you know any treaty that has lasted that long between all industrialized nations? Moreover, do you know any piece of real estate in the world that is owned by no one? You would think at the very least one of the large oil companies would use their huge financial resources to explore this region, and yet they don't even petition the idea. The short version of the discovery is this. By 1958, the military had discovered the very solid upper and outer edges of our world, and had to create a way to put up do not enter signs without looking obvious. It was tricky, but if there is one thing I have learned about the authority, it's that nothing is left to chance. Most of the work had already been done for them, so their job was primarily in the details. The sky part of the dome was much higher than commercial air traffic, so the only thing they had to worry about there was the space program, which is immediately militarized. The outer border had the natural benefit of not only an extensive ocean, but a scaling decrease in temperature and a steady increase in iceberg frequency to discourage ships, all leading to a permanently frozen landmass that could not be used for any form of agriculture. This ocean and ice layout had worked well for thousands of years because the technology of the current civilization didn't evolve quickly. Sailors avoided cold weather seas whenever possible, and oxygen levels get low enough to harm people, even on high mountains. The brilliance of the design comes in the simple fact that human males are corrupted by power. Corruption so total, in fact, that they would rather hide the world itself rather than risk their power on it. You could theorize that kings and popes were told of the world a long time ago. Maybe an ancient scroll or book. Perhaps an interdimensional being told the tale of what the world looked like. But this was all but dismissed, because even the most powerful leaders of the day couldn't reach the borders. And if they couldn't, what chance did the general public have? It's one thing to be told of the giant impenetrable dome, but it's a whole different animal when you finally stand right next to it. Then the tough decisions have to be made. Do we keep the secret? And how far are we willing to go to keep the status quo? Once they decided to keep the secret, no expense was spared. The rapid progression of rocketry science had to be addressed quickly, and so the moon missions were created. Matt from the NASA channel was right in his thinking that you needed the moon mission event to stage a picture of the Earth from deep orbit, and that couldn't be more true. Establishing NASA as the frontrunner of space exploration also diverted people who would have otherwise created their own space companies for profit. The best engineers, technicians, and pilots were recruited to the NASA space program. Once there, they were compartmentalized on a need-to-know basis. The astronauts know of the deception and are sworn to secrecy under the penalty of whatever motivates them. Private space programs are discouraged, sabotaged, or absorbed into the NASA fold. Private sector spacecraft are just not going to be allowed for several reasons. The most obvious is the collision with the dome itself. The telemetry data from such a mission would show an impact failure at a certain altitude, and if repeated, would raise questions NASA just isn't prepared to answer. There are 3 perpetual questions about our world that can't be eliminated, but avoided at all costs. These are the questions you should ask yourself and others if this protective layer is going to be lifted. I'd like to preface this with a thank you to Max Malone, a conspiracy hardcore who has a knack for boiling down debates to a single paragraph whenever possible. It was he who said, after over 50 years and thousands of hours of space travel footage, both by NASA and other countries, there is no exterior shot where the astronaut completes the simple act of panning the camera 180 degrees, let alone a full 360-degree sweep. This has never happened on any moon mission, exterior space station, nothing, ever. Statistics will tell you that this would have already happened by accident years ago, but it hasn't, and it won't. This is because of the rule they cannot break, the same rule that applies to television set shows that never show the fourth wall. Why? Because there is no fourth wall. Number 2. When you search online for pictures of the Earth from space, 95% of what you will see is a collection of artificial composite shots. In 2000, when I did this search, there was exactly 1 picture by NASA showing the bottom part of Africa and Antarctica. Now that picture is hidden within hundreds of simulated images. There are HD cameras everywhere, and no one is taking a shot of the Earth, because you can't get enough altitude to do it. Number 3. The commercial air travel routes for the southern hemisphere are wrong. This is an easy thing you can check out in 60 seconds. Take a map reading of the distance between anywhere near Australia and anywhere in South America. It's a straight shot across the South Pacific. Now find your favorite travel site and try to get there non-stop. See what happens. The routes start turning ridiculous. I used to business travel for years, and I've never seen anything like it. It's the one thing in the general public world they can't hide, the actual distance between these two places. On a round world, the flight is easy, just a straight shot across an ocean. But on a flat world, it becomes the greatest distance between 2 points. There are no shortcuts, so they distract you with multiple connections and layovers. It's only blind luck that the United States was in the northern hemisphere. Otherwise, the increased traffic would have raised eyebrows by now. I know. It's madness. It's lunacy. There are people who will tell you straight to your face that all the leaders of the world are lizards, and yet these people laugh out loud when you say the words flat earth. I was, and still am, a huge conspiracy guy. I literally ran out of new tin hat topics to research, and I still wouldn't look at this one without embarrassment. But every time I glanced at it, there was something unresolved. And once I saw the near perfection of the whole plan, I was hooked. Do your own homework. Ask the questions. Get past the possibility and see if you can move into an even bigger picture. Like who built the dome and why. That's where it starts to get really interesting, and things start opening up. I know I said years ago that the greater good was something that should be preserved, that JFK, Pearl Harbor, and 9/11 were inevitable. I still believe it, and I understand the decisions. The globe illusion, however, has run its course over the last 500 years. It's time to start again. If that means we end up getting the attention of who or what created this place and force the reset of the world, is that such a bad thing? I've put some links in the description that you might want to check out, like the current map projections used by the USGS, the United Nations logo, the Flat Earth Society, high-altitude nuclear tests, the Antarctica Treaty, among others. I'm not allowing ratings or comments on this video for several reasons. One, this topic seems to bring out the worst debates because of the initial denial. That, and I've seen dedicated trolls on the Flat Earth Society website who show up every day and say the same thing to new forum members. It's a joke. It's not serious. Nothing to see here. Kind of strange that there are full-time trolls on a site that has less than 500 members worldwide. That being said, please feel free to contact me at msargent23@comcast.net, or heck, just call 303-494-6631. I know no one uses the actual phone anymore, but I'll answer what I can.
Patience for anyone who denies that this challenge is real. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Flat Earth Clues, written by Mark Sargent, narrated by Mark Sargent. Preface by the editor. The idea of the Earth being flat isn't new, yet seems to have found a new lease of life. It is considered the monster of all conspiracy theories. But is it a theory? Could there be some truth to this? I first heard about the notion of the Earth being flat on the YouTube radio show Coast to Coast, and as the person being interviewed said it, I waited for the laughter, but there was none. Initially I thought it was some sort of joke, and then I realised that he was deadly serious. This then led me to do some further research into it. One of the first videos I came across was Flat Earth Clues, which I found so compelling that I told everyone I knew to watch it. From that point on, I was hooked and have continued to tune in and consume as much material and information that I can that is emerging on the subject. As I began to listen in to other commentators and debaters on the topic, I noted that many would mention that the Flat Earth Clues was one of their first introductions to the subject of Flat Earth. I also noted that many YouTubers were reusing the Clues videos within their own videos because they were so powerful. Someone had taken the time to break down the crux of the topic in an easy-to-digest manner. I was so impressed with the impact that the Clues videos have had that I followed my gut instinct to reach out to the creator of the series, Mark Sargent, to create a joint venture, to use the material to create a book format for the Clues. And with the help of a long-time colleague, Rosie Brooks, as illustrator, the Flat Earth Clues book has been created. We hope that you will take the material in the spirit in which it has been written. It's not been made necessarily to try and convince you, with an arm twisted behind your back or a gun to your head, that we are right and that this is it, but we just want you to open your mind.
There's
and
something
to take
wrong
a
with the
closer
audio
look
on
at the world
that
around
particular
you.
track there.
Question everything, and by all means do your own research. The truth is out there. You can contact me at lisa@lisanewton.co.uk or tweet me at Lisa_Newton1. Lisa Newton, Editor-in-Chief, London, UK.
Flat Earth Clues Part 1, The Empty Theater. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the
That better now, Sonny?
Yeah, absolutely.
flat Earth system we live in, and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. The clue you have to look at is built upon another conspiracy that has been around for decades, namely the space program. Most of those watching this are aware of the varying theories revolving around NASA, the Apollo program, the Space Shuttle, the International Space Station, and so on. The clue itself isn't based on one of these highly debated topics, but the lack of one, more specifically, motion pictures based on actual events. This, like others in the series, is something you can check out for yourself. Everything you need to reference this is online. To begin, think of all the movies involving space travel that you've seen in your lifetime. You'll start with the obvious: Star Wars, Star Trek, Alien, just to name a few. In fact, if you go through your own personal list, you could probably come up with over 100 different off-world movies without breaking much of a sweat. That part is easy. For the second group, try to come up with space movies that aren't fantasy-based. You'll get a list that has Red Planet, Gravity, Mission to Mars, 2001, things like that. These films will usually take on a not-so-distant future theme, and where we could be down the road. And it's still a pretty good-sized list. These first two groups of films are encouraged by the authority, because they reinforce the globe model through assumption. The entertainment system demands that the globe view and solar system concept is a given. Therefore, the actual worldview must also be true. Or to put it another way, if you're using your suspension of disbelief as you watch a movie like, say, Gravity, then subconsciously you're reinforcing the movie right on top of the real world. The more of these movies you watch and enjoy, the more the lines blur between what you want to believe and what you actually know. Watch enough movies about Mars, and you will be less astonished when NASA announces an actual mission to Mars. Same with the Moon, other solar systems, and so on. Releasing the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey in 1968, right before the actual moon missions, was no accident. It took the greatest director of all time 5 years to make, and several people who saw the theater screenings claimed that many military groups were listed in the credits, only to be removed years later. But 2001 is just a side note of this clue. For those who really want to dig into Stanley Kubrick's hidden vision, I highly recommend the documentary Room 237. A link to it is below as well. Now you are aware of the first two groups of space films. There are those that contain generous amounts of fantasy, and those who try to paint our near future. These two groups are easy to find. The third group is a challenge, and again, that's where things get interesting. The moon missions concluded in 1972, and even though it's still considered the greatest achievement by mankind, no fact-based movies were made regarding it until The Right Stuff was released in 1983. Now you might say that it had only been 11 years, and maybe it was tough to get the rights, and so on, but that's not what made the film interesting. The movie ran extremely long for 1983, coming in at 3 hours and 12 minutes. It was an exhaustive look at the astronaut selection process, the competition, and the training facility itself, But when the credits rolled 3 hours later, chronologically, they had only gotten to the low Earth orbit missions. Just for fun, Google the Right Stuff movie and see how many spacecraft you can find. It won 4 Academy Awards and did a great job at the box office, but the Apollo missions were never touched. The only other major motion picture that involved the actual moon program was Apollo 13 in 1995, a full 12 years later. Apollo 13 only covered a single moon orbit and no landing or close-up reference to the previous missions below them. And after 1995, that was it. Nothing. Hollywood is known for leaving no stone unturned, with reboots and sequels to nearly everything. Yet in almost 60 years, there has never been a single moon mission movie based on actual events. Hundreds of science fiction films reference in it. Everything from Superman to the Transformers. But literally nothing that covers the moon's surface. 6 complete moon missions involving multiple vehicles, moon buggies, playing golf, and no one wants to touch it. Now, to be fair, there was a TV miniseries in 1998 covering the subject. It was produced by Tom Hanks, who got involved after starring in Apollo 13. There has been no professional production of any kind since then. Again, just for fun, Google From Earth to the Moon TV series and see what you find. The why is easy, and the clue revealed. If Hollywood makes a movie about the moon landings, and it's indistinguishable from the real thing, then how do you know which is real? It raises some subtle questions involving stage technique and how long they've been in place. If Hollywood could fake it now, then when did they first have the ability? There is one other movie which stands out, and I mention it because I can't believe it ever got made, is Capricorn 1. The film's plot involved the faking of a Mars mission and how it could be accomplished. In short, it's part of the Conspiracy World Bible. I highly recommend it, and the link is below. To summarize, all space movies are encouraged by the authority, except for the ones that are based on actual accounts. Those are not allowed. The moon program has been buried in entertainment because the moon cannot be reached. It's either outside the barrier or just a highly rendered image, like any planet you see when entering a video game. The world is flat, and this is just one clue. So do some of your own research and ask questions. Please feel free to email me at msargent23@comcast.net or 303-494-6631. Flat Earth Clues, Part 2, The Bird Wall. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue revolves around one of the most remarkable men you may have never heard of, Richard E. Byrd, and his relationship with Antarctica and the secretive missions he carried out there until his dying day. Some of you have followed the legend of Richard Byrd through the Hollow Earth theory. We aren't going to be covering any Hollow Earth in this video, but instead focus on the man and his involvement with the South Pole. The Reader's Digest version of Richard Byrd is as follows. Born in 1888, he became an American naval officer who specialized in feats of exploration. He was a pioneering American aviator, Medal of Honor winner, polar explorer, aircraft navigator, expedition leader in the worst environments in the world, and the youngest admiral in the history of the Navy. In addition, his list of awards takes up several pages in Wikipedia, including 3 ticker tape parades in his honor. In short, he was Indiana Jones on steroids. Some people will say that Roy Chapman Andrews was the real Indiana Jones, and you might be right. But Richard Byrd beat Indy 6 days a week and twice on Sunday. I mention all his accolades to paint a picture of credibility and trust. The governments of the United States and the world trusted his judgment and leadership, and took advantage of every chance they had to put him in charge of special missions. The first large-scale mission was an expedition to Antarctica in 1928. This was noteworthy because even though he had just flown over the North Pole in 1926, all expeditions from 1928 on were focused on the South. The expedition lasted 2 years, and during it, at the age of 41, he was promoted to admiral. His second Antarctic expedition ran from 1933 to 1935, and his third from 39 to 40. While in Antarctica, he was also an advisor for other countries who had their own expeditions, including England, France, Germany, and building off previous countries' expeditions from Belgium, Japan, and Sweden. He then helped lead U.S. Navy fleet operations in World War II, was present during the Japanese surrender in 1945, but then something strange happened. He went back to Antarctica. Now, some of you aren't surprised because he'd been there since 1928, and I agree with you. It's the how that's interesting here. His fourth trip to Antarctica wasn't an expedition. It was a military operation called Operation High Jump. Commanding an entire aircraft carrier group that included 13 support ships, Admiral Byrd led 4,700 men to the South Pole, for reasons that are still shrouded to this day. Some say they were chasing the remaining Nazi fleet, even though Germany had surrendered a full year earlier. Others say there was a Nazi base established in Antarctica during the war, when Admiral Byrd was absent. None of these theories are important for this video. What we do know is that the U.S. had sent an excessively large military force to the ice, all under the guise of peaceful intentions. During this operation, Admiral Byrd told a Chile newspaper this: "The most important result of his observations and discoveries is the potential effect that they have in relation to the security of the United States. The fantastic speed in which the world is shrinking," recalled the Admiral, "is one of the most important lessons learned during his recent Antarctic exploration. I have to warn my compatriots that the time has ended when we were able to take refuge in our own isolation and rely on the certainty that the distances, the oceans, and the poles were a guarantee of safety." After the operation, Admiral Byrd toured the States and gave interviews, the most interesting of which is a national television show in 1954 called The Longines Chronoscope. A horrible name, but a decent show. I've added a segment of it at the end of this video and linked it in the description. During this television interview, he first spoke of an area beyond the South Pole as large as the United States, which no one had set foot on yet. He then went on to say that there would probably be expeditions year after year because the U.S. government had really become interested. The interviewers then probed as to why the interest in the South, when any perceived military threat from Russia, keep in mind this was 1954, would be from the North. He went on to say that it was the most valuable and important place in the world for science. It involved the future of the nation, an untouched reservoir of untapped resources, including coal, oil, minerals, and uranium. He added that at the time of the interview, there were 7 nations currently engaged in Antarctica, including Russia, Australia, Argentina, Chile, and New Zealand. During the interview, the Admiral talked about planning the next military mission to Antarctica. It was called Operation Deep Freeze and ran from 1955 to 1956. The mission was completed, and he supposedly returned home. Now this is where you come in and say, so what? And normally I'd agree with you, except for what happened next. Nothing happened next. The missions just suddenly stopped, and that was it. No other expeditions, military or otherwise, were conducted on the continent, ever. Then a treaty was put in place banning any country from doing basically anything. The end. And if you're wondering what you're missing, it's this. Admiral Byrd goes on television, says that this massive body of land, most of which sits on a plateau 2 miles high, is rich with every resource you could ever want, energy rich, pristine, with no indigenous population or plant life, and every country that has sent teams is ready to carve it up like a big turkey. Not to mention, there's an expanse of land larger than the United States they haven't even looked at yet. And out of the blue, everyone just calls the whole thing off? There are no environmentalists in 1959. This is land of diner food and 20-cent gas. I'm calling total BS on this one. The dollar value of the initial resources find would have fueled armies of greedy companies. So what happened? They found the edge, that's what. And the last thing they were going to do was let unsupervised companies near it, regardless of the money. Even if it was hundreds of miles away, you couldn't allow resource corporations even into a safe area, and then years down the road as they expanded, tell them, oh, sorry, you can't go beyond this point. When the companies would ask why, what would you tell them? And now the interior of Antarctica is off limits, with no revisions until the year 2041. You can take tours of the outer islands, but there is a hidden line, enforced by the military, that you will not be able to cross. Because the interior is actually the exterior edge. It's there, it's hidden, and it's protected. The Earth you live on is flat. So do some of your own research and ask questions. Please feel free to email me at msargent23@comcast.net or 303-494-6631.
Our very distinguished guest for this evening is Admiral Richard E. Byrd.
The North Pole used to be a no man's land, but these are the days when, by buying a ticket on a commercial airliner, you can fly across the North Pole and drink a cocktail at the same time. Yet only 70 or more years ago, about 35 years ago, our guest tonight found out whether there was any land north of the North American continent. He made that first discovery flight, and I must say that Admiral Byrd, our guest tonight, is not only our greatest living explorer, but he's been an inspiration to countless Americans. Admiral Byrd, you've been to both the North Pole and the South Pole. Is there any unexplored land left on this Earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
Yes, there is. And not up around the North Pole, because it's getting crowded up there now, because they find out it's really usable, not only to live in, but militarily. But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
This is a tremendous
So
challenge.
there's a lot of adventure left down at the bottom of the world.
Admiral, an expedition to which I believe you're the advisor is now en route. What is that expedition doing?
Well, that's the icebreaker Atka, and it's a reconnaissance expedition. It's going down to the South Pole area to make certain observations and to look for some bases. They will be back in April, and they will report back, and upon the information we get from that undertaking, we will base the bigger expedition that's to follow.
Is that very definitely planned, or is that...
That is being planned right now. So I'm willing to say to you that there will be a number of expeditions that will follow, I think, year after year, at the bottom of the world, because the government has really become interested.
Well, Admiral Byrd, I can understand, I think everybody can, the interest in the North Pole because it's so near our greatest challenger, Soviet Russia. But why this interest in the bottom of the world? Nobody living down there, is there?
No, it's pretty cold. There's only one permanent resident, that's the emperor penguin. The little ones live further north. I tell you one reason they're interested. It's by far the most valuable, important place left in the world for science. That's why the scientific groups all over the nation are really interested. But more important than that, it has to do with the future of the nation, those to come after us, or even during your lifetime. Because it happens to be an untouched reservoir of natural resources. And You know, as the world shrinks with an ever-increasing acceleration, far-flung places once useless, like we thought the North Pole was, and no man's land, become very useful. The bottom of the world will be important, not only to us, but to our allies.
I was going to ask you, does it have military importance?
It has some, and as the world shrinks, it will continue to shrink with an ever-increasing acceleration, thus bringing these places closer. And in the future, I can see a time when it will be very, very important strategically.
Well, has the development of air power increased the strategic importance of places like the
very much
Palma Peninsula, was it?
Very much so. Even now, if anything happened and we lost the Panama Canal, we would have to control the islands just north of Antarctica, which are part of Antarctica. Then between there and Cape...
Admiral, you speak of the resources of Antarctica. What are they? What are the natural resources there?
Well, we've found enough of coal within 180 miles of the South Pole in a great ridge of mountains. It's not covered with snow, enough to supply the whole world for quite a while.
Well,
that's the coal. Now, there's evidence of many other minerals. We are pretty sure there's oil. Now, that coal shows the bottom of the world. Now, by far the coldest spot in the world. Where that coal is gets 100 below zero in the winter.
Well,
it was once tropical. So we think there's oil there, and there's evidence, probably uranium there.
Is it any secret? Is there uranium there? That would be the only thing that would be practical to actually go after, I suppose. Everything else would be economically unfeasible, wouldn't it?
Well, as we recklessly expend our resources, the time will come when we'll have to go after that stuff down there. Well, you know, I avoided what you said about uranium. I'm not sure about that. I don't want to have the world fight over the Antarctic.
And Robert, is there a competition among other nations to try to get information about Antarctica and possibly to secure some of these resources?
Well, yes. There are now 7 nations very much interested. Russia is interested tremendously. That I'm sure of. Australia has an expedition down there. The Argentine, the Chile, New Zealand, Britain, and so on. Now, you can understand those people down there being interested because they live down there, the New Zealanders, the Argentinians, the Chileans, and Australians. And so we don't do much about claiming anything.
Admiral, you make this sound a little crowded. Are there that many expeditions now there or en route there?
Well, you know, as I said, it's the most peaceful place in the world, but I don't think it will be for long because of this intense interest on the part of other nations and this nation.
Flat Earth Clues, Part 3, The Map Makers. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue looks into the USGS, otherwise known as the Map Makers of the World, and a few surprising things that they and others have in common with the flat Earth idea. All the reference links are provided in the description below, and I encourage you to check them out. For those of you outside the United States, USGS stands for United States Geological Survey, a scientific branch of the U.S. government. Formed in 1879, and with the help of the ever-expanding American Empire, they quickly became the premier map makers of the known world. Currently, they have around 9,000 employees and an annual budget of over $1 billion a year. They also have extensive science departments covering biology, geography, geology, hydrology, and many programs tied to them. Their motto since the 1990s has been Science for a Changing World, and I'm going to show you how true that really is. What does this large, really boring government group have to do with the flat Earth? To understand that, you have to look into their origins, which is in geography. To do this, you'll need to open another page that specializes in maps. The maps you see in this video are from Wikipedia, but there are others you can reference as well. The wiki list of map projections isn't much to look at as a whole, although there are a number of interesting takes on the world view. Not only do they have just about every perspective when it comes to the land we live on, but some detailed information on where the map originated, including name type, the origin or creator, and the year the map perspective was proposed. Now, some of these will be very familiar, especially the ones that you would see on your classroom wall. There are a number of variations here, but the one that has been debated on recently would be this one, the Gulls-Peters, which accurately shows the size difference between the continents, the most obvious clue being that the white continent of Greenland is actually tiny compared to Africa. But I digress. If you keep going down through all the different shapes, you'll get into circular maps, but only one of these is a top-down perspective that shows the continents in the center surrounded by an unbroken ring of ice. In Wiki, it's called the azimuthal equidistant, and just to make it easier, I'm going to abbreviate and call it AE for short. Why is this map so interesting? Well, if you're looking at the Wiki page, you'll spot a few reasons. The first is that in the notes section of the map, and I quote, "Used by the USGS in the National Atlas of the United States." It also mentions that it is used as the emblem of the United Nations. Of all the maps on this screen, it is the only one that references a group of any kind. And if you keep this page open and navigate over to the Flat Earth section of Wiki, you'll notice towards the bottom of the page a similar map. I've referenced it here, and you can tell quite easily it's identical, but not referenced or linked as the AE model. To make things even more strange, we go back to the USGS model, and you see that it was first proposed 1,000 years ago, and you may think, well, that's a bad link. So you compare it with the person who proposed it, and you get this guy, Al-Biruni. Who was Al-Biruni? Well, he lived around 1,000 years ago and was considered one of the greatest scholars of his era, schooled in multiple sciences. Have you ever heard of him? I hadn't. Maybe it's multiple bad references in Wiki. Well, no, because NASA knows who he is and named this moon crater after him. So why is the USGS using a version of the world map designed by a 1,000-year-old Persian scientist? Because it's correct. That's why. So to be clear, let's compare them again. The United Nations flag, the USGS official map of the Earth, and the Flat Earth model. All identical, but one isn't recognized and instead ridiculed as an outdated look at the world. And this is one of those political quandaries that the authority gets stuck in. The short version is this. The government is on the same page as the Flat Earth, but they can't admit it, even in confidence. We know the Earth isn't flat, they say, but it really is. We know you use the same map as we do, but ours is just an image. And anyone who says differently is obviously crazy. It makes you wonder how long the USGS has been using that model as an official reference. The United Nations started using it for their logos in 1945, and then made some final adjustments in 1947. And the UN flag also raises a few questions, like, why isn't Antarctica represented on the map? Is it supposed to be assumed in the outer circle, or perhaps the spiky olive branches on the outside? They don't mention it anywhere online. And this is what I like to focus on. The gaps, the holes in the plot, the unanswered questions. The USGS using the same map as the Flat Earth, but not saying why, not recognizing it, or that you can't link the very same image from the Flat Earth Wiki back to the actual AE definition of the projection. The authority figured out in the 1950s all of the borders of our enclosed world, and have done a great job hiding it over the decades. But the world's a complex place, and there are clues out there just lying around. I think it's time you saw some of them. So do some of your own research and ask questions. Please feel free to email me at msargent23@comcast.net or 303-494-6631. Flat Earth Clues, Part 4, Shell Beach. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue covers the near-perfect design of the flat Earth model and will break down some of the logic behind the decisions made. It sounds like a big task, and it is, but to start, let's look at something small, like this little guy. Take an ordinary mouse and put it into a glass cage. It doesn't have to be a mouse. It could be a snake, a lizard, an insect. It makes little difference for this exercise. People identify with mice because they're used to seeing them in lab experiments. Mice also don't have any sinister connotations. They're seen as relatively innocent and benign, the perfect test subject, as it were. I have yet to meet anyone who has a bias against the lab mouse. So the mouse goes into the box for the first time, and the reaction is always the same. It explores its surroundings, and more importantly, tests the barrier around it, probing for exits or potential exits. The mouse inspects every inch of its new glass home, and at some point settles into the acceptance that the walls are indeed solid and that it may be there for a while. Every so often, it will repeat the process, again checking the boundaries of the cage, just in case something has changed. What it doesn't do is act like it would in the wild, because it realizes that it's in a form of captivity. The glass box doesn't even remotely resemble its natural environment. You could put this box in the middle of a forest and the mouse may feel slightly better about its situation, but it still knows that it's been trapped against its will, and will settle into a non-native lifestyle. You could take all the other small animals that could be substituted for a mouse, the snake, the lizard, the insect. It makes no difference. The result will invariably be the same. Repeated probing for escape routes, then acceptance. Take the same animal and now put it into the middle of a 100-mile square wildlife preserve, surrounded on all sides by a similar type of glass enclosure. The creature doesn't even bother to rush the size of the preserve and start testing the boundaries, mostly because it's out of visual range. It could be days or even weeks before it even encounters a single fence. The animal's routine is spent doing what it normally would do. It eats, it sleeps, it breeds. It does everything that it would naturally do in the wild. If one day the animal approaches the fence, there might be some curiosity, but any anxiety is quickly resolved by just turning around and heading back into the vast expanse from which it came. The fence does not pose a potential problem for the animals in the preserve because it is so small compared to the expanse they live in, and dwelling on it doesn't hold any interest. We're assuming here that the fence is high enough to discourage flying creatures as well, deep enough to stop burrowing classes, and if you want, reaches the floor of any nearby bodies of water, stopping any clever aquatic types. The point here is that all creatures great and small inside a giant wildlife preserve, when encountering the fence, wouldn't care. They would all, in their own way, just shrug and move on with their lives. However, if you take a human, male or female, regardless of education or nurturing, and put them in the exact same wildlife sanctuary, the response would be quite different. When the human approaches the glass fence, they don't see it as a minor distraction. They pause, they wonder, and more importantly, they ask questions, either internally or amongst others. Why is the fence here? How far does it reach? Can I dig underneath, or climb over, or go around it? These questions continue in a way you might imagine, but eventually, a bigger question jumps to the top of the list. Who built the fence? It is that which changes not only the type of questions being asked, but how the human being, or beings, look at their world. The giant wildlife preserve suddenly gets smaller. Each new fence border discovered starts to artificially constrict their expanse, even though the dimensions haven't changed. Before long, the preserve, their home, loses some of its relevance. The fence is a reminder of the unknown. It provokes fear and endless speculation within the human. Given enough time, the importance of the preserve continues to be reduced, especially in relation to the fence. And the reason why it's so engrossing for the human is simple. It's there. It's real. They can see it, and maybe even touch it. Adding more humans to the equation increases the disparity of the situation by orders of magnitude. Have you seen the fence? Do you know how long it's been here? Have you ever known anyone that's been outside it? It's older than us. Who is responsible for the fence? What can we do to appease the group that created it? You can see what this might lead to. A long-lasting group hysteria would entrench itself within the population, grab hold and never let go. The fence is bigger, older, and wiser than they are. It humbles them, it angers them, and it is forever. It is their proof of a higher power. Maybe not God, but certainly God-like. No civilization, regardless of technology, discipline, or age, would be able to cope with the existence of it. For the human psyche, there are just too many questions that go unanswered. Life would never be able to progress normally. To summarize, a garden variety wildlife preserve would work for 99.99% of all the world's life forms. For human beings, however, you would need to make some modifications, or really just one big one. So let's take a look at a few examples of how this could be accomplished, and from there expand it. The first failed example can be seen in the 1998 movie Dark City. This is a good starting point to get you in the right mindset. The premise here is that an advanced race creates a small flat Earth area, complete with a traditional dome. The design, however, is initially flawed in that they built the city all the way to the outer edge, leaving no room for error. To compensate for this, they altered the memories of the human population on a regular basis, therefore repressing any long-term investigations. However, in movies, there are always anomalies, like the police officer who realizes that even though he remembers visiting a place called Shell Beach, there is no way to reach it, because Shell Beach is outside of the flat world and never existed. He just keeps going around the circular city that has no exits. In the end, another man, the hero of the movie, makes it to the edge, steals the advanced race's power, and creates an ocean, which really should have been there in the first place. Move from there to a movie released only 4 months later called The Truman Show. Inevitably, all flat earthers have to take a hard look at this movie from a technical point of view. The movie follows the same lines as Dark City, but in a much more relatable premise, that of a giant television stage built so that the outside world can watch a person go through his life without any knowledge that he is living inside a flat world, surrounded by a physical dome. The movie is interesting on several levels, including construction. Using their existing model of a small town, bordered on one side by a large lagoon and wilderness, and the other a seemingly expansive ocean, while better than Dark City, still had its flaws. For one, it was less than 20 miles across, and even though Truman's desire to explore was repressed, there was still a chance that he would venture to the outer edge, which is where the movie ended. But for the most part, it worked. Truman believed the entire scenario because he was born into it, and then lived 30-plus years without any reason to doubt where he was, which could be said for any of us. If it wasn't for the, and we'll say movie mistakes, that the studio fell victim to, then the show would have never ended. And this then raises hypothetical scenarios like, how many kids like Truman could you have raised inside that dome? 10? 50? Now, logistically, you can see how it might be problematic in keeping tabs on that many kids, especially as they got older. But with enough sleight of hand, it could be possible. A fictional situation just like that was made into the 2004 movie, The Village. And even though it turned into one of those M. Night Shyamalan plot twist things, the premise was very feasible. A wealthy group of idealists buy a large parcel of land in an existing wildlife preserve, create a small town from the 1800s, and raise children there. They pay off government officials to keep planes far away, and spread a myth that monsters live in the forest. As far as the kids are concerned, they actually are living in a small Pennsylvania town in the 1800s. And being born into it, why wouldn't they? If the story continued, eventually the elders that founded the town would all pass away, leaving the children to pass on the legacy, free from any burden of guilt that their world was not what it appeared to be. And keep in mind, this was done with very little land manipulation and no dome. This then circles back to how many actors the fictional Truman Show really needed to hire. Other than the leads who did product placement, the rest of the town could actually just live their lives like anyone else. Use phone lines to call outside, go to restaurants, watch television at home, and so on. But again, I digress. Assuming the technology was possible, how many people like Truman could you keep in a dome the size of, say, a state that was hundreds of miles across? Probably thousands. If you kept expanding the size of the dome to a few thousand miles, well, then you're talking millions. But when it gets that big, something interesting happens. You don't need the actors anymore. Started up like The Village, and within just a few generations, everyone is oblivious. And you can leave them to their own devices. Starting to sound familiar? In fact, the larger you make the enclosed world, the less micromanaging needs to be done. It gets easier as it scales up. This brings us back to the missing modification you need for the human race. To keep the storylines consistent and remove all the hocus pocus of monsters in the woods or that you can't get to Shell Beach, you place in gradual negative reinforcement, one that creates an illusion of choice. Say, for example, that Truman went out in the sailboat the same as before, but this time the dome was twice the size and the simulated ocean far larger. How far would he travel before getting hungry, thirsty, or tired? The movie ending is then in doubt. And if you compare this scenario where you are now, then you start to see it. Look at the flat Earth map again. Continents grouped in the center, surrounded in all directions by hundreds of miles of salt water. Think about how much further ancient ships would have traveled if you could drink what you were sailing on. As you move closer to the edge, the temperature starts taking a nosedive. Then you start seeing icebergs. If that doesn't stop you, then you run into what we call Antarctica, which is a steep climb 2 miles up with no plant life or indigenous livestock animals. And if you had the wherewithal to make it that far, you would still have hundreds of miles of endless ice and snow. It's easy to see why so few people have gone the distance. Compare this to the upper ceiling, which is much easier to maintain. You simply decrease the oxygen rates so that every 1,000 feet up, it gets more difficult to breathe. This slows down exploration over mountain ranges and discourages limited control flight, such as balloons. Also keep in mind that the dome itself doesn't have to be that high in relation to the outer ring. With commercial aircraft capping out at 10 miles and rockets less than 400, the dome would actually look more like a stadium roof, depending on how you wanted to display things like the sun, moon, and stars. An enclosed world with these type of safeguards would be able to sustain an unknowing population for, say, what, 4,500 years? Then you could artificially introduce a globe model into the scientific community before the civilization technology reaches a point that could lead to discovery. And 500 years later, here we are. A civilization inside an amazing structure, doing what we would naturally do, while the authority stands by the gate and fears the consequences if we ever found out for ourselves. So do some of your own research and ask questions. Please feel free to email me at msargent23@comcast.net or 303-494-6631. Flat Earth Clues, Part 5, The Status Quo. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue covers the inevitable and sometimes frustrating question of why the authority would go to all the trouble of hiding the flat Earth. My hope here is to show you different angles and a progression of events, all of which lead to a very changed world, both physically and mentally. To open, we have to go way back to when the world was a much more simple place. You had your 5 major religions, including Buddhism, Hinduism, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. Each of these groups had their own version of what is known in Genesis as the firmament, or the flat circular world enclosed by a solid dome-like barrier from where the creator, or creators, looked on. I'm not going to explore all the subtle differences between the groups. Suffice it to say that it's interesting that despite their differences that led to acts of horrible violence between them, there was no real Earth model debate. So around 500 years ago, the science community, led by Copernicus, who probably had a little help, introduced what we now know as the heliocentric, or globe model of the world, which in turn changed the solar system, galaxy, and so on. The religions, seeing that this globe model was gaining popularity, feared a loss in the fan base, so they all adapted their religion to include the globe model. From their point of view, it was a small change from a circular to a globe world, and really, in a few generations, who would remember anyway? So the churches, mosques, temples wrapped up their flat earth model in a metaphoric soft cloth and put it in the drawer with the good silver for safekeeping. Remember this, because we'll come back to it later. And hundreds of years went by, with science promoting all the aspects of the globe, and the religions promoting their beliefs upon this globe. The world kept spinning, so to speak, and everyone was happy. Then in the early part of the 1900s, you get this pesky explorer named Richard Byrd. He has family money, all the right connections, and secures basically unlimited funding and the government green light to probe every piece of unseen territory there is. It was inevitable, I guess. A young man who has an unquenchable desire to see all that there is to see, and then granting him the tools needed to accomplish this goal. He pulls a Truman and gets lucky, crossing the vast salt ocean, avoiding the icebergs, arriving at the frozen coastline, and he keeps going. He was never going to stop. One day, after crossing hundreds of miles of high-altitude ice and snow, Admiral Byrd sees it, a barrier. And to him, it's just a barrier, not the barrier. He is but a tiny speck in front of it. It stretches out on both sides as far as he can see, and straight up so far that he can't discover the beginning of the arc. The great explorer now has a new challenge, finding the shape of this thing. It's much like a blind man describing the elephant. Until you feel out the whole thing, what do you really know? If you look at the AE, or Flat Earth Overhead Map, you see the problem. To even determine the scope of the outer wall, you have to circle it. It would have taken months, if not years. You could use a series of ships going in opposite directions, or planes, but there are refueling stations that need to be built, and so on. His task was challenging to say the least. Admiral Byrd kept laying the groundwork of the great discovery until his eventual death in 1957. A year later, the United States and Russia found the upper edge. From there, the math was easy, and moreover, you could actually see the real world. Then, of course, there is the decision, or deception, depending on how you looked at it. The authority made the call to hide the actual shape of where we live, then sealed off the outer edge from prying eyes, and created the space program not only to reinforce the globe model, but to control it. There was really only one reason they cared about this, and it takes a while to process. So let's look at the immediate effects of actual disclosure and work our way up to the authorities' biggest fear. For this exercise, we'll look at releasing the news today instead of, say, 1958. While 1958 would have been easier, it's much more relevant and entertaining to explain it in modern terms. We start with a press conference by, let's say, the United Nations, who have discovered that the world is indeed enclosed in a giant high-tech dome of unknown origin and age. The public reacts with wonder and awe, trying to take in the sheer scope of this announcement. Facebook crashes, Twitter crashes, entire mobile networks crash, It's like hitting a beehive with a sledgehammer. News organizations around the world send teams to the outer edge to confirm the finding, and the general public is glued to their media devices. That's the good news, the excitement, the revelation, the positive shock. Then the bad news starts coming in waves, some of which you might not expect. The first is the immediate disbanding of NASA and all other world space programs, for obvious reasons. Most governments will secretly pardon these groups and keep them immune from class action lawsuits, the lawsuits themselves coming from NASA investment groups, claiming fraud. Regardless, everyone at NASA, despite their good intentions, is out of a job overnight. And this is where you would say, good, they deserve it. About time they stopped lying to everyone. Oh, but it doesn't stop there, because every contractor and subcontractor that are exclusively tied to NASA, they have to shut down as well. Fine, a few thousand jobs lost, no big deal. And the ripples continue to spread, some bigger than others. Observatories all over the world closed their doors, and the reasoning is this. If you've been looking at the ceiling for decades and couldn't tell it was a ceiling, then what good are you? Every university in the world that has an astronomy or astrophysics program, well, they don't anymore. Stephen Hawking, his book writing days are over. Carl Sagan, no more nova in syndication, I guarantee it. Those professors are going to have to retool their skills and be prepared to answer one giant question. How did you not see it? Weren't there clues? People start finger pointing, and it will continue for years. And still my fellow flat earthers will say, well, hell, that doesn't sound too bad. So some nerds around the world lose their jobs. So what? You don't get off that easy, is what? The finger pointing at the now defunct NASA will then turn to finger pointing at the government, who directed the whole thing. This is where we run into some dangerous ground, involving things like the Ark of the Covenant, the Holy Grail, and the Ring of Power. And you say, you lost me. I was with you until you started bringing up religious artifacts from movies. And you're supposed to be lost. Of the 5 major religions we mentioned earlier, those being Buddhism, Hinduism, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, none have been able to produce a supernatural object over the last 5,000 years. And trust me, it would be beneficial to do so. The Ark of the Covenant would benefit Judaism, the Holy Grail Christianity, and the Ring of Power, well, that benefits someone else. Maybe I'll leave alone for now. The point is that all religions are actively seeking their leverage against science. You've heard of the division between church and state. Well, here it is. Advantage church. The barrier becomes a giant religious symbol, and since it is backed by the Big Five, it also becomes universal. The Big Five then go into their drawer with the good silver and pull out this belief that was forgotten but not lost, and say, we knew it all along, and science lied to us. Temporarily, all religions unite against science, who has been only moderately weakened by the removal of their astronomy and astrophysics divisions. But the public won't care, because they will listen to the group shouting the loudest, and no one yells louder than the church. They will scream with righteous fury that the dome was built by our God, your God, and the people will turn to science and hear nothing but crickets. And that's where the world changes, because in times of great stress, the public will want words, and while religion has no shortage of them, science simply is incapable of taking leaps of faith. I'll take a glass half full approach and say that anyone listening to this is probably an intelligent, rational person, one who can make informed decisions outside of the conventional doctrine. But for every one of you, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of mouth-breathing troglodytes who will not walk but run to their respective house of religion and say, you were right about this. What else can you teach me? This is what fills the current authority with pause. The unknown response to that question. Will religion take the high road and work with what remains of science to discover the truth? It's possible, I suppose. It's also possible that religion will combine this technologically advanced society with a revitalized and aggressive doctrine that then transforms daily life into something that makes the book 1984 seem like a Saturday morning cartoon show. I'm hoping that mankind will prove me wrong, but so far, that isn't the case. So do some of your own research and ask questions. Please feel free to email me at msargent23@comcast.net or 303-494-6631. Flat Earth Clues Part 6, Depth Perception. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue looks into the inevitable design question below the surface, or more specifically, how thick the flat Earth design would need to be. To start, let's quickly recap the design features so far. A basic dome structure made up of advanced high-density material, thousands of miles wide, and at least 100 miles in height. The ceiling of said structure being projected upon by an ultra-high-definition system using super LED technology and a combination of 2D and 3D imaging to simulate all celestial bodies, including sun, moon, stars, and so on. This ceiling is then protected by a scaling decrease in temperature and oxygen levels to the point where human life isn't naturally sustainable above 4 miles. The lower surface of the dome structure consists of an organic layout of continents, grouped at the center, ensuring that no land bridge exists to the outer ring. This is then surrounded by hundreds of miles of salt water in order to limit sea travel. The salt oceans are then adjusted with a scaling decrease in temperature as the outer area is approached, to the point where salt water freezes, forming icebergs, further reducing sea travel. The outer ring is then elevated to a height of 10,000 feet, reducing oxygen levels, and a buffer zone of 300 miles is created. This zone is devoid of all life forms that could be used as food, further discouraging land travel. That all sounds pretty good, but we left out one thing: depth. Keeping human beings away from the ceiling is easy, because it requires higher technology. Protecting the outer ring is a little more difficult, but can be accomplished with layers of negative reinforcement. Protecting the actual common ground is a different challenge, because digging is basic. Everyone knows how to use a shovel, and most construction requires a generous amount of digging. In addition, natural resources such as coal, oil, minerals are harvested through large-scale digging operations. So it's safe to say that any human population is going to be digging a lot of holes, because it's easy and it's necessary to continue their way of life. That being said, how thick would you need to make the flat Earth model so that people didn't accidentally dig their way through? You could use the same method as the outside barrier and create a series of undesirable layers, ending in a solid barrier. But the ever-expanding increases in general population would create an unnecessary risk. If the bottom of the flat Earth was composed of, say, an unbreakable material, this would pique the digger's curiosity, and if repeated all over the world, would raise suspicions of design. While a solid barrier works at the end of a frozen wasteland where no one is venturing, or allowed, it doesn't do much if it's found in a mining quarry or someone's backyard. For that, you need something that hasn't been used up to this point: a scaling increase in temperature, all the way to an ignition flashpoint and then beyond. Now you will jump in and say, well, of course, we all know that there is molten rock below the surface. We see it in volcanoes and, well, volcanoes. Yes, you do. And we've all seen the cross-section diagram of the globe Earth, which shows ever brighter bands of molten structure and so on, which is why I included the wiki link in the description that covers the official view of the Earth structure. And I quote, Scientific understanding of the internal structure of the Earth is based on observations of rock in outcrop, samples brought to the surface from greater depths by volcanoes, analysis of seismic waves, measurements of gravitational and magnetic fields, and experiments with crystals at pressure and temperatures characteristic of the Earth's deep interior. In short, they have no clue on what's below them. None. In fact, the deepest holes ever drilled, which I've also linked in the description, only go down 8 miles. To repeat, no one has gone below 8 miles anywhere. And every drilling survey is the same, a scaling increase in temperature to the point where drill bits stop working. And you come back and say, but volcanoes. Yes, there are volcanoes, holes in the earth where molten rock is produced, under pressure, I might add. Certainly that can't be artificially created. No? We can melt rock right now. It's called a smelting plant. What do you think your car is made out of? Melted, reformed, and polished rock. We have the technology to do this. It all comes down to scale. Create a large set of furnaces at, say, 50 miles below the surface that can melt and pump molten rock. And you say, what would the furnaces be made out of? Oh, I don't know. How about the same dome material that can withstand nuclear weapons? So you take the molten rock, locate a few random access points on the surface, and the rest comes naturally. Volcanoes also reinforce the Earth structure model that the molten rock goes all the way to the core, which then in turn reinforces the globe model, and then we're back to where we are now. A smoldering globe flying through space at high speeds that from a design standpoint makes no sense. So how thick would the flat Earth model floor need to be? Oh, for common use, say less than 100 miles, similar to the ceiling in scale. Large heat generators placed in a pattern, a thin layer of molten rock 10 to 20 miles down, which is really just a geologic pipe system to help with the generation of terrain. And there you have it, an efficient way of discouraging all those digging humans from reaching too far, combining a physical barrier with a mental one. 8 miles down and you're going to tell me what the entire core looks like? Give me a break. So do some of your own research and ask questions. Please feel free to email me at msargent23@comcast.net or 303-494-6631. Flat Earth Clues, Part 8, The Creative Force. This Flat Earth perspective takes a look at the design from the ever-present why standpoint, and although it will review some of the dome technical features already discussed, I'll try to do it from a different angle, or more specifically, why I might build it. Someone mentioned to me recently that while the dome was a very big concept, it made the world much smaller. Kind of like what Admiral Byrd expressed in an interview all those years ago. This someone also said that it made them sad, which I understood. And while I did what I could to comfort this person, I realized that I could have done more. So this video is for the people who look upon this world with their new eyes and start drifting into a state of melancholy. To preface, this isn't jail, nor are you lab rats. And before I'm done, I hope to show you a version of why. To start, let's look at an old story, one that you may have heard involving another enclosed world, kind of like yours. I say kind of like yours because the finished design that you are sitting in right now took several revisions in just about every aspect, much like any project. You come up with ideas, you see what works and what doesn't, and you improve the process until you come up with something that, while not everyone agrees upon, satisfies the best of all criteria. One of the first dome layouts involved a race of people who were supremely driven by ambition. They didn't have a word for lazy or fear. They absorbed knowledge very quickly, incorporating physics, advanced electronics, engineering, and drove their technology with energy from the enclosed world itself. And when their technology had reached the point where the dome's structure was discovered in its entirety, there was no reaction of wonder and awe. They just looked up and squinted at the sky. Eventually, those squints turned into glares. Oh, they had religion, to be sure, and it was tied to their daily lives, but to them, this wasn't religion. It was a challenge. Almost like they weren't that impressed. Hard to fathom, right? Seeing that your world had borders, but instead of being afraid, shaking your fist at the sky with arrogance. But that's what they did. So much confidence and might that when they found out where they really were, a new priority was created. At first, they dedicated broadcast channels to calling the dome builders out, demanding answers, and ran them day and night. At the end of each cycle, the words kept repeating, "We know." But arrogance ebbs at patience, and their demands were met with silence, which was taken as blatant dismissal. This fueled their ambition even more. The people withdrew all their efforts from breaching the outer barrier and formed a new plan. If the creators were not going to submit, then they would build a bridge and meet them at the gates. So a building was designed. But to call it a building was to call the pyramids a sand castle. It was the greatest structure ever conceived, at least to them. It was to be over 30 miles wide and hundreds of miles high, enough to reach the dome ceiling itself, where they would meet the builders face to face. They abandoned nature completely and pushed aside ecologic systems to accomplish their goal. They cannibalized entire mountain ranges, which they used to admire and love, to acquire the raw material for the awesome structure. The work crews built with flawless precision, and it was obvious that it was going to succeed. A bridge to the edge of the sky itself. The work would only pause long enough for the mighty armies below to look up and yell, "We come for you," so loudly that on a clear day you could actually feel the dome shake. And the creators, faced with their first great challenge, decided to start again. And the people were changed, their language fragmented so that the builders couldn't continue. The tower was dismantled, their technology removed and forgotten, and the people scattered. A new group was introduced to the dome, divided in every way imaginable, so that unity was next to impossible, and everything slowed down. Languages evolved and devolved into other dialects, and the languages produced text, which produced different forms of culture, and some amazing things began to happen, the most important of which was the arts. The dome builders saw the artistic pool develop into several distinct forms. Everything drawn in any medium on a flat surface. Everything molded that took on a three-dimensional shape. Everything that produced music. All things that make up the human form and motion. And all the written works. Pictures, sculptures, music, dance, literature, the arts. Driven by passion, it is the very essence of what is good in humanity. Once this was recognized, all dome methods put in place were to cultivate and enhance this process. Land masses were adjusted with geology and temperature to support every kind of terrain, with mountains, rivers, oceans, plains, forests, jungles, deserts, all of it stunning, all of it stimulating the human mind, nourishing it. And the modifications continued, with seemingly endless shades of weather. The sky was overhauled, a moon added, and layers upon layers upon layers of stars, so that one day, when the people were able to see further than their own eyes, there would still be something new to see. And the arts flourished, but there was a cost. The languages and division of cultures had put the population at odds, and wars were raging at regular intervals. The dome builders debated if the price was too high. Plans were drawn up to make more changes, until they noticed that the arts thrived even through the worst of conflicts, producing grace and beauty despite their burning world. It was wonderful and terrible at the same time, and the debate outside the barrier continued to intensify until a majority spoke out and said, "This world is a creative force, and we must see what it leads to. The barrier must be hidden at all costs." So the globe model was put into the population, and both science and religion adapted to it. The arts grabbed onto it like a new drug, the creative minds of the world exploding with new concepts. Their universe was now infinite, and the rules changed. Science then led to science fiction, which opened up everything else. Books, pictures, sculptures, dance, and music, all reaching deep into space. Decade after decade of wonderful possibilities, rising above the ashes that were at their feet. And it's not just the artists, it's everyone. You affect others, who affect others, who inspire others, who build it, paint it, sculpt it, sing it, who then put it up on a pedestal and hold it under the light and say, "This is a piece of who we are." And for every one of them, there are hundreds of others who, for whatever reason, were unable to express the songs and images and stories that are in their heads. Imagination is far more important than knowledge because it is limitless. It is your shield, your sword against the cruelty of destructive forces. There are those right now who live in chaos, whose life is surrounded by a swirling nightmare from which they think they'll never escape. These are the true warriors of the world, and they are far braver than me. I am humbled by those who suffer the most. Know that mountains were built for you. Oceans were built for you. All of this was built for you, your struggles, and your trials by fire. It may be today, it may be tomorrow, but one day the curtain will close and this stage will be struck. And when the dust settles, no matter where you are right now, you'll see the big picture and have new eyes, and you will be shown what wonder really is. And as you leave this most magnificent of theaters, heading towards the next, my hope is that you'll pause, look back at the stage and say, "I was actually in it, you know, right there in the thick of things, and it was a sight to see." Because it really is a hell of a ride. Imagine what the next one will be like. Earth Clues Part 9, The Magic Show. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This flat Earth perspective initially started out as a problem-solving exercise that was going to be built into Clue 7, otherwise known as the Long Haul. But after some research and a little patience, it has evolved into something that warranted its own section, and is a perfect example of good things come to those who wait. So emails and phone calls have been coming in, almost all of them positive. Several people from around the world commented on the southern plane routes. They said that while 95% of the long routes in that hemisphere were connections, which in itself raises red flags, there were a few pesky non-stops that seemed to contradict the overall logic. The question then posed to me was obviously, are they real flights? Could they be put there to throw the Flat Earth group off? If it was a trick, could I figure out what it was and how it was accomplished? I accepted the challenge and started my impression of Morgan Freeman as he went up against the Four Horsemen magician crew. Now, admittedly, I was skeptical to start, because the flights went against the third rule, that being the flat Earth has no shortcuts. Only a globe has shortcuts. As in magic, I had to assume the rule was not being broken, but only hidden, or having the illusion of being broken. But first, I had to see the trick itself. I had to see the planes in question and see them make the route. Anyone can list a flight, but does it actually go from point A to point B? With the help of several other people, this was then put to the test. While just about everyone with a cell phone knows about GPS and how it can track things, many people don't know that even though it's a system built by the military, there is a very public aspect to it. So while your phone is tracked at all times, so are other things, most notably all air traffic. Now, if you're military, you could view military planes. If you work at a cargo carrier like UPS or FedEx, you can view transport planes. The general public is mostly limited to commercial air traffic. This can be viewed in several places, and the one I chose was planefinder.net. You can use others like FlightAware, Flight Radar 24, Flight Tracker. It makes no difference because they are all tied into the same exact GPS system. All these sites do basically the same thing. Track every commercial plane in the world from start to end in real time. So I spend day after day looking at the Plane Finder global map, which you see here. At any given time, it's tracking between 3,000 to 7,000 flights that are en route anywhere in the world. You'll notice two different colors for planes, red and yellow. Yellow just means there's a 5-minute delay in processing and only applies to the United States. The point here is, in order to prove out these flights that go against flat Earth theory, I need to watch a few as they cross either the South Pacific or Indian Oceans. The web page updates automatically, but just to be sure, I close and reopen the page every 30 minutes or so and wait for an ocean plane. And I wait, and I wait, and I wait some more. Hours pass, days pass, and no red planes to entertain me. And somewhere in this process of me just staring at these empty oceans, waiting for a plane to cross, something occurs to me. Can you guess what it is? Nothing is crossing these oceans. Not non-stops, connections, multiple connections, nothing. But that's not possible, right? The planes have to reach their destinations. So I change gears and just watch the coastlines of anything in the southern hemisphere, and I start to see it. I follow a simple plane out of Brazil on its way to South Africa, which, by the way, is not part of the long-haul argument. It's offshore just a few hundred miles. I get something to drink, and when I come back, it's gone. Just a glitch, right? So I follow another, and another, and the same thing happens again and again. Once the plane reaches an imaginary line in the water, GPS makes it disappear. Then a friend who is also working on this problem sends me some links, which I've included in the description. I encourage you to take a look at them. At first, they don't seem like much, just an average flight log showing speed, altitude, locations, things you could expect. Then you scroll down to about 3:30 in the morning, and the location drops away and is replaced by either the word approximate or the word estimated. This then continues for the next 5 hours until, miraculously, 1 hour before landing, the flight log reestablishes itself, and the GPS system shows the plane in real time about to reach its destination. So to be clear to those who may not be seeing everything here, the flights are being dropped off GPS, and their flight data is also turned off and stays off until they are almost on top of their arrival point. And you say, well, that's how GPS works. Well, no, because the northern hemisphere has planes flying all over their oceans. And then you say that maybe it's a localized southern hemisphere thing. And I say, then why are all the flights over or near land perfectly tracked? Furthermore, this is a US-based system, with Americans flying on vacation every single day. You're telling me that those people aren't going to be tracked? In addition, the Vanishing Plane Act is happening to not only the South Pacific and Indian Oceans, which I would expect, but also the South Atlantic, which isn't part of the flat Earth argument. There are a bunch of flights that cross this relatively small ocean between South America and Africa, and every one of the planes is hidden shortly after takeoff. So then you say, what would be the purpose of hiding those shorter routes in the Atlantic? It's because of something I didn't see right away. If you hide one flight, you have to hide them all. Showing the GPS routes in the Atlantic, but leaving out the Pacific and Indian Oceans would raise different questions. So the logic here, despite being very sneaky, is sound. The third rule is that the flat Earth has no shortcuts. If you look at the azimuthal equidistant map again, and look close, you notice that while the South Pacific, South Atlantic, and Indian Oceans make up the lower sections on a globe, they make up the outer ring on a flat model. In that model, there is no shortcut between Australia and South America. If you are creating flight routes, you have only two choices. You take the long way around, clockwise or counterclockwise, and stay on the ocean. Or you cut across the land in the middle. But if you cut across the land, you have to create connections, because on a globe, it wouldn't make sense to fly over the top of the United States to get to South America. Neither of these choices are ideal. So the authority came up with a compromise. Disable GPS and lose the planes for every ocean flight in the southern hemisphere. Then reactivate them once the destination is reached. This is just one of the lengths that they are willing to use to keep you from seeing it. Don't just hide some things, hide everything, so that maybe the topic isn't addressed. And some would come back and say, well, nice going. You just pointed out a flaw in their system, and sooner or later, they will fix the gap. Maybe. But not soon, I think. Remember, this is a rule, not a guideline. They can't change the map, so they have to work within its limitations. If they have a better workaround, I can't wait to see it. So do your own research and ask questions. Oh, by the way, welcome to the Flat Earth, and enjoy your flight. Flat Earth Clues, Part 10, Hiding God. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. As you can tell from the title, I'm taking a different approach. Eventually, I was going to have to address the question of what happens next, or what we do now with the information at hand. If you've made it through the guide and the first 9 clues, then at this point you're either buying into the flat model or on the fence. If this is the first one you went to because of the title, I recommend you go back, because we're not going to do much in the way of reviewing. But if you're still with me, then you would agree that 1, the world you've been taught has been kept from you, and 2, one way or another, you would like to prove this out. So how is this possible? The authority in question who created what you call the globe is guarding all the gates. They protect the sky, the outer edge, and most importantly, the education system that shows us at an early age what they want us to see. Nobody listening to this has their own spaceship or advanced rocket program. Nobody actually owns a long-distance icebreaker. And while some of you may have a private plane, I wouldn't recommend testing a military barrier that technically doesn't exist. But then again, you have to remember that this is not the story of David and Goliath. The hidden world was never going to be sustainable forever. As a civilization evolves, the tools the authority uses as a method of control become more vulnerable. I've learned many things about systems over the years, and one thing that I find most interesting is as layers of strength increase, the higher the chance that they can be used to your advantage. But maybe I'm talking in riddles. I should be boiling it down to what can be done by showing you what's being hidden, what's important, and how it can be spread to others without looking like a crazy person. To be clear, and I can't stress this enough, do not start conversations with the word flat earth. Think of it like Fight Club. The first rule of Flat Club is that you do not talk about Flat Club. Before you started waking up and watching all these things, you were like me. You laughed and mocked everything that was flat earth. You may have learned faster than others, but the knee-jerk reaction by 99% of the people was created the day they sat down in a classroom and stared at the globe. Look at the videos, not just mine, but others who are putting forward some great arguments, and ask the questions that people can relate to. I'm going to introduce 3 very important questions that you can use, each with a statement that precedes it, and each statement is a motivation for a different group of people. If you don't fall into one of these 3 groups, then I guarantee you know people that do. The first statement is this: you are being hidden. What do I mean by that? Well, this goes back to Clue 7 and Clue 9, which talk about the flights in the Southern Hemisphere. If you are flying a plane over the Southern Hemisphere, your flight is not being tracked. How can this be used to find out the truth? It's simple, it's quick, and it costs no money. No matter what country you live in, send a quick note to your local, state, or federal representative and ask them this question: why are citizens of our country flying over oceans without the safety net of the GPS system? And remind them that GPS stands for global, not partial. Without GPS, anything could happen to your plane and no one knows where you are. And while you're at it, remind them that the GPS system was built by the United States Department of Defense, who never does anything small. The system that is in effect now has what appears to be huge, deliberate gaps in the Southern Hemisphere only. Do not mention Flat Earth. Just voice your concern about the safety of you, your loved ones, and your fellow citizens. Will they get back to you? Possibly. Will they give you a satisfactory answer? Not a chance. Because they will only have what the military gives them. What this will do, however, is create a unique buzz in certain circles that may prove to be useful later. The more politicians or high-ranking officials you contact, the greater the noise. The motivation here, as you can tell, is general public concern. The second statement is this: wealth is being hidden. What do I mean by that? Goes back to Clue 2 and every other mention regarding Antarctica. In 1954, it was announced on national television that the continent was just millions of miles of rich energy resources. And by 1959, it was sealed off like Area 51. How can this be used to find out the truth? By contacting anyone you know in either the petroleum, natural gas, or mineral industry. This means ExxonMobil, British Petroleum, Royal Dutch Shell, Chevron, ConocoPhillips, BHP Billiton, Rio Tinto, Glencore, Anglo American, and there are many others. Find anyone in these companies and make inquiries about their prospects in Antarctica. Send them the link to the Admiral Byrd interview and ask them why, if there are no environmental conflicts regarding oil, gas, or mining, why aren't they allowed to even petition the idea, even when the world's energy resources are dwindling more every day? Put the sound of money in their ear. They may not be able to break through the decades of red tape laid out in front of them, but it will create a buzz from a different side, the motivation of greed, and of pristine resources just begging to be harvested. And finally, to preface the third statement, I need to thank all the people who have sent me stacks and stacks of biblical scripture, asking me to stop dancing around the title of the flat model and call the structure what it really is. And you know, they have a point. I have put myself at a distance because I want to reach people who are outside of religious faith and even outside of general conspiracies. But for all those spiritual groups who have contacted me, I can now, however, say with conviction that this third statement is this: they are hiding God. Despite what labels I put on the flat model structure, the oldest names are from the oldest texts, one of those being called the firmament. If the firmament was indeed discovered in 1956 and it was deliberately hidden, then the ruling authority not only hid the structure, but evidence of the builders. And by builders, I mean creators, and by that, I mean what people define as God. Hiding God could be considered one of the worst ideas of all time. And if you are a person of great or small faith, you have a vested interest in any evidence that would solidify and vindicate your years of dedicated service. If a structure was found that had, for all intents and purposes, the handprint of God on it, then the ruling authority has no right to keep it from you. There are billions of people on this world who have personally dealt with the concept of God and would like to know for sure if these beliefs are well placed. Or, in short, you want to know the meaning of life. It's out there, and it's been hidden from you. Your motivation is clear. Go to your church leaders, your congregation, and tell them science probably found evidence of God in 1956 and decided to keep it a secret. If you know people of religious power, send this up the ladder. Get the word out and see what comes back. Between these three statements and questions, people will talk to people who will talk with others and eventually reach someone who knows. This isn't a grassroots or groundswell movement that takes a long time, because the system that has been used to mold and control you these past years has been based on speed, and by that I mean real time. All it takes is a single video, a memorandum, one whistleblower, one key person, and everything changes, not in months or weeks or days, but hours. And in those hours, everything changes because of the speed. People all over the world wake up and look at the sky with new eyes, and things start to get better. One person, that's all it takes. One person to come forward and share what has been hidden for so long. Maybe someone who is tired of all the games. Maybe someone who has gone year after year burdened by such a heavy secret. Maybe you, who are listening right now, who is looking for a reason to come forward. This is it. And if you don't want to walk into the light and be the hero, I understand. But if you can't, for whatever reason, then be anonymous. Share the message and help us make this world better, because it can be better. For everyone else, give this person an opening. Give them the opportunity and give them the support they need to help reclaim what's left of our civilization, because we need it now more than ever. I will keep spreading the word for as long as I can, in hopes that everyone that hears it starts seeing things with new eyes. And I encourage each of you to do the same. And maybe one day we will learn to treat others better than we treat ourselves.
That was a really good argument. I'm impressed.
Flat Earth Clues, Part 11, Souls in the System. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue looks into the recent past, or more specifically, an odd but interesting piece of conspiracy lore. What I hope to show here is an example of how an enclosed system, once revealed, can change the world very quickly and in ways you may not have realized. To start, we need to go back a little ways, to a controversial 2004 documentary called Astronauts Gone Wild. For those of you who missed this strange little gem, the summary is this. The producer-director Bart Winfield Sibrel went out to prove that all the moon landings were elaborate hoaxes. To do this, he set up interviews with the Apollo astronauts, giving them the impression that the interview was just routine. He then produced a Bible and asked each of the astronauts to swear on the book before the interview started. The interview was then supposed to be a series of detailed technical questions designed to trip up the astronauts. During the process, there was quite a bit of tension and some very uncomfortable moments, including one actual fist fight. Now, I'm not recommending that anyone actually go out and watch this hour-long documentary. For me, the astronauts have had to live with this guilt a long time, and leaving them alone seems like the humane thing to do. What interested me, and moreover what piqued my interest then, wasn't the unoriginal questions the reporter posed, but how the astronauts reacted to the Bible itself. None of the Apollo pilots would put their hand on it and swear that they went to the moon. In fact, most treated the book like it was made of plutonium. This puzzled me for years because it went against the basic rules of any cover-up, one of which is lie about everything. Now, the pilots of the Apollo program had done many interviews over the years, many televised, and had been going through their song and dance without really any instances of contention. So why not just go through the motions again? It is, after all, just a book, right? People lie under oath all the time. It's called perjury, and every country has an extensive system of laws and punishments to deal with it. These punishments don't seem to stop the people from committing perjury, and you can read about it almost every day. Furthermore, the astronauts were not in court. This was just a room, sometimes their own home. So swearing on the book would, for all intents and purposes, be meaningless. And this sat in the back of my head for years, because it didn't make sense. Why would astronauts, trained by a very large military science program, be afraid of just putting their hand on the book and just tell one more lie? Well, for them, it may have been more than just a book. It may have been a symbol of something much bigger. You see, for you, me, and almost everyone else, a holy book is a symbol of faith, because the creator or creators have yet to be revealed. But if you knew that the creators were real, then the book becomes something much more tangible, more relevant, more sobering. Or more to the point, The Apollo astronauts would have been let in on the enclosed system during their tenure with NASA, and over the decades, this system created certain truths for these men, one of which is, someone could be watching. Now, whether the builders/creators are actually watching every little thing we do can be debated, but if you have proof that they are real, then the thought of your every move being scrutinized is a very real possibility. This is what you and I may suspect, but don't feel. The Apollo pilots, however, are a different story. If they were shown how the world really looked, then their attitude towards the book takes on a whole new meaning. In fact, it didn't have to even be a Bible. It could have been an encyclopedia or a piece of wood, because it was the idea that made them pause. And if you're still not getting it, then I'll ask you directly. If you actually saw some of the creator's handiwork and knew that there was a chance you were being watched, and there was a scorecard involved, would you swear against that and lie about something? Would you roll those dice and take the chance? Or to put it another way, everyone has gotten frustrated about something, then looked up and cursed the sky. Would you still do that if you knew that a creator was up there and possibly listening? That's just one example of how knowledge of the enclosed system changes people. The astronauts didn't want to roll the dice and lie because there was a real fear of retribution. And while they were confident that a bolt of lightning wasn't going to strike them down, they also weren't going to push their luck. And we all take on the same approach in daily life. Everyone who drives has run a stoplight. We know when we see the yellow light that it's too far away, so we hit the gas and hope for the best, especially if the traffic is light and we aren't putting anyone in danger. But you take that very same intersection and put a red light camera on it, well, then things change, don't they? Do you hit the gas and roll the dice? Not a chance. You hit the brakes and hope that you can stop in time because you are being watched. You may not be a model driver by any sense of the word, but you understand this rule and this place, and you don't break it. And this one aspect is why I'm pushing so hard to see the enclosed system revealed. Because as a civilization, we seem to be only as good as what we can get away with. This isn't an issue with freedom, it's an issue with doing the right thing. You know that running red lights is a bad idea. The camera is a reminder of that. Imagine all the things that would change for the better if the enclosed system was revealed. Would you lie to hurt someone? Would you rob a bank, commit fraud, or embezzle? Would you steal anything unless your life depended on it? And while people would still get angry and fight, would they maim each other? Would they kill? Would anyone knowingly commit murder? Would you bully or extort people for profit? In fact, knowing that the world was created, would you do anything malicious towards anyone? If the world is not a globe, but instead enclosed, then wars end. Hate crimes end. Maybe not overnight, but quickly. Because you may be, for the first time in your life, actually accountable for your actions. You realize now that you are a very real soul in this enclosed system, and you have a responsibility towards your fellow man, one that can be boiled down into one simple rule: treat others better than you treat yourself. This is why it's so important to show the world as it really is. This is why I am asking the authority itself to open the door and let this secret come through. You've kept this hidden for too long, and the people who live here with you have been through enough. This isn't about money or power anymore. It's about our very souls, the essence of who we are. Wealth and titles don't define your heart. Hiding the entire world may have seemed like a good idea at the time, but we have gone way beyond that. Have you actually seen our home recently? This needs to be fixed, and it needs to be now. The people won't forget the deception, but they will forgive you for it, because a truth like this will make them more noble, something we should have been since the beginning. So do your own research, and always, always ask questions, because that's the only way you will find all forms of the truth. Feel free to email me at msargent23@comcast.net or 303-494-6631. Flat Earth Clues, Part 12. Real Eyes. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue covers an enclosed system feature, which for me at first seemed like just a necessary aspect of the process. That being what we perceive with our own eyes, because for many, that's the validation we need. Can seeing things with our eyes really be trusted, though? The more I looked into it, the more it became apparent that they cannot. In fact, it became obvious that as a species, we seem to have layers of cognitive weakness, especially when it comes to optical perception, like it was built into our very genetic code. Layers that naturally help things like hiding the shape of the world. I'm going to show you some examples, and before this clue ends, you'll know why everyone else around you is missing the big picture and just how rare you are to realize it. For example, what is this object? It's your world. This is where you live. You know it as certain as anything else that's given, like gravity, temperature, and touch. But you can't touch or see your world like this. So if I take this image away, how do you still know? Anyone who has followed the clues so far know that I, for the most part, just use some slides and a narrative. But some of the best optical examples are moving illusions. So for better or worse, I'll be including small sections of video into this clue to help drive home the point. So let's start with a dramatic entrance, something you can relate to. This is for all the questions regarding the sky and how things can be accomplished. To this, I have to remind people using a Truman Show example, where the director, living in the moon structure, cues the sun. Keep in mind this is a very small enclosed system. If the sun, moon, and stars can be reproduced here, imagine what you could do with a dome 1,000 times larger, using technology far beyond ours. But maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, like the mice in Clue 4. We should start with something small, because the small stuff is easy to figure out, right? Take this spinning ballerina, for example. If I say that she's spinning on her left foot before you look, then she might spin on her left foot. If you look away and I now say she's spinning on her right, then when you look again, she might be spinning on her right. But try to change her direction while staring directly at her, and it becomes much more difficult. Did I change her graphic? Is it magic or witchcraft? Not at all. How the girl is animated gives your mind the choice of how she's spinning. You just need a starting point. So you say, well, that's an animation, just a clever trick. So I show you this still picture of a match and its shadow against the wall. Notice anything missing? Like the shadow of the flame itself? Your mind wants it to be there. but it isn't. Everything casts a shadow, right? Your eyes want the image to include the flame shadow, even though logic tells you the pure light source can't have one. And then there's the famous dress, which in real life is blue and black, but how it's photographed gives the human mind an option of seeing it in gold and white. You know what color it is because you can see it. But if someone else sees a completely different color, then who's correct? If everyone in the room sees black and you see gold, are you wrong because you're in the minority? And what does that say about possible illusions that can be tailored to a small group of people? Or just you? Human eyes are easy to manipulate. Take this classic example. If you pause the video and stare at the 4 dots in the center for 30 seconds, then turn away and look at something white, then you will see a residual image of a bearded man. But that's not the trick. It's that the residual image is in color, even though you are staring at something black and white, showing you that your eyes can be conditioned in a relatively short amount of time. And speaking of black and white, let's see if you can avoid a simple distraction. Focus on white and try to see how many passes are made by the white-colored team. Can you tune out everything else and count the number of white passes? You're confident that the total number of passes is 13. And congratulations, you would be correct. But this wasn't about the number of passes. It was about the bigger distraction. By following the white team, you are ignoring the black team, and moreover, everything black, so you failed to see the dancing black bear that was right in front of you. Don't worry, I didn't see it either the first time, and being that you now know how it's done, you can't be fooled again, right? Rewind and try it, still focusing on the number of passes, and see if you can catch the bear. It's harder than you might think. Many people will see this dragon and think it's a computer-generated effect. It's actually very real, but the illusion only works from certain angles. If you walk too far one way or the other, you can see behind the illusion. If you cannot see behind the scenes, your mind can't break out of the illusion, no matter how hard you try. And this then leads us back to something that shouldn't be a trick, but is. It's called the Mercator map. And you say that it's not a deception, it's a real map. How do you know this? Because it was on a wall in your school classroom? All geographers in the world know that this map is very wrong. The correct perspective is this, the Gall-Peters. It shows countries how they actually are in comparison to each other. This is the map that should be in schools right now, but the authority thinks you'll be more comfortable with the old map. You say that they aren't that much different, that at least the location is correct, right? Take a look at the size of Europe and where Germany is.
Wait. Relative size is one thing, but you're telling me that Germany isn't where we think it is?
Nothing's where you think it is.
Where is it?
I'm glad you asked. The Peters projection.
It has fidelity of axis.
Fidelity of position.
East-west lines are parallel and intersect north-south axes at right angles. What the hell is that?
It's where you've been living this whole time. Should we continue?
Uh-huh.
We assume, like many things, that what is presented to us is the truth, because we want to believe. And I mean that literally. Human beings as a species are designed to believe what they see. It's called suspension of disbelief. Think you're immune to this disbelief process? Why do you get emotional when watching a movie? You know it's a movie. You know that you're watching just a two-dimensional image on a screen. You've seen the actors before, many times in other films. And you know that the process to make the film took hundreds of people and millions of dollars to create. But if the story is convincing enough, you will forget all that, at least for a while, and be swept up in the moment. But enough tricks. What about real life? Without all the sleight of hand and distraction, you should be able to determine everything as it really is, right? Don't be so sure. Ever driven a car in stop-and-go traffic, zoned out for a bit, then had that horrifying feeling that you couldn't tell if your car was moving or the car next to you was moving? That happens to all humans. University studies on motion perception have been done for years, and they determined if the movement was smooth enough, human beings couldn't tell the difference between our motion and the motion of other objects. This applies to cars, trains, basically any vehicle you may be in, maybe even one as large as the world itself. To be clear, you can't really tell if your car or train is moving. No one can. It's an assumption. So now tell me that you can feel your world spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and rushing around the sun at 60 times that speed. Your world isn't spinning or moving forward, only the sky is. And even that isn't real. The stars spin, the moon circles, as does the sun, all of it built with great craft and precision to create the illusion that you are isolated in a vast universe to fend for yourself, which is not the case. Or, in short, we were designed to believe, to accept the illusions as reality, so that an enclosed system could be built around us, and we could live in it without the burden of confinement. And for those of you who still haven't used their real eyes yet, here's one more trick. See if you can solve it.
Flat Earth Clues 13. The Lost Nail. For want of a nail. For want of a nail the shoe was lost. For want of a shoe the horse was lost. For want of a horse the rider was lost. For want of a rider the message was lost. For want of a message the battle was lost. For want of a battle, the kingdom was lost, and all for the want of a horseshoe nail. Every day I take part in the war against mainstream science, looking for the small cracks in the defenses, looking for the nail that could tie it all together. People sometimes ask me, what would it take to get me to renounce my belief in flat Earth? What proof could be given to me? I found my own answers frustrating, because they seemed far out of reach. Most involved a mainstream space agency rocket with a 4K camera attached. Some even suggested getting NASA to take a Flat Earth member into space. Bold, but unrealistic. I started revisiting older ideas, and it occurred to me that maybe I should be thinking smaller. I needed a test that could be done here on the ground, where just about anyone could participate, but still be tied to a space program. What I settled on was the astronaut suit. This is not to be confused with a G-force suit or G-suit. A G-suit, which fighter pilots use, is part of the plane. It's connected to various tubes and systems. The self-contained astronaut suit, objectively, is probably the most remarkable piece of engineering in the world. Let me explain. Consider what the astronaut suit, or spacesuit, does. It protects from extreme heat, extreme cold, maintains oxygen levels, humidity levels, has a communications array, and most importantly, has some sort of compression system that counters the massive vacuum force of space, accomplishing this through a high-end microprocessor, runs completely off battery power, and it has never failed. Now, even if you could believe the perfect performance record of the spacesuit in 2018, consider that it worked just as well in 1969 with almost no computer technology and far less efficient batteries. Now, this is where things get strange. This magical spacesuit, this miracle of modern technology, where do you think it's tested? If you ask anyone tied to NASA, they'll tell you it's tested in water. And yes, we see lots and lots of video examples of astronauts training in deep swimming pools next to exact replicas of the space station. And you say that's not strange at all. We just take it for granted that some of the testing is done in the pool because it simulates being weightless. This, of course, does nothing for the vacuum part because the water is trying to get into the suit. In space, it's the opposite. The air in your suit is trying to get out under immense stress. Now, one would think that eventually, to truly test the suit, you have to walk into a vacuum chamber here on Earth. And we do see a suit tested here, but no one is in it. And here, well, no. And this is a diary of an astronaut who says he was in a chamber once, but no video. Hey, wait a minute. Where are all the videos of astronauts in their miracle spacesuits having fun in the vacuum chamber? I mean, if I had to go to space, I would want an assurance that my suit, when exposed to the vacuum of space, wouldn't blow up like a balloon and burst. You're telling me that 50 years after it was invented, the only video we have is this? 1 minute long, tethered, suspended by a harness with no independent verification? You're not testing the suit because the suit doesn't work. It can't work. It's a phantom technology that you can only show on camera, like Star Trek or Buck Rogers. It doesn't work because there's no technology to keep a fabric suit safe against a vacuum. So you skipped the tests and just went straight to the space footage, and no one noticed. And if the suit is hollow, then all the missions that show the suit are hollow. And if the missions are hollow, then so are the astronauts and the entire agency, just because you didn't spend the time to fake a test for the public. See where the proverb comes into play? The suit is the nail, and NASA is the kingdom. I'm so confident in this claim that I have made it my new challenge to anyone in the scientific community that can pull strings. Several universities have vacuum chambers, and this isn't a stretch for NASA. No rockets, no space station, just a suit. Well, 2 suits, because I'm not going in there alone. One for me and one for a scientific volunteer. You have faith in science? Time to put your money where your mouth is. And if I'm right, then NASA will refuse any request regarding the suit, regardless of the release forms I would sign, because it's just a modified piece of scuba gear. And if I'm wrong, well, find me a vacuum chamber video and tell me how likely that is. For want of a nail, the shoe was lost. For want of a shoe, the horse was lost. For want of a horse, the rider was lost. For want of a rider, the message was lost. For want of a message, the battle was lost. For want of a battle, the kingdom was lost. And all for the want of a horseshoe nail.